Good morning from Pakistan and greetings to Can we start now?
Yes, Colonel Sahib, can you start now?
Okay, thank you very much.
Dear Mr. Khalid, we'll begin shortly. We are waiting for other panelists to. We'll begin in 2-3 minutes.
Okay. Let me know when we have to start.
Sure. I'll inform you.
Strongly rejected these allegations from President and Chief Secretary Advisor, termed untrue, unfactual, and out of context.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are connecting, you're viewing this live stream. After a fruitful day yesterday, which took more than 9 hours, we are back again today for another academically filled day with 5 sessions, including the closing session. Without further ado, since all our panelists and moderators are ready, I'll leave the floor to Mr. Khalid Timur, who will be chairing this session. Mr. Timur, the floor is yours. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning from Pakistan. My name is Khalid Timur Akram, and I am the Executive Director for Center for Global and Strategic Studies. It is an Islamabad-based think tank. I would like to welcome all the distinguished panelists and participants to the second and the last day of the online international conference, The Rise of Asian Geopolitics and Terrorism at the Threshold, which is being organized by Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research, Turkey. As the moderator of this session, I would first like to extend my appreciation and gratitude to Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research Center for timely organizing this conference and highlighting the crucial matters of concern for the international community. Here, I would like to specially mention and thank to Professor Mehmet Erel, who's the president of Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research, for his efforts for organizing this conference, and he's online, and thank you very much, sir. Before we begin today's session, I would like to mention here that yesterday, during day 1 of this conference, prominent experts from Turkey, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and other countries participated and had an enlightening discussion on matters of importance and relevance for the contemporary world, such as the rise of Asian geopolitics, global competition in Eurasian geopolitics, and American politics, and other matters of vital interest. So without further delay, we will begin today's first session. The theme for this session is the bleeding wound of Asia, Afghanistan, and Afghan peace talks. So I would first like to invite the first speaker of the day, who is Professor Mehmet Sukru. He is the representative of the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research in Geneva, Switzerland. Professor, kindly enlighten us on the topic from a terrorist organization to a non-state armed group by the United Nations Security Council and international responsibility of the Taliban. Over here, I would also like to introduce our guest. He was nominated 2 times for the Nobel Peace Prize alone for his efforts to prevent new future legitimized civil war by the United Nations in Iraq and solving problems of the stateless of all minorities in Myanmar. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Dear Excellency, Mrs. Khaled Temur, many thanks and for your nice introduction about me. My title of the presentation is From a Terrorist Organization to a Non-State Armed Group by the United Nations Security Council and the International Responsibility of the Taliban. I do believe that the Taliban does not understand really its own legal statute inside the UN system. And because of that, from the legal channels, I sent some message to the Taliban legal team to listen to my speech. And then I would like to enlighten also to them for their legal status. I would like to mention something. The UN Security Council is not the political, as if it seems as a political body of the United Nations. It is not bound by law. It's not a legal solitus. So it is bound by the UN Charter, and all the members of the states are bound by them. And the words used in the UN Security Council resolutions are really important. I can give an example. For Kashmir issue, I do believe that the legal thesis of the government of Pakistan, in fact, is wrong. Like peace, the wording of self-determination is used in different senses, and there is a misconfusion on some words. When we talk about the Afghan peace process, the peace comes mostly to the minds if the people do understand what it is. Or it's a game of winning strategy by the using of the word. I can give the solution of the problem of Kashmir. I mean, when a state says something inside the UN Security Council, it is bound for its past actions and its wording. And this is, I will come to the Taliban. But when India government used the wording of verdict of the people, the same position of Junaid got in 1948, and when India mentions it's the verdict of the people for the solution of the problem of Junaid, then vice versa, this must be applied to Kashmir, and this nullifies the changement or revocation of Article 370. I would like to say also something important. The wording sometimes used in misconceptions. For Iraq, the UN Security Council resolutions mentioned the wording of internal disputed territories, which in fact is used as a legitimization of a new future civil war in Iraq. And I tried to cancel this verdict by proving that it originated from Article 140 of the UN Security Council, UN Iraq Constitution of 2005. The wordings are so important. I will mention the UN Security Council on Afghanistan in the past, but mostly they use the wording of rule of law. When we mention of rule of law, the meaning of rule of law is so important. This is so important that I will just want to give an example for the future of this island of Cyprus. And when you use the wordings in the right sense, for example, it can also nullify the UN Security Council resolutions. I mean, the UN Security Council resolutions 541 and 550 for not recognizing the legality of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is in fact rule. When we go back to the UN Security Council resolution 186 in 1964, when they mentioned the rule of law and they give the obligation of the Greek Cypriot government, and when they do not perform this obligation. This is the important part. Now, when we come to the position of the Taliban, Taliban was defined as a terrorist organization in the UN Security Council resolutions. Also in 2000, it is recognized as a non-state armed group. This is the important position. But I do believe that the mistake that the legal advisors of the Taliban is making is that they accepted, in fact, the future binding decision of the UN Security Council after they make the peace treaty with the United States in the agreement. I mean, when the US government with Taliban made a peace agreement on February 29, 2020, in the part 3, clause 1, it is written that this is accepted by the Taliban. The United States will request the recognition and endorsement of the United Nations Security Council for this agreement. This is the most critical part of the peace agreement with the Taliban and the US. What does it mean? Because at the time of the peace agreement with the Taliban and the United States, Taliban is in the list of UN global in the list of terrorism of the UN. And when we look at the subject UN global counterterrorism strategy, to make a treaty valid with a non-state group designated as terrorists, there must be some changings. And because of this, the Taliban legally accepted that I will bind the future UN Security Council resolution. But unfortunately, their legal team, the legal team of the Taliban, does not understand this clause, and they are making mistake. They are making a very big legal mistake. This is why I do invite by the legal channels, the Taliban legal team to listen to my speech. And when we come, what has happened after the peace treaty with the United States of America and the Taliban? As written in Part 3, Article 1, the United States sent a letter to the UN Security Council resolution. And on 10 March 2020, the UN Security Council accepted a resolution, Resolution 2513. And this resolution is really interesting. In one part, in the preamble law, the Taliban still defined as a non-state armed group designated as terrorists by giving reference in the preamble clause to the past UN Security Council resolutions. I don't need to mention the names of the UN Security Council resolutions, which the reference was given in the preamble as a terrorist organization. This is the important point. But to make this, in the preamble paragraph 6, it is the Taliban is indirectly defined as a non-state armed group. Now, we don't need to hear with limited time enter the meaning of the non-state armed group, and because when it is indirectly defined as a non-state armed group, the question arises: does it give right to Taliban to use force? I mean, it is not a terrorist. And when we look at the concept of the non-state armed groups as in a way defined as a national liberation movements in the past to give right to kill the people. I mean, the problem of terrorism also, in fact, inside the UN is who has got the right to kill the people with uniform, not to kill civilians. When we have got a systematic attack on civilians, we are automatically under the clause of being a terrorist. But also the legal team of Taliban must understand that. Look at the decisions of after 1994 in the UN system, because till 1994, in the dirty politics of the UN and the Cold War, killing civilians seems as a legal right for a self-identified non-state armed groups as national liberation force. So this is another issue. Now, when I do come to paragraph 6 of the preamble of the resolution 2513 after the peace treaty signed by the Taliban with US, and Taliban accepted this resolution, to obey the future resolution of the UN Security Council. In the preamble paragraph 6, it is written that welcoming the nationwide reduction in violence spirit that resulted from talks between the United States and the Taliban, as well as consultations with the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan in creating an environment conducive to peace negotiations, enabling greater freedom of movement, reducing civilian casualties, and stressing the importance of sustained efforts to continue to reduce violence. In this paragraph, Taliban indirectly defined as a non-state armed group by which a peace treaty can be signed for a sustainable peace and the rule of law can be achieved. And there are so many UN Security Council resolutions on Afghanistan, especially mentioning how can I say, Taliban on their actions and condemning their actions. And I do make a short summary. It's a long paragraph on which the Taliban conduct as a terrorist organization. It's very long. But the interesting part is that first time in the UN Security Council Resolution 1333 in 2000, also Taliban was recognized as a non-state armed group. But the UN Security Council wrote that the threat is deep concern over the continuing violation of international humanitarian law and human rights, particularly discrimination against women and girls for the Taliban. But at that time, it was not in the list of terrorism. After being in the list of terrorism, there exists a huge paragraphs, and I can show like this. I don't need to read anything. These are the repeated sentences, but in summary, Taliban was condemned for not respecting international humanitarian law and human rights law. Now, let me come back to the Resolution 2513. And the Taliban accepted this resolution in its peace treaty with the United States. And in the UN Security Council resolutions, there is the two parts. One is the preamble, the reasons are mentioned, and the second part is operative paragraphs. And the interesting parts that should be mentioned in the resolution 2513, and Taliban signed the agreement to obey the future UN Security Council resolution, it is asked permanent and comprehensive ceasefire, rule of law, in the operative paragraph 3. In operative paragraph 5, it asks the Taliban in good faith for confiance building measures to create conditions conducive self-beginning. And I would like to mention operative paragraph 7. This is the most important part for the future of Taliban and for the future of peace process. As I mentioned, there is two definitions in the preamble written for Taliban. In the preamble 1, paragraph 1, Taliban still defined as a terrorist organization by giving reference to the past resolution. In the preamble, paragraph 6, the Taliban was put into the peace negotiations and indirectly defined as a non-state armed group. And in the operative paragraph 7, this is the future of Taliban, because the UN Security Council opens its secret road to the member states of the United Nations to decide by itself whether to define Taliban as a terrorist or not, subject to the performance of the Taliban. I will read it. Taliban action or the lack of terror of the negotiations and to further reduce violence make sustained efforts to advance intra-Afghan negotiations or otherwise cease to engage in or support activities that threaten the peace, stability, security of Afghanistan will affect review. In fact, this review is the past sanctions of the peoples. But when UN Security Council says that, I will have a look, be careful. It is the same as for the states. And it opens the states to redefine, subject to the performance of the Taliban for the future. This is the important point, because when we come to the meaning of the UN Security Council is bound by two things. One is the UN Charter and the past resolutions. and must obey the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy can never legitimize the actions of a non-state armed group violating systematically international humanitarian law and the human rights. And secondly, UN Security Council is bound by the concept of geopolitics. I mean, right to life is the most important concept as a geopolitics norm, where the reason of the UN system was established. When it is a geopolitics norm, it gives an enormous responsibility for the international community to follow up the actions of the Taliban and has a right to redefine and subject Article 24 of the UN Charter, act with itself, because Article 24 of the UN Charter is a protecting clause against the actions of the UN Security Council, which are illegal, subject to the UN Charter, and they don't need to obey the resolutions of the UN Security Council. This is what has happened in the past with the decisions of the European Human Rights Court. So I would like to make the last conclusion. The Taliban legal team, I do believe, needs to work one more time on the meaning of their treaty signed by the US, Part 3, Article 1, and they do need to understand that they are to obey, they accepted their future acceptance of the coming UN Security Council resolution, and they have to obey all it is written, because it's binding as a treaty for them to fulfill their responsibility to the UN Security Council resolution 2013. I do thanks my dear moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And indeed, you enlightened us about whatever is happening and what Taliban have to do in the light of these resolutions. Now, as we move forward, our next panelist for today is Assistant Professor Ali Bilgin. He is a retired colonel, and he's currently associated with Istanbul Eril University in Turkey. He graduated from Turkish Military Academy in 1983, and he did his Army war course in 1994, and he graduated from the Armed Forces College in 2001. He has been serving in various units of Turkish Army. During his tour of duty, he accomplished his he also accomplished his education in the American Combat Engineer School in 1988 as a distinguished graduate, and also served in the Supreme Allied Headquarters in Europe, in Belgium. He also contributed his services in Iraq and in Bosnia, and he will be discussing his topic is Afghanistan towards reconciliation or a failed state. So we go to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Chair. I forward my deep respect to all the participants in your personality. Before starting, I owe a deep apologize from all that in such a precious meeting, I would prefer to participate with jacket or tie, but since I had to spend all my night in the hospital because of my mother's high blood pressure, right now I had to monitor her at her home. So this is the reason why I'm in very American formal suite. I'm at American formal suite, not the Turkish one. One thing I would like to add that during my military career, I had been in Afghanistan for 1 year, and I was the chief of staff of the Turkish brigade, which was established in 2010. And so I have a considerable, not a deep experience about the region, but I got the pulse of the people in the region. I can say that. Could you please give me the authority to share my screen? At least I would like to show the.
Yes, I would request the admin in Ankara.
Okay, I got it.
Yes, I gave the.
Okay,
permission.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I got it. Okay. Because of the reason which I had forwarded, my presentation is not complete, but it will give an idea on the subject. This is the general overlay of my presentation. I'll start with introduction, and it's going to be followed by geopolitical overview, historical background, theoretical background of the failed states, and current situation in Afghanistan. And at the end, I will conclude this decision of the U.S. I'll debate on it, whether it's something really feels within the parameters of pragmatism or not. These are the subjects. I will conclude. And with the most of the time, I had to read what I have written here, because I know all those subjects are, even though academics, but they are all politically sensitive issues. So I do not want to breach my boundaries. That's the reason why I prefer to read. Okay. Afghanistan geopolitical geography uniqueness is quintessential. Its unprecedented nature stems from its location, which either dominates or controls strategic transportation lines of trade, transportation, communication, its proximity to great powers, strategic mine and mineral resources, reserves it holds, and multi-ethnic, multi-religious sects, and colorful cultural mosaic. Afghanistan has long been some source of political instability because of its geopolitical value, which includes geostrategic, ecopolitics, energy politics, and cultural politics dimension. Historical experience has shown that this region has inherently been a power struggle arena between competitive global and regional powers. Past conflicts have paved the way to current instability in Afghanistan. For sure, current reconciliation process will dramatically shape the future of the country in one way or other. So we face historically rooted problems. Nearly all assessments on Afghanistan agree on the fact that the country can be classified within the definition of a vulnerable state. The fragile stability in the country has the potential for exacerbated frustration rather than political instability. Contrary to efforts and the ongoing reconciliation process for the unification of all parties in the country, evidences clearly indicates that there are hardly enough reasons for optimism. My presentation focused this paper on the internal and external dynamics which may cause the forthcoming political turmoil. The probable results of reconciliation process are also included. It also argues that the failure of Afghanistan is not something to be avoided for the current US foreign policy. Conversely, when considered the consequences of failed Afghanistan, a manageable instability seems more preferable by the new American policymakers, at least for a medium term. Geopolitical overview. The classical, modern, or critical, all areas of study on geopolitics have more than enough to say about Afghanistan. For Halford, John Mackinder, Afghanistan is firstly an adjacent area of the heartland, later a pivot area country. For Nicholas John Spikeman, it is a rimland country. Afghanistan also well fits to George F. Cannon's containment strategy when considered together with Pakistan. From the standpoint of Zbigniew Brzezinski's chessboard theory, Afghanistan can be considered as a potential axis country. According to Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations theory, Afghanistan can be defined as a torn country. Gerard Toal and his critical geopolitics companions must have a lot to say about Afghanistan's colorful human geography. Geographical location is very well known by all the participants, so I will go through it. What to be noted, it's a crossroad country, and it has nearly no natural boundary. The topography of Afghanistan, it's divided into two by the mountains, Hindu Kush and Hindu Kush mountains, and people in Afghanistan, 2021 estimates indicates that there are more than 37 million lives there, and according to 2004 constitution, there are 14 ethnic groups recognized, and majority of the people are Pashtuns. And these are followed by Tajiks, Hazaras, Uzbeks, and others. And approximately 8% of the population are Sunni Muslims. The rest are Shia and Kızılbaş. For the economic indicator, when we come to the economic indicators, what we see, it has recorded 2.7% growth rate in 2017, and it is ranked 106th country out of 224. And GDP is $78 billion, and it's ranked 101 throughout the world. Per capita income is quite low, $2,000, and it's ranked 213. And unemployment rate is 23.9%, and trade deficit is about 31%, and over than half of the population live below poverty line. This means $2 per day. But contrary to this pessimistic seeing on the finance, monetary and finance, Afghanistan has abundant natural resources, natural gas, petroleum, coal, sulfur, and both precious and semi-precious stones and mineral sources are great quantity. When we come to the historical background, what we can say that as Ibn Khaldun echoed the geography is the fate of a nation. In the Kush Mountains and extension of Himalayas, which provide natural northern borders for Pakistan and India, split Afghanistan into two, have from time immemorial welcomed invasion and migration in either direction. Its position, which astride the ancient trade and invasion routes between Asia, South Asia, and the Middle East, once made Afghanistan a crossroad of cultures, serving as evidence of many generations of invaders that have conquered and populated this land. Despite its differing ethnic backgrounds and languages, Afghanistan shares a common belief and independent, combative, resistant, and unbreakable nature, which serves as the backbone for the nation to aggressively resist foreign governments from trying to occupy their land. In this regard and throughout time, ownership and control of this region has proven to be only a temporary victory. This is a characteristic that has been proven.
Anna,
excuse me.
মোবাইলটা গরম হয়ে যাচ্ছে.
Through its 5,000-year history of constant invasion and war. During the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, Afghanistan served as the buffer zone between British and Russian empires, and starting from 1930s to 1989, the country experienced power struggle between USSR and the US. Ignorance of region's physical and cultural nature and poor knowledge on its history cost a lot for the occupant foreign powers. The Russian Empire lost nearly half of its expeditionary army in its campaign in Kuwait in 1840, while the entire British expedition corps was slaughtered on the outskirts of Kabul in 1842. 10 years Afghanistan occupation of USSR paved the way to collapse of the socialist regime. US miscalculation of Al-Qaeda base in Afghanistan led to the largest terrorist act on US soil in the history of the country. Although Western intervention after 9/11/2001, hosting the Taliban and bettering initiatives for political stability and economic recovery of Afghanistan fruited hopes, 10 years later, with the decision on reduction of US forces, and 20 years later, the decision on withdrawal from the country not only looks arbitrary, but also sees the turmoil leaving the country to Taliban again. Until the middle of the 20th century, the people of Afghanistan lived under absolute power of the king. After enduring 3 Anglo-Afghan wars, Afghanistan won its independence from British control on August 19, 1990. Until 1973 military coup, which established government as the Republic of Afghanistan, the country was governed by a constitutional monarchy with an elected parliament. Political corps and transformation would continue throughout the following decades, including both the period of Russian invasion, 1979, 1989, Mujahideen rule, 1992, 1996, and also Taliban seizure of the state in 1996. In December 2001, the Taliban regime crumbled under the coalition led by the United States. The current political structure and Islamic Republic notably arose after the defeat of Taliban in November 2001. Between 2001-2010, occupation coalition initiated a transfer of authority process. The division of power between ethnic share, bad management, and ongoing economic burdens hampered the success of the transition period. The reconciliation process dated back to 2010, when I was there, led by the US and UK, brought the country today at the rim of the failed state. At that time, we share our concern with our counterparts, the American and the British counterparts, that this is not the way to be followed, but as we see right now, these recommendations didn't take into account. When we go to the theoretical framework of the weak state, I will go through in a summary in a very short manner. We need to point out that there is no consensus on these definitions, but from some degree to degree, it can be named as the weak states, fragile states, quasi-states, shadow states, crisis states, failing states, failed states, and collapse states. And what we can see, a state can be defined as a, to understand what failed state is, we need to stress upon the definition of the state. A state can be defined as a political entity which has territory, people, and sovereignty, in a very simple manner, I say. In the opening sentence of his book, Politics, Aristotle put emphasis on the nature of a state of being the highest of all and which embrace all the rest, aims and in greater degree than any other at the highest good. German social scientist Max Weber points to the fact that state distinguished from other authorities and institutions by its monopoly on the legitimate use of physical force to avoid the danger of anarchy and chaos and to establish law and order. So we can conclude that in each of failed state cases, the central government ceases to function and is unable to provide for the well-being of its population or protect it from internal or external threats. Here, which is, from my point of view, which is a precious study, the Fragile State Index. It's powered by Fund for Peace. They prefer to use, rather than failed state, they prefer to use the term fragile state. They classified, they defined the indicators of a failed state under 3 main categories: social, economic, political, and military, and under 12 items shown here. Okay. When we go through the current situation in Afghanistan, in one way or other, this criterion is quite feasible for Afghanistan. But from my point of view, there are some basic indicators for the failure of Afghanistan. These indicators are interrelated with each other. From a theoretical perspective, when we take into consideration Norwegian political scientist Stein Rokkan, he argues that the formation of modern state follows preceding 4 phases: state formation, when you establish your army and allied, ruling allied; nation building, mass democracies, welfare state. I assess that Afghanistan was on the phase 2, nation building, with achievable constraints. However, hopes for transition to phase 3 were alive before so-called reconciliation process with Taliban. Turning to the points that the main indicators from my point of view are these. Distribution of power based upon ethnic diversity rather than meritocracy has deepened social and political cleavages, constrained nation building, weakened central governance authority. Related with that, weak central government and maladministration have weakened economy, grounded unfair distribution of wealth, reduced legitimacy of states, executive and judiciary apparatus, leading vacuum of authority. Vacuum of authority has created local solutions like local law, local judiciary, and elevated Taliban to the parallel state structure. The Durand Line, the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan, which established as a divide and rule strategy of imperialist Britain in 1893 as the international border between British Indian and Emirate of Afghanistan, while separating Pashtuns, harbors opium and illegal drug production, which established currently over than 80% of the whole world production, together with the terrorist organizations. Robert Rush and Mohammed Ayub argued that state failure is largely a function of withdrawal of outside support to weak states. Loss of US support will encourage Taliban to be more demanding, while the currently ruling bureaucracy leading to kleptocracy and seeking ways to leave the country. More important than all, recalling Wallenstein, state failure, ethnocracy, and democracy, we can clearly comment on that Afghanistan is not an exception where tribal, sectoral, religious sectoral structures works at the expense of nation building. Historical experience has shown that any modernization attempt which did not reckon these factors has failed. Shahriza Pahlavi in Iran, Ayatollah Amanullah Khan in Afghanistan are the stunning examples. In the absence of secular political life, state failed. Currently on its way to democracy, Afghanistan is trapped between ethnocracy and secrecy. With the rise of Taliban, irreversible conditions will likely prevail. Here, this shows what Taliban laws. There are numerous bans against basic human rights. A ban on playing or listening music, a ban on dancing, a ban on television. And what we see recently, Taliban assault a couple of days ago, I think 15 or 20 days ago, Taliban initiated an attack to girls' school. So this is the way how they conduct their rule. And they killed quite a great number of students there. Now coming to the conclusion, can US benefit if Afghanistan fails? I assess that US withdrawal from Afghanistan by leaving the country to Taliban is more pragmatic and inconsistent rather than rational and ethical, which would lead the country to a total failure. Before commenting on some consequences of the withdrawal, which may provide short to medium-term benefits to current US policymakers, I would like to underline the fact that a total abandon of the region is not likely, since no place in the world, except for Afghanistan, which gives the US to control 5 states of nuclear capability and to contain its global challenges, Russia and China. In case of Afghanistan failure, internal and regional instability will deteriorate. Some contingencies of a manageable instability in the region that US may benefit are as follows. Enlargement of small and light arms market. Increase in the opium production will keep busy and threaten regional countries and Europe, while allegedly providing financial gains to some American private security corporations. The migration from this region will also keep Turkey and Europe busy. Regional instability may delay or hamper China's Belt and Road Initiative. Internal instability may trigger security problems in the adjacent regions, such as Fergana Valley in Uzbekistan, and another crossroad, Mashhad in Iran. Additionally, separatist Balochs, like Baloch Liberation Front in Pakistan, sponsored by India, may be a side of a probable proxy war. Okay, that concludes my presentation. If there's any question, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Ali, and from all of us, we pray for the health of your mother, and we pray that she gets better very soon. Now, moving on to the conference and to the next session, we have with us Dr. Samruti. She is Research Fellow in Monahar Parikar Institute for Defense and Defense Studies and Analysis in India. She will be highlighting the return of Taliban, emerging contours of the geopolitics in the Afghanistan-Pakistan theater. Welcome, Dr. Samruti.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to Turkish friends, and good afternoon to those who have joined this particular panel from the subcontinent. Of course, many of the points which I wanted to speak about has already been spoken, because I think the concerns of which my fellow panelists shared about instability in Afghanistan, I do share the same kind of concern. So let me come to the topic of my presentation. I will be actually, speaking about the emerging contours of regional geopolitics in the ARC region. Though currently it appears hazy, but then again, we have a template. And the template is 1990 and the Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan and what happened aftermath. Though the situation may not be exact same, but there is nothing to say that the situation may not or will not pan out the manner in which it indeed did in 1990s. So let me start my paper by giving a bit background to this entire negotiation with Taliban, and where we are on the part of negotiation and what are the regional concerns, which I may be repeating some of the points which has already been brought out by my fellow panelists. Nevertheless, I will make those points. On February 29th, 2020, and I was in fact amazed by the date, 29th, so it comes only, every 4 years. The Taliban agreed to sign a peace agreement with the United States. Of course, Mullah Baradar, who is the deputy to the Taliban leader, Mullah Habatullah, signed the agreement with Jalmai Khalilzad, the special representative of the United States in Doha, in the presence of other leaders of Taliban Shura and United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who outlined 4 stages which was considered comprehensive and durable peace. And of course, if you look at the picture of the signing of this particular agreement, there was smile, and of course there was a hope that perhaps we are moving towards something which can be considered as a comprehensive peace, not just for the internal politics within Afghanistan, but the countries who are, bordering Afghanistan, as well as the countries who have an interest in the instability in Afghanistan. Now, prior to this, of course, President Ghani, the Afghan president, was compelled. Of course, there was a lot of negotiation which went on. He was not interested in freeing the 5,000 Taliban fighters, but he was at the end was compelled to set free 5,000 Taliban fighters to facilitate this deal. Of course, the United States did not take it into account what actually geopolitically it would mean when you free 5,000 Taliban fighters who have been arrested, have been jailed in Afghanistan, and what will be the kind of peace that will entail when these fighters are set free. Of course, the current violence which we witnessed actually attests to the fact that the role some of them could have played. So United States announced its withdrawal from Afghanistan to be complete by September 11th, marking almost 2 decades of its occupation of Afghanistan. And following its cue, other Western countries have announced their troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. There are several fears within Afghans themselves about the future of Afghanistan. So what I'm emphasizing here, this fear or this apprehensions about the future of Afghanistan is not only something which concerns the country of the region or the countries who have a stake in Afghanistan's peace in Afghanistan, but it also concerns the people of Afghanistan, what kind of peace it is, when the Taliban becomes part of the government in Kabul. However, this is something, of course, the Afghan government is yet to reach an agreement with the Taliban. And this is something which was agreed by Taliban as part of the peace deal. Once they have signed an agreement with the United States, they will start the negotiation with, the Afghanistan government, whom they always considered as a puppet of the United States. So their argument has been, why to speak to the puppet when you can speak to their master? And in fact, they were successful in, signing the deal first with the United States, facilitating the exit, which the United States have been for a very long time have been trying. Of course, it had the pivot to Asia policy, and it wanted to move back to the East Asia. And of course, now you also have the Indo-Pacific. The question here, and this is evident from the continued violence, and this mindless violence does not preclude any kind of bright future as far as Afghanistan is concerned. The recently released report on Afghanistan protection of civilians in armed conflict 2021, the first quarter report documents 1,783 civilian casualties, and out of which 573 killed and 1,210 injured, a 29% increase compared to with the same period in 2020. And out of this total, casualties, Taliban is responsible for 43.5% of all civilian casualties, and the Afghan National Army is responsible for 17%. So that actually gives you the kind of situation which we are looking at. Of course, this entire question of Taliban being part of the government, which is still under negotiation, we really do not know what kind of government is going to come into being in Afghanistan, whether Taliban will participate in the election, whether there will be an inclusive government, as the Americans have been saying. We really do not know the contour of the government which is going to emerge in Afghanistan after the negotiation with the Afghan government. However, there are apprehensions. The immediate apprehension has been expressed mostly by the women who have said that the peace will come at a cost. And those who suffered during the Taliban regime definitely fear the return of the regime that would be harsh on women and minorities. And when I speak of minorities here, I'm not only speaking of the religious minorities, but also the ethnic minorities, especially the Hazaras, who have been at the receiving end during the period when Taliban was in power. Of course, the regime in Afghanistan had always offered dialogue to Taliban, thinking that accommodating the group can result in peace dividend. But we also know that Taliban has always made it very clear the regimes in Kabul are US puppet, as I mentioned. And of course, they made it clear that the initial negotiation needs to take place between the United States and Taliban. And in fact, President Ghani, who was earlier critical of Pakistan, though of course he had thought that perhaps Pakistan will facilitate initially after when he took over his presidency on the first term, and was critical of Pakistan on several occasions after that. Like his predecessor, is also looking towards a constructive role to be played by Pakistan. And of course, it is also true that without a constructive role of Pakistan, which actually compared to other countries of the region have much more influence over the Taliban, I don't think peace in Afghanistan is possible. And it also knows the revival of Islamic Emirates, as recently the Pakistan Army Chief visit to Afghanistan, which President Ghani also quoted, that Pakistan has in fact, acknowledged that the revival of Islamic Emirate is not in Pakistan's interest. So, the apprehension that perhaps Pakistan will be interested in reviving the earlier Islamic Emirate, this particular statement puts to rest. I think one of the major concerns for the Taliban would be to remove its name from the UN terrorist list, which will be an immediate goal. Though it has successfully managed to release its fighters, Taliban continues to make removal of its name from the United List as a significant precondition for peace in Afghanistan. The fact that, of course, the president of Afghanistan was not very happy the manner in which the negotiation between the Taliban and the United States took place, and that is one of the reasons why President Ghani did not meet, Zalmay Khalilzad after the agreement was signed. And as violence increased, pressure on Afghanistan government, of course, is mounting because the troop is not able to hold ground. And many of them are fleeing. And, we all know that the status of the Afghanistan troops, some of them are underpaid, they lack the moral. Perhaps to a very large extent, the Taliban has won in the psychological warfare, if one can term it like that. At least in the propaganda warfare, Taliban appears to be, to having a upper hand. And that actually, in fact, impairs the moral of the troops in Afghanistan, which sees that, Taliban is being successful in, getting much more and more territory under its control compared to the Afghan force. And perhaps the thinking is that if tomorrow the Taliban regime comes to power, so they would not like to antagonize the force. Therefore, some of them are also leaving the battlefield and allowing the Taliban to have a easy victory. Now, there is a lot at stake in the emerging geopolitics as Afghanistan moves into an unstable phase. It depends on the stability, instability parameter. As I said, is not very, very clear. But of course, being an optimist, I would say that perhaps you're looking more at the stability. And maybe, later, we really do not know how the situation is going to pan out. The countries of the region, like for example, Pakistan, Russia, and China, who have played very significant role in facilitating not just the dialogue, facilitating inter-Afghan dialogue and peace conferences to minimize the strategic consequences of Taliban's rise in Afghanistan. And also at the same time, Pakistan played a very, very significant role in bringing the Taliban group to the table. And that is where we see a successful withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan. Of course, the Moscow conference was attended by US peace envoy. There are several of the Moscow conference which have taken place. One thing which is significant is the regional fragmentation over the peace process is evident. Some consider that the United States has to retreat has several security implications for the region, and many people also tend to argue, like one of the previous speaker also mentioned that this hastily retreat actually does not take into account the kind of regime which we have, which we see will maybe coming back to Afghanistan. So the United States has left the Afghanistan in such a kind of condition where the regional countries are trying to see that how best they try and see the stability factor or the instability factor within Afghanistan does not spill over and have impact on their own domestic stability. Of course, for Pakistan, it would be more relief to see, Taliban back in power. That there may be a thinking that perhaps, the regime which may come back to power, because many of them, like for example, the Quetta Surah has been operating from within Pakistan. So perhaps there is a relief to see that Taliban back in power, and probable decrease in India's influence, like the previous speaker also mentioned that this will be a major component of Afghanistan's peace in Afghanistan. However, I would like to argue that it is also not going to be very easy for Pakistan. This is because many of the groups, especially the TTP, which has found shelter in Afghanistan. For example, last year, the UN report clearly mentioned that more than 6,000 Pakistani insurgents were hiding in neighboring Afghanistan. Of course, one positive thing would be that perhaps, by cooperating with the regime which comes to power in Afghanistan, because Pakistan has facilitated it, perhaps they would have access to this insurgent group, and therefore perhaps there could be stability in the Pakistan border areas. But also at the same time, what actually is a matter of concern, as a scholar looking at South Asia, the two groups, the Jamatul Ahrar and Hizbul Ahrar, also, they have placed their allegiance to the TTP chief, Masood. So we really do not know how, this entire thing is going to pan out. The United Nations report of last July also have warned that Al-Qaeda is further entrenching in regions beyond its historical stronghold in Afghanistan. Whereas it faces serious challenges, if the peace process develops momentum, it exploits the tarnished ISIL brand and societal fractures to enhance legitimacy and gain local tractions and recruits. This is what the United Nations report says. So of course, this will be a major concern to the countries bordering Afghanistan, including India. And of course, for Pakistan, it will pose a serious challenge. Paktika province, and also, Kunar Nangarhar province has been traditionally where the TTP has taken shelter. And similarly, China, you will also be concerned about the ETIM. So each of the countries of the region perhaps may try to buy peace by reaching individual agreements with the government which comes back to power in Afghanistan, with the one of the component being Taliban. But I really do not know, this individual guarantee of the peace to each of the countries which Taliban, may provide a kind of assurance, like one had seen when Taliban was in power, that China got an assurance from Taliban that it will not allow the ETIM militant group to function from Afghanistan. So I'm not very sure whether each of the countries where you have this problem of terrorism, radicalism, and militancy, whether you should negotiate peace with the regime. Or to me, I would like to argue that it has to be a regional effort. That there is no good and bad terrorist, because the kind of transnational linkages these groups have. So in a sense, we may think that perhaps it does not affect my country, it affects that country. But we also tend to forget, if you look at the network of this terrorist group, especially, the Taliban may have its interest to be, to remain in power in Afghanistan. But the other groups, like for example, the Al-Qaeda and other smaller groups have transnational aspirations, spread their wing to other countries in the subcontinent, where, they are looking at local partners. So we should not look at the development in Afghanistan thinking that, the reining in of the TTP will bring in peace in Afghanistan, or Afghanistan, if it is not used by other terrorist group against India, perhaps India will have peace. Similarly, the other countries of the region, it may not affect the peace in Fargana Valley. So, all individual countries have an interest in stability in Afghanistan, where we do not see this transnational terrorist group taking roots and, able to partner with the local groups across the region and are able to, get to the work of, of terrorism. Now, let me come towards the end of my conclusion. There are several factors, that would impinge on the region, the ACPAC region and the broader region also. Fear of, as I mentioned, fear of radicalism and terrorism and transnational linkages between the groups remain an important issue, depending on how peace process ultimately pan out in Afghanistan. Second is the ethnic links between the ethnic groups who live across the border. Will see the spillover effect of any conflict within Afghanistan, whether it is Tajik, the minority Tajiks, Uzbeks, or Hazaras, also between, the Pashtun groups, also whether it is the Giljai or whether it is the Durrani Pashtuns. One has to see that how it is going to pan out and what kind of resonance it will have across the border, since you have, ethnic groups which have spilled over across the border. Third is that the violence will have a spillover effect, so therefore, perhaps we may try and think that perhaps we may, should box in the violence factor within Afghanistan, but I'm not very sure you can box in the entire instability parameter to the Afghan border. As I said, we have porous borders, we have ethno-cultural linkages, we have transnational terrorist groups. So the conflict dimension is not going to be confined within Afghanistan. And as we have seen in the past, in the 1990s, Pakistan also hosted a large number of Afghan refugees, including Iran. So I do not think both Iran and Afghanistan are in a position, to get back to 1990s where they are going to host a large number of refugees. Fifth, I would think, is the immediate repercussion will be, of course, the country bordering Afghanistan and extended neighbors. And therefore, I would say, most of the regional countries, not just those which borders Afghanistan, but countries like, the United States, Turkey, India, who have larger interests in Afghanistan, need to work together. So it is no more who is dominating Afghanistan, and that, whether that particular group which is dominant in Afghanistan, what kind of relationship it has with the regional country is no more a matter which will remain between a particular country and the group which will come back to power as part of negotiation. Till now, it's not very, very clear. But I would say that each of the countries have stake. And let us not forget, as I mentioned earlier, that terrorists are nobody's friend. And so therefore, it is the stability of all the countries of the region which is on stake. So therefore, since there is a regional stake, so I'm very sure that all the regional countries will work together to see that the conflict dimension in Afghanistan is resolved. There is a broader government and Afghanistan is in peace with itself. Once it is in peace with itself, I'm sure the peace dividend can be shared by the countries which are bordering Afghanistan and also those countries who have a stake in Afghanistan. I'll just end here. Thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the time and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. And now we will go over to our next speaker. She is Associate Professor Askin Sokuman from the Istanbul Ariel University, Turkey. And we welcome her. And the topic of her speech is non-state actors in conflicts and Afghan warlords. It is already shown on the view file. So welcome, and you can go ahead with your speech, please.
Thank you for chance as they giving by the ANKA. First of all, today I'm going to talk about the Afghan warlords, and still this issue is on the agenda of the Afghanistan political system. Why? Because they some of the Tajik, Uzbeks, and Tajik Hazara warlords rearmed, and they are waiting the station after the withdrawal of the United States and NATO forces. Currently, we have to look at the, first of all, talk about the warlords in the Afghanistan. I would like to give short station about currently in that country. For example, today Afghanistan is divided among the government forces backed by international troops, the Taliban and its militant allies, the Islamic State extremist group, and a collection of the smaller foreign terrorist groups. And internationally recognized and elected Islamic presidential government doesn't have a monopoly on the use of force or nor control over the majority of the country. Currently, US is about to finalize a bilateral agreement with Taliban to withdraw US and NATO forces from the Afghanistan. However, the president Ghani has not liked the president among the different ethnic groups, because during the election in 2019, many Tajik, Uzbek, and Hazara minorities supported its competitor Abdullah and Abdullah, but the election one winner was Ashraf Ghani, and also after that victory, Ashraf Ghani formulated wrong policies against this kind of ethnic minorities. And also, you see here, every time civil war fears are strong among the societies in the Afghanistan, because both Taliban current Ashraf Ghani government policies are directly targeting their minorities. Therefore, again, these warlords come back and rearmed their militants, and also to protect their communities after the withdrawal of the US and NATO forces. Of course, today Taliban is also say that they would like to capture the Kabul government, central government, and change the regime towards the again and theocracy, and also as a Taliban leader would be a supreme leader, and all the constitution would be changed. In some review, in some interview, they are saying all these targets and also attacking on the battleground towards the central government buildings and central government persons. Therefore, everybody talks, especially the local minorities groups, this will be turned to the civil war after the withdrawal of US and NATO forces. Why the Afghan warlords or warlords concept so important in the political system in the Afghanistan? It goes back to the so old times, especially first Afghan warlord John Fishan Khan serviced to the British government during the first Anglo-Afghan War, and then Indian Rebellion of the 1857. Then the same strategy used by the United States during the during the Soviet invasion to the Afghanistan. But these warlords at the first sight, they were Mujahideen. After the won the war against the Soviet Union, they turned to the warlords, and then turned to the statesmen in the political system. Therefore, these warlords are legitimize the person in the political system, and they are huge privileges, and they would like to have more freedom than the central government. If they turn this government to the federal system, they would like to be control their own areas. What is the usually Afghanistan's history has visibly demonstrated the relationship between state failure and the emergence of the warlords. These these are the also other reasons of the emergence of the warlords in that system. Of course, there are other factors as a country division by sharp social cleavages, the existence of localized social system, Afghanistan rich geography, and its subjection to the external influences have all prevented the state from developing into the strong nation state. Currently, Afghanistan economy mostly based on the opium trade. Therefore, every minorities, every warlord leaders wants to control these opium trade, but it's not possible today because the central government has not allowed to share these revenues with others. And also internal conflict and ineffective central state institutions have subsequently led to power and legitimacy vacuum, which opened up the space for local strongmen or so-called warlords to be emerged. First of all, I didn't give definition the warlord, but warlord is a strong leader able to exercise military, economic, and political control over subnational territory within the sovereign state because of their ability to mobilize royal armed forces. Of course, these usually we see currently in the Afghanistan, some ethnic groups, especially Tajik, Uzbek, and Hazara, warlords control over certain territory and also exert a certain amount of authority in these areas. And also they have a military background on which their political agenda is largely based and apply a legitimizing discourse and dispose of the weapons and finally financially benefit from the profits made through conflict, trade, and secondary war economy. And of course, here is also there are two major functional distinctions when considering warlords in their relationship with state. First one, cooperative warlords politics or ungoverned warlordism. In the cooperative warlords politics, usually state and warlords are cooperate each other. Of course, the central government is giving some privileges to them. The other types on the ungoverned warlordism, usually they are acting as a rebel, insurgent, or strategic political competitor of the regime. In the Afghan history, the warlords acted both two types in the different historical periods. For example, during the invasions of the Soviet Union, they cooperated with state and fighted against these intervention. After that, they also fighted against the Taliban. During the Taliban period, they look like as an ungoverned warlordism. And when they come the United States in 2001 to the Afghanistan, they turned to be as a statement and they took place in the political system. Of course, today it looks like they are going to turn to the ungoverned warlordism, especially if the Taliban again recapture the political system. They would like to be acted ungoverned warlordism. Of course, these persons are actually they have resources, legitimacy, and support and state weaknesses. All of these are the key core components currently warlord system in the Afghanistan. And also they brought their legitimacy and support from the long-term exploitations of ethnicity, tribalism, state and locality. And also they acted during the fighting the Taliban. They come unified Northern Alliance, and in the Northern Alliance, Ahmed Shah Massoud is a Tajik commander from Panjshir, ethnic Uzbek Abdul Rashid Dostum. He's well-known last warlord in the international arena, but he's active today. And also after the Massoud death, Mohammed Fahim Khan, second Bismillah Khan Mohammedi, and Ismail Khan. in the West commanded a second contingent, and Karim Kali ran the Hazara element, and Bibi Ayasha is very interesting as the only female warlord. She has fought the Taliban, Russians, and rivals in the northern Afghanistan, Narin district in Baghlan province. These are the old actors during the occupation of the Soviet Union after the Taliban, and also together with United States fighting against the Al-Qaeda affiliates in that country. But today, now we come again, this station is the same actors but with the different purposes. Of course, why these warlords are resurgence on the political system? Because the first main problem is Taliban, and the second one, currently President Ashraf Ghani's policies in the system. Taliban is, of course, they know the Taliban's regime, and Taliban's regime is rooted in extremist interpretation of the Islam and rules using fear and barbarity, and also they had the other ethnic minorities they don't respect, and they are also Taliban made some ethnic cleansing in the old days. Today, Taliban remains a capable and confident insurgent force fighting for the withdrawal of the foreign military forces from Afghanistan, establishment of the Sharia law, and rewriting of the Afghan constitution. And Taliban controls more territory than any time since the US-led invasion in 2001, toppled the fundamentalist group from the power, and the Taliban has launched major offensive in northern and southern Afghanistan since the start of the international troop withdrawal on May 1, 2021, seizing district overrunning military bases. All these processes also lead to rise the tensions and fear among the other ethnic groups, because Taliban is going very stronger day by day and months. Therefore, at the end, after the 11th September, Taliban maybe definitely attacked the central government to capture the regime. Of course, today, in around 20 foreign militant groups are active in Afghanistan, and also Taliban has ties to some of the foreign militant groups. They cannot operate in Afghanistan without the Taliban permissions. This fact is so important because Taliban gives also permission to enter these type of the terrorist organization into the country, and sometimes they may use them to other ethnic minorities. Of course, the capturing the Kabul is also another alarming alarming position during any kind of the civil war possibilities, because the Kabul means is also to control the airport, and also Taliban may use the drones against the ethnic minorities to make ethnic cleansing on the mountains. Therefore, after the capturing the Kabul, the war scenarios will be in the favor of the Taliban, because the air supremacy will be transferred to the Taliban forces. And also, what Taliban wants? First of all, Taliban is secure release of the 7,000 prisoners in Afghanistan and removal of the Taliban leaders from sanctions to the blacklist. Of course, the second major desire to capture again Afghanistan central government and to change the constitution and to become Islamic Emirates on there as a based on the theocratic regime. And also, of course, why warlords have been rearmed, I said before, again to repeat. First of all, Ashraf Ghani's policies towards them, and second one, the strongest positions, getting the strongest position, Taliban in the Afghanistan system. In recent months, some former warlords have rearmed their old militaries in the defense of the government as they join for the greater share of the power. Armed groups loyal to the regional and local strongmen have rearmed and reappeared in the country's northern, western, and central regions in the recent months. These are, of course, first of all, Ismail Khan, again on the sign. They made huge political demonstration in the western city of Herat on April 18, 2021. Then his other same Tajik warlords, Atta Muhammad Nur and Bismillah Khan Muhammad, are actively mobilizing forces. These two guys are so important because they have good connections on the Afghan local police and Afghan national police in Balk provinces. Therefore, any kind of the civil war, they can use definitely this network against the other fighting groups. And also the last one, Shiite Hazara minority groups. This picture served to the Facebook. This military has been formed to fight against injustice and discrimination and provide the security in Daikandi. This is also their leaders. Their leaders are the Muhammad Ali Sadakat, a Mujahideen area commander, and also Iran is so active in the mobilizing Hazara in Afghanistan. All the things are showing that as the proxy war will be realized after the withdrawal of the United States forces and NATO, and also, of course, regional powers influences on the system, and also new system and intelligence organizations will be active as supporting these type of the warlords behind as a standing of these type of the warlords. And the other one, Abdul Ghani Alipur, a local warlord, he is also protecting Hazaras from the Taliban, but at the same time he has a big problem with government because the Afghan government attempted to arrest him twice in October and November 2018, but released him following the large protests by urban Hazara in the Kabul. And also the other one is Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Gulbuddin Hekmatyar is coming from the Pashtun side, but he's also to demand the resignation of the government and the establishment of transnational authority to oversee the peace process. He was a very successful person during the Soviet-Afghan war. He took so much, he received more international funding than any other Mujahideen leader during that war. And Hekmatyar armed supporters have also relied in the provinces hundreds of the men toting rifles and hoisting flags protesters in the northeastern province of Dagestan on April 13, 2021. And the last one and most well-known persons, Rashid Dostum, General Rashid Dostum Uzbek, his recent activity indicates that he is retaking control over his network of militants within the local security forces in northwest Afghanistan. He is also served to the Afghanistan government as the vice president from 2014-2020, and Dostum is set to be promoted to marshal rank in 2020 after a political agreement between the President Ghani and former Abdullah and Abdullah. Of course, today there are some options. For example, two scenarios: is the good scenario or bad scenario? Good scenario: every Afghan wants to ceasefire and also turns to the stability. But currently, Taliban and central government peace talks are not well. And also, current president Ashraf Ghani has a lot of the enemies from the different ethnic minority groups. Maybe these are not enemies, but they are rivals. Usually in the Afghanistan political system, always the divide and the rule system run, and according to the 2014 constitution, the president has so huge power to arrange everything in the means of determining the governors and also the other systematic forces. Therefore, the Ghani's positions as a usually designated as a Western puppet leader among the other groups within the Afghanistan. And also second one, the Taliban positions and Taliban's Taliban's position, and Taliban's is also supporting from the secretly Pakistan. This is the issue is also so sensitive between the United States and Pakistan. Please cut these support and please cut speak many times the United States warned the Pakistan about that issue. But currently everything goes in the favor of the Taliban, and Taliban wants to use these strongest position in the future of the in the determining of the future of the Afghanistan. Of course, today there's this is the second negative options for the Afghanistan. Civil war will begin very immediately within the 1 year, because Afghanistan's current political environment is highly unstable, as demonstrated by the remobilizing of ethnic militias along the historical divides. The Taliban and Afghan political elite are setting conditions to secure their communities and their power through the force rather than negotiations. And all the parties take up arms to protect themselves at the expense of the Afghan government. And we can say that Afghanistan is dangerously poised for the new Afghan civil war. This is the second option and a bad option, and that means we will turn to back again at the beginning point. That means during the 2001, the same situation was there, and after the civil war, if the Taliban won this civil war, we will turn again at the beginning point in the Afghanistan. Therefore, currently warlords' positions and their strategies is also will determine the future of the Afghanistan. They are usually, to summarize the current Afghan warlords from history towards until now, looks like positive manner to protect the country against any kind of the foreign interventions and any kind of the different regime typology. However, today is Taliban looks like more strong, and maybe this will be this time without any kind of the political interferences of the regional powers, they will be lost this civil war. This is my end for the presentations, and I think the time is up for me.
Thank you very much. It was a very comprehensive presentation. Now we will move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is from Pakistan. His name is Dr. Mahmood Al Hassan Khan. Dr. Mahmood Al Hassan Khan is a geopolitical expert, and he is also senior member of our think tank, Center for Global and Strategic Studies. And his writings are being published in almost every country of the world. And now I would go to Lahore. He's presently in Lahore. Dr. Mahmood.
First of all, thank you very much to moderator Khalid Taimur Saab, the Executive Director of CGSS, and my international strategic partner, Professor, President of ANKASAM, Mehmet. Complex and complicated regional power politics and global rise to real geopolitics has been heavily engaged to fight numerous unwinnable battles and endless proxies on the soil of Afghanistan for so many years. Critical analysis of iron angle theory reveals names of the main stakeholders of regional power broker, trans-regional middle powers, and superpowers, which have been ruthlessly battling out to achieve lion's share and protect their own socio-economic, geopolitical, and geostrategic vested interests. Moreover, it has been a stumbling block to achieve greater regional connectivity and immense socio-economic prosperity between Central Asia region, Pakistan, and of course, Afghanistan. It has been easy parry to great game doctrine since long, which has been famous for the political, diplomatic, and military confederation and supremacy that was played for the most of the 19th and 20th century. Russian and British empires and the grand strategy of both of them were to seek influence and control in Afghanistan, as well in the neighboring territories of Central Asia and South Asia. Dirty politics is still alive and active. Series of most recent interview of incumbent Afghan President Ashraf Ghani with famous German publication magazine in the last week has opened a Pandora box in the region. He purposefully blamed Pakistan to allegedly assist and support Taliban, which he termed fatal for peace in Afghanistan, especially after withdrawal of the US and NATO forces. He tried to win the heart and soul of the West, and especially the USA, by dramatizing that his life is one bullet away, and intentionally followed the policy of and climate of fear to prolong his own unpopular regime. US Congress immediately responded it and termed it serious, which has far-reaching geopolitical and geostrategic ramifications. Even two of the former US Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice, shared their serious worries to the members of House Foreign Affairs Committee about President Biden's plan to withdraw all US troops from Afghanistan, with Rice suggesting the US may need to go back. In this regard, America's chief negotiator on Afghan affairs, Ambassador Zemle Khalilzadeh, assured the lawmakers of both Republican and Democratic parties about positive, productive, participatory role of the government and establishment of Pakistan. He indicated that US may use regional bases for monitoring Afghanistan and watch on China even after the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. On his part, Pakistan being staunch supporter and promoter of Afghan-owned and Afghan-led solution, strongly rejected these allegations of Afghan president and chief security advisor and termed it untrue, unfactual, out of the context, and baseless. Pakistan does not have any favorite and has been urged to Afghan side to effectively utilize the available forums like Afghanistan-Pakistan Action Plan for Peace and Solidarity to address all bilateral issues. Prior to the interview of Afghan President General Qamar Javed Bajwa, the Chief of Pakistan Armed Forces, and DGISI Lieutenant General Faiz Hamid personally visited Kabul and assured the Afghan government and the Northern Alliance, Pakistan, all out support to an inclusive agreement and arrangement in Afghanistan. Presence of British Army General during the meeting indicated some kind of makeshift arrangement and sort of grantorship mechanism of UK in the future may be inevitable. In the past, persuasion of great game and dreams of great regional connectivity have been battling out on the soul of Afghanistan for the last so many years, during which destruction, debris, rebels achieved nothing but greater political chaos, social unrest, ethnic division, and economic meltdown. During the no-win war, the US injected more than $1 trillion US dollar, more than 2,500 US troops were killed, and 20,000 soldiers were seriously injured. Moreover, geopolitics of Afghan war has also its regional spillover repercussions. Pakistan had to face more than 125 billion economic and collateral losses, along with the sacrifices of life of armed and civilian people. Furthermore, Pakistan had to face music in terms of frequent infiltrations, deadly attacks, and drug smuggling into its territories, in which conflicting geopolitical and geostrategic interests of India and Iran played a damaging role. In the past, hot pursuits of hot water of former Soviet Union ended in a historic strategic retrieve of 1990s, in which the USA and laterally the West convinced Pakistan and various Muslim countries to launch massive resistance drive or holy war against the former USSR by manipulating innocent minds. To meet this goal, planner and schemer of international geopolitics termed communism as enemy of Islam and Muslims. Saudi Arabia invested huge money to assist various factions of Afghan warlords and Afghan mujahideen alike to force the former USSR to leave Afghanistan. Resultantly, USSR was disintegrated and Russia was being served first. During the pendency of Afghan war, Mujahideen were branded as angel of God and survivor of the West. But again, paradigm shift in geopolitics of the region and international establishment, and they were subsequently rebranded as terrorists and enemies of humanity and civilization. Many regional countries supported Taliban outburst, which ultimately toppled the incumbent Afghan government and controlled the capital. It was the era of warlordship. They succeeded to capture most of the provinces and especially the rural areas. Northern alliance supported by Russia, Iran, and other regional countries because of the ethnic diversity comprising of Tajik, Hazaras, Uzbek, remained isolated but strived hard to maintain its geopolitical and geostrategic importance. Thus, it started endless clashes between Taliban and Northern Alliance. The West has been blaming Pakistan to allegedly organizing and nourishing Taliban for achieving its own conceived notion of strategic depth, but countered secret offenses of regional country agencies, sabotage Pakistan's so-called sponsored victory, and then started a zigzag, merciless hybrid war in the region during which geopolitics was at its peak and humanity was remained in its lowest ebb. Follies of Taliban's in terms of a civilized governance, decent diplomacy, capacity building mechanism, inadequate finances, sustainable economic system, national-wide social cohesion, modern political system, and last but not least, alignment to international order suffered them badly, in which terrible incident of 9/11 proved decisive and terminal to their rule in Afghanistan. Geopolitical landscape was totally changed with landing of US and forces, allied forces on the soil of Afghanistan after the terrible incident of 9/11. Initially, Taliban showed some resistance, but ultimately was defeated and on the run to remote areas of Afghanistan, where they again tried to regroup and started an unending clash of titanic. Geopolitics once again turned violent, and extremist group of Al-Qaeda found a safe haven and launching pad in Afghanistan, which remained a strategic threat to the US and the West alike. With the passage of time, it was severely damaged. It was replaced by ISIS, a new notorious global franchise of fear and terror. But US and NATO and even Taliban successfully cut its wings. Some considerable regional reconciliatory efforts and formulas were presented by the Republic of Uzbekistan in terms of 6+3 format and Pakistan 6+2 format. Both could not achieve any success because of conflicting geopolitics of the global powers. The inconsistent US policy and shifting security preferences toward the region and especially Afghanistan slipped it into the hands of warlord, peddlers, and smugglers. Self-defined characterization of good Taliban and bad Taliban by the US establishment further marginalized scope of durable peace and stability in Afghanistan. In this connection, US mantra of do more had worsened bilateral relations between Pakistan and US, in which alleged network of black water security played damaging role. Even one of the neighboring country, India, a so-called diplomatic presence in shape of numerous consulate along the border of Afghanistan, have been giving a tough time for Pakistan in terms of infiltration, insurgencies, sabotage, and secretive activities in KPK, FATA, and Balochistan. But professional armed forces of Pakistan showed great resistance and ultimately outrooted this crisis. National narrative was rephrased and reprojected. Some CIA and Pentagon classified reports clearly indicated Russian invisible support to Taliban and also to various insurgent groups to hit hard the USA, NATO troops in Afghanistan. Thus, vicious circle of blame game and tit for tat has been active in Afghanistan in the past. On the other hand, unfortunately, Central Asia region had been under strict rule of former USSR before independence and was remained under vigilant surveillance of Russia in the post-era. The ideal combination of the collective security treaty organization and the Euro Economic Union apparently lessened the socio-economic integration and regional connectivity of the Central Asian countries with outer regions like South Asia and beyond. The US counter narrative was 12 in shape of C+5 partnership with Central Asian countries, and which has now rematched by Chinese government in terms of China plus Central Asian countries alliance. Thus, chessboard of regional as well as international politics converge and diverse accordingly, and stage still continue and saga still continues. Turkey and Qatar has been remained middle power, political motivators and facilitator, and played a substantial role in the ongoing geopolitical struggle for supremacy. Qatar purposefully permitted Taliban to open its office in Doha and lessens element of invisibility, which ultimately started series of meaningful negotiation spells between the US and Taliban. And you all know that because of the office of Taliban in Doha, Doha deal was signed. On its part, Turkey has been staging Heart of the Asia conferences, track to diplomacy efforts, and last but not least, socio-economic assistance program to win some kind of trust of Taliban to be on the path of dialogue and diplomacy instead of violence and destruction. Now geopolitics has entered into new phase of engagement in terms of easy and smooth supplies of energy resources of and from the Central Asian countries, exploitation of energy reservoir of Eurasia, Caspian Sea by all the Central Asian countries, China, Iran, and the USA, China economic predominance in shape of One Belt, One Road initiative, that is BRI, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, and revival of ancient Silk Route has further drawn the new lines, principles, conditions, utilities, scopes, and prospects of geopolitics in the region and beyond. But it clearly seems that Chinese principle of engagement has been based on shared prosperity, collective socio-economic prosperity, security, and solidarity. Mismatching socio-economic preferences and priority of India and other regional countries have been labeling the BRI and CPEC as tools of so-called Chinese imperialism, which is absolutely wrong and ill-conceived. Moreover, India's geopolitical hegemonic designs have been forcing or compelling it to indulge in meaningless misadventures. Initially, the US missed the May 1 deadline extending it to the September 11 and move which angered the Taliban. Afghan peace process hangs in balance as the US begin withdrawing troops from Afghanistan, with Taliban refusing to join the Istanbul conference in the past. There has been spike in the violence in Afghanistan, but somehow sanity again prevailed and Taliban now participated in Doha dialogue. There are fears that Afghanistan may slip into another cycle of civil war if parties concerned fail to agree on a peace deal. The United States has completed its withdrawal from Kandahar airlift in the southern Afghanistan, once the second largest military base in the country for US forces. Consistent, but unfortunately, it started deadly onslaught of Taliban in 18 provinces and further deteriorated law and order situation in the country. To conclude, being prominent regional expert of Central Asia and South Asia, I suggest some confidence building measures that its CBMs amongst all the stakeholders of Afghanistan and regional countries should be initiated at once to achieve a durable and sustainable political solution in Afghanistan, which is very important for a greater regional connectivity, immense socio-economic integration, and enhanced food and energy cooperation between the Central Asia and South Asia. Role of Pakistan is paramount, in which Uzbekistan and Turkey may devise a joint working strategy to proceed further to achieve peace in Afghanistan, but benchmark should be Afghan-led and Afghan-owned solution. President of Afghanistan has recently held talks with influential political leaders of different areas and try to form a high-level state council, which is the right step in right direction. Internally, start of grand national reconciliation among the various stakeholders of Afghanistan is the way forward, because ongoing lethal investment in the warlords by the government of Afghanistan, NDS, local police may achieve nothing but greater chaos and uncertainty. Although the current US national security strategy describes China and Russia as the revisionist power and identify a geopolitical competition taking place between a free and repressive vision of the world order in the Indo-Pacific region. Nevertheless, let us start collective journey from the ashes of geopolitics to greenery of geoeconomy, from conspiracy and conflict to commitments, cooperation, and corridor, to make this region a land of interconnectivity, integration, peace, productivity, and prosperity. To conclude, let us work together to control the genie of geopolitics in the region so that long-awaited dreams of regional connectivity may be achieved as soon as possible, for which serious efforts and projects have already been announced and pursued in shape of Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Trans-Railway projects, TAPI, CASA, and many others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmood. Indeed, your speech was very comprehensive and we came to know about many things. Now, we will move over to my own speech. Actually, I was a speaker in yesterday's session, but due to some reasons, I could not join that session. And then our Turkish hosts were kind enough to tell me to have my speech today. So I would be very briefly talking on the Central Asia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the rise of the Asian geopolitics. As we know that in the present times, the regional connectivity is the main element of changing states' alignment and partnerships. In this multipolar world, the states are more inclined to cooperate. Therefore, to avoid confrontation. It hampers economic development and peace and security. The Central Asian states, including Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, portray a model of more accountable nations. The engagement and economic involvement of the Central Asian region states with Pakistan in terms of bringing regional peace and stabilities, resolving the Afghan conflict, and enhanced economic cooperation have resulted in a positive sum game. The region of Central Asia attracts worldwide interests because of its significant strategic location and natural resources. These factors have profound impacts in shaping the Asian geopolitics. Central Asia has emerged as one of the fast-growing regions in the world. The economic connectivity, regional integration, and multilateral relations and constructive engagement with each other is of the paramount importance. Over here, I would like to mention about the China's Belt and Road Program, which has resulted in more connectivity and which has resulted in bringing the Central Asian countries closer to Pakistan and Afghanistan. As Dr. Mahmood had already told you, has already told in his speech that very recently Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Uzbekistan, the governments have written a joint letter to the world donor organizations for helping us in building the rail network from Tashkent to Mazar-e-Sharif to Peshawar that would ultimately link the Central Asia with the Arabian Sea waters. Now I will talk about the role of Afghanistan. As we know that the Afghanistan and Pakistan region is a subset of South Central Asian region, and it is witnessing a transforming shift. The potential contemporary shifts are redefining the internal political structure of Afghanistan. The Afghanistan endgame is now very significant, and the realignments and repositionings by major power, not only at the international level, but at the regional level, will be very significant in times to come, as the US government has already announced their withdrawal sometime in September. So that would be a very major power shift in this region in the last 20 years. As we know that Afghanistan, I would not talk more on Afghanistan because almost every speaker has very elaborately talked on Afghanistan, and especially I'm very impressed by the presentation of our the speaker from Turkey, Professor Asken. She gave a very comprehensive overview of everything. So the stability in Afghanistan is currently a prerequisite for increased regional connectivity and cooperation. The country is currently going through a dilemma of instability due to the decades of long ongoing war. And it has ripple effects on the adjacent countries like Pakistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. Afghanistan is passing through the phase that might be termed as a rebirth of its new political system. It is seeking innovative paradigms to redefine its future, and both at its domestic and international front. Thus, the comprehensive work in the Afghan peace process can be arranged or termed in three areas. Number one, developing a politically negotiated settlement. Two, increasing legitimacy for the Afghan government. And three, building a national public consensus on the future relations between the diverse groups within the Afghanistan. Therefore, Afghanistan must adopt a cooperative and independent approach, not only towards Pakistan, but also towards the other countries of the region. The Afghan government has to work a little bit harder, and President Ashraf Ghani has to show a big heart to all the factions, because it is the end game of the Afghan peace process lies within the Afghanistan. It does not lie in Geneva, or it does not lie in Qatar or anywhere else. Over here, I would also like to mention on about the role of Central Asian countries in the socio-economic development of Afghanistan. The Central Asian nations have been playing a constructive role in bringing regional peace and resolve the Afghan conflict. In recent years, we have seen the Uzbek president, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, has been playing important role in the Afghan peace process. And since last 2-3 years, they have started negotiating with the Afghans, because a lot of Afghan population is of Uzbek ethnicity, and President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, ever since he has come to power, has remained very active in engaging the Afghan Uzbek ethnic population, and has been helping not only Pakistan but other regional forces in bringing those Afghan warlords on the table talks, which were previously not aligned in this talk process. Over here, I must mention the role of Turkey in the socio-economic reconstruction of Afghanistan. Turkey has been playing a very important role in not only in bringing the Afghan factions together, but also in negotiating with various powers in NATO. And the Turkey, the new U.S. administration has shown their interest that Turkey should be hosting high-level meetings between the officials of Taliban and Afghan government for finalizing the peace agreements. In this context, the trilateral cooperation process among Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Turkey is proving out to be instrumental. Very recently, our foreign minister had visited Turkey in this regard, and hopefully everyone will be on board by the time September arrives. Undoubtedly, there is a huge untapped existing potential in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Central Asian region, and with the rise of Asian geopolitics and inclusive economic development along the socio-economic reconstruction of Afghanistan, more prospects of cooperations are going to be introduced. The regional integration and constructive realignment also call for a solution to the global problems. For example, emerging non-traditional security challenges are common concern for each state. Therefore, to combat terrorism and other non-conventional threats, all states must join hands to combat the contemporary emerging perils. I would not take more time because the session of our time, the time of the first session is already finished. So I would just cut down my speech over here and hand over the moderation for the session 2 for today to Associate Professor Oktay Bingöl. He is a retired general from the Turkish Army and currently associated with Istanbul Ariel University, Turkey. Sir, are you there online?
Thank you, Mr. Akram. I think Oktay Bingöl is present. We will now move on to the second session, but we would like to thank you and would like to thank all the panelists who gave great insights. I enjoyed listening to all of you. Having said that, now I'll move on. I'll give the floor to Professor Oktay Bingöl. But I would like to remind that due to time constraints, each speaker will have 15 minutes. We kindly request from everyone to abide to this time limit. Thank you. Mr. Bingöl, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much for this. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Istanbul. Welcome to the second session of the conference today. Actually, I am Oktay Bingöl, by the way, from the Istanbul Ariel University. Actually, today in this session, we will continue to discuss the Afghan peace process with the Taliban. But the addition is that we will talk about the Central Asian issues, the impacts on the Central Asian countries, and also the role of the Central Asian countries for the peace process. I think so far, maybe this conference or the conferences in the last year, some conferences last year, just we started to think about the Central Asian countries and real actors in the Afghan peace process. But so far, I believe that we ignore those countries, which are, in my understanding, my belief that their role are maybe important, as well as the role of the India or the Pakistan. So this conference is a good opportunity for this one. So at this point, I would like to congratulate and appreciate the ANKASAM, the chairperson and the all staff for the timely arrangement of this conference on the Afghan peace process, including the other issue of those. So during the next 1.5 hour, almost 1.5 hour, we will discuss the issue. We have in this panel 6 distinguished participant panelists from the different countries, from the region, and from the Turkey. So I think the panelists can introduce themselves at the beginning of their portion. So first of all, we will start with the Professor Sabir Ahmed from the Pakistan. Again, he will continue to talk about the peace prospect in the Afghanistan, of course, from the different point. I think Professor Sabir, welcome. He's here, should be here. And I would like to give him the floor.
Thank you, worthy chair, Mr. Akhte. Assalamu alaikum and greetings from my village in district Peshawar, just 50 kilometers away from Pak-Afghan border, and living with Afghan for the last 40 years, and as a student of the area for the last 20 years. I will try to be to the point and to be brief. First of all, I extend my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation. And I will also request to the organizers that the terminology FPAC used by ANKASAM, there is no such region as FPAC, there is no such concept as FPAC here in Pakistan or in the region. So I would request to avoid the use of such vague terminologies in the future, as it carries no logic. There is an internationally recognized Pak-Afghan border, on their side Afghanistan, on this side Pakistan. So I'm Professor Shabir. I'm the director of Area Study Center for Russia, China, and Central Asia, University of Peshawar. I have done my master's from Central Asia, from Tashkent, and have done my PhD from University of Peshawar. I would talk on peace prospects in Afghanistan. The ongoing Doha peace process presents historical opportunity to the Afghans to reach a consensus on power sharing. The best part so far is that no party to the peace deal has pulled out from the process, though accusing each other for not fulfilling the conditions of the deal. When Taliban were excluded from the Bonn process 2 decades back, that did not resolve the issue. And similarly, if any other group excluded now from the political setup, that will be detrimental to the sustainable peace. It has to be acknowledged that Taliban have earned respect and prestige at a certain cost, and there is no doubt that they have been emboldened by the deal. The Taliban, foreseeing and expecting a takeover once the foreign assistance has been fully withdrawn from the incumbent government. That will be detrimental to the peace in Afghanistan, and therefore keeping alive the current peace process to culminate in a logical conclusion is imperative. Afghan Taliban have proven capacity to bring peace to their country as evidenced during the 1990s. On the other hand, the current Kabul regime have many weaknesses, including corruption, inefficiency, and lack of will to national cause. Taliban's will and capacity to bring peace to their country need to be utilized in the best Afghan and regional interests. One can observe that the Taliban have given assurances to regional capitals including Tehran, Tashkent, Beijing, Moscow, and Istanbul that their agenda is national and not transnational. Similarly,
Mr. Shabir, could you turn your microphone on again, please? Thank you.
Okay, so am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
So, however, a Taliban takeover by power or any political setup which excludes other groups will not address the Afghanistan imbroglio effectively. Therefore, an inclusive political setup is the best way forward for having lasting peace in Afghanistan. The difficulty with the situation is that the USA and Kabul regime demands ceasefire while Taliban demands releasing of additional 7,000 Taliban prisoners and delisting names from UN blacklist. As per the deal, these two conditions were to be met with the start of intra-Afghan dialogue. Yet another issue with the deal is that it is silent on intra-Afghan conflict or war, while preventing the US, NATO, and Taliban from attacking each other. A member of the Taliban peace negotiating team had also said that based on the US-Taliban agreement, the present government of Afghanistan would have to be dissolved and another government based on the intra-Afghan negotiations will be formed. According to one source, 3 options have been suggested by Zalmi Khalilzad to President Ashraf Ghani. 1, the incumbent government become part of the Taliban dominant government as an inclusive political settlement with modifications in present constitution and not entirely replacing it with a new one. 2, an interim setup in consensus through intra-Afghan negotiations for a specific period followed by elections. And the third option, Taliban become part of the current government. Amongst the above mentioned options, the third one seems quite difficult as the emboldened Taliban may not opt for becoming part of the current government in secondary role. The reasons are obvious. Taliban are inspired by forcing the US, NATO to come to negotiations and sign a deal. They consider the US, NATO, and Kabul regime intend to win a war on table, which they have lost on the ground. Taliban also consider this government illegal. And lastly, Taliban have struggled for a longer period to achieve this high political stature. These are ground realities. However, Taliban seem not averse to the first and second options. If any option agreed upon by the Afghans amongst these 3, the new political setup and ceasefire and end to violence shall be declared and practiced upon simultaneously. It is obvious that without reaching to consensus on a new political setup, there will be no end to violence and fighting. The Taliban and Kabul regime both must be pressurized to make compromises if sustainable peace is the goal. The regional states, particularly neighbors of Afghanistan, are the real stakeholders in peace of Afghanistan, as they will benefit the most from stability in Afghanistan, while suffer the most from instability there. The major powers operate in Afghanistan through its neighbors. The neighbors of Afghanistan shall assert themselves and make it clear to the major powers that they will be no more part of any games. However, will be partners in peace and development of Afghanistan and the region. The regional states and major powers will have to support the new setup, which comes into being as a result of intra-Afghan negotiations through the development of transport and communication links to restore Afghanistan to its historical and traditional role as a transit hub between Central and South Asia. This will substantially contribute to the socio-economic development of Afghanistan and will enable the country to generate revenue and reduce dependence on foreign aid. Importantly, the forthcoming international conference organized by the Republic of Uzbekistan on 15 and 16 July on connectivity between Central and South Asia is an important step in this regard. The UN Secretary General, along with other regional and extra-regional states, are invited to this conference, which should aim to help Afghanistan in developing its capacity to serve as a transit hub in the national, regional, and global interests. As far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan has played an important role in bringing Taliban to the table. However, it must be realized that Pakistan has also limitations. Pakistan cannot negotiate or decide on behalf of Afghans. It is up to Afghans to decide their own future. Pakistan believes that an inclusive political setup of all ethnic and political groups will be instrumental in bringing sustainable peace to Afghanistan. Historically, Pakistan did recognize whichever government came to Kabul. Similarly, King Zahir Shah during the 1965 Pak-India War called to Ayub Khan, the president of Pakistan, and assured him of full support and security of western border, that is Pak-Afghan border. Majority of the Afghans will remain loyal to Pakistan, as Pakistan hosted more than 3 million Afghans and still hosting them. The huge numbers of Afghan refugees spent their time very peacefully in Pakistan and had not been involved in crimes. Rather, they contributed to the national economy of Pakistan through their labor and trade. The non-involvement of Afghanistan in crime, of Afghans in crimes is proved from the FIRs registered in KP and Balochistan, as these show less than 1% Afghans' involvement. I believe the spoilers and people with vested interests will fail in dividing Pakistanis and Afghans who share common history, ideology, and their destiny is shared. I thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Professor. That is a very nice, very comprehensive briefing, presentation of the Afghan peace process now. But let me make a comment on your the presentation. That is very interesting for me that you actually argue that the peace in the Afghanistan will depend on mainly the inclusiveness of the process and the Taliban integration in the process. If the Taliban is integrated in the process, so the Afghanistan will see the peace. I don't believe that this is not so easy, because there are more important factor than the Taliban issue or any other political issue. Of course, it is not my country, but I think after 20 years, we forgot everything about the Taliban. When we are talking, I checked my archive, on the Taliban, what the Taliban did in that country, in the Afghanistan, and I remember all the things, maybe that was the mistake or misunderstanding, misconception of the Taliban in the Western world, in the Turkey, in somewhere else, But now we see that the Taliban has the capacity for the peace. Taliban has the capacity for the stability, development, and for everything, human rights and the women's rights and everything. That is very interesting that I heard that part. I appreciate this presentation because that changed maybe my misperception, misunderstanding, also the audience misperception. So I appreciate, I congratulate for this kind of the discussion and also for this conference again. That is very, very useful and beneficial presentation and the comment. Thank you. So from here, we will move to the Professor Ömer Satır from Afghanistan, the American University of Afghanistan. Prospects of the peace process in Afghanistan. I am sure that we will hear a lot, a good comment, good point again. Professor Ömer, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Oktay Bengal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
So first of all, salam and good afternoon from Kabul, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies for including me in this session. It's a privilege to be presenting and speaking along with all other distinguished speakers here across from region, from Afghanistan, India, Pakistan, Turkey, and Central Asian republics. So let me also share my screen. I will try to stick to 10 minutes, but briefly we'll speak about something like four prominent issues. First of all, I will try to speak about the current status of war in Afghanistan. And the parties, their stances. Secondly, I will move on to speak about the cost of war, both indirect and indirect cost of war, including the human cost and economic cost of war. Thirdly, I will speak about the recent shift in the US policy, and at the end, I'll try to speak a bit and conclude about some points on the prospect of a peace deal with regard to agreement between government of Afghanistan and the Taliban. There seems to be a technical issue. I cannot share my screen with you. However, so let me speak directly, probably without sharing the screen.
Could you, just a second, could you try now once again to share your screen?
Oh, really? Okay, here. All right. I think it's now shared, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you. Now, status of conflict. Let's compare 2020 with 21. To what extent the boundaries of conflict have shifted. This map indicates to what extent parties, including Taliban and government of Afghanistan, control territory. So in 2020, Taliban almost controlled 25 districts, which consisted around 4.5 million people. On the other hand, government controlled 133 districts. Now, the number of districts is not fixed because the number of districts are frequently changing as the government decides to establish another independent district and probably abolish a district. Now, to compare this with recent statistics to 2020, what you realize is a drastic increase in the Taliban-controlled districts. So while in 2020, the number of Taliban-controlled districts was 75. Here, 1 year later, Taliban-controlled district has increased to 87. And similarly, that also includes to what extent they control people, almost over 5 million people. And this clearly shows the intensity and of the conflict and to what extent the scale of conflict has increased. Of course, government is losing the grounds. The second factor that we can compare these two maps is a third party, which is Islamic State, ISKP, Islamic State of Khorasan province. So in 2020, they had control over, tangible control, over at least five districts in the eastern province of Kunar. Now what happened that has somehow changed so far in the last 1 year. During February and March 2020, government of Afghanistan, the NDSF, and National Security Forces, cooperated indirectly Taliban in the fight against ISKP. So ISKP somehow lost their ground in the eastern provinces. Now, the recent statistics which are presented by NDS, National Directorate of Security in Afghanistan, there is somehow rudimentary activities of a loose network of a smaller ISKP cells or somehow supporters. However, there is no indication to show us that ISKP exists and controls tangible districts or territory in the eastern part of Afghanistan. Now, 27 April last month, NDS announced that they have arrested around over 400 ISKP members. And these included a number of nationals from the region. And the majority of them were Pakistanis, which are coming from Orakzai tribe, neighboring to the eastern province of Kunar in Afghanistan. And majority of these Pakistani nationals who join ISKP inside Afghanistan, they are coming from TTP, Tehrik Taliban Pakistan. Second in rank of the Pakistanis as Central Asians, and that they are around, the estimation shows that they are around 200 to 250 Central Asians, including Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Now, when you cross-check some of these figures with other sources, for instance, sources in Central Asia and Russia provide different statistics. So let me present you statistics from 2019 that several politicians came up with. In February 2019, Russian ambassador in Tajikistan, he pointed out that there are around 3,000 ISKP fighters in the northern Afghanistan. So that includes international fighters. Later on in February 2019, one of the Tajik generals, he estimated that there could be around 16,000, over 16,000 militants fighting in the northern Afghanistan. That may include around 6,000 foreign missionaries. In May 2019, head of Russian Federal Security Service estimated that there could be around 5,000 international tourists operating in north of Afghanistan. And finally, in December 2019, Deputy Secretary of Russia's Security Council, he stated that there are between 3,500 to 10,000 ISKP fighters in Afghanistan. Now I understand that Central Asian republics, as well as Russians, they might not present accurate figures, or they might present probably higher statistics compared to what are there on the ground. However, what we understand is that there is tangible presence of international fighters, which include Central Asians and South Asians, Pakistanis, and a number of Indians fighting along with other insurgents, including the Taliban, but within the ambit of ISKP. Now, let me move on to the second issue, which is the cost of war. So some of the statistics presented here till 2019 on financial cost of the war, it shows that the US has spent over $1 trillion on Afghanistan. And you see there's a surge after 2009, where the number of troops increased in Afghanistan. Annually, after 2009, you have, on average, $100 billion spent in Afghanistan. And that decreases after 2014 when the number of troops goes down. And last year, 2019, the estimation was that around $52 billion was spent from the US side in war in Afghanistan. When it comes to human cost of the war, unfortunately, the war has somehow cost more than 150,000 lives of the people, and that includes civilians and military. Now, this number is comparatively lower when you compare it with the previous Soviet invasion and Soviet war in Afghanistan in the 1980s. Because during Soviet war, Afghanistan had 15 million people that as a result of the war, 2 million people were died and 5 million were displaced in the neighboring states. So that means during the Soviet war, the Afghanistan population was reduced to half. Now, the estimates now show somehow different, but of course, every life matters, and it's not just about numbers. The third angle of the cost could be the economic cost of the conflict. Now, based on the World Bank data, any kind of war and violent conflict adversely affects a country's economic progress. And so to say it particularly when it comes to GDP, the countries which are within in conflict, they lose annually, they lose almost 2% to 8% in their GDPs. And that's not only restricted to the conflict, countries amidst of conflict, but also you can extend this analysis to the neighboring countries, where countries neighboring or bordering conflict zones, they also suffer almost 1.4% when it comes to their GDP. There would be a decline, and 1.7% rise in the inflation. So that shows that to what extent Afghanistan's conflict now somehow inflicts economic cost, both in Afghanistan and the neighboring countries. Apart from that, it's also stated that in conflict zones, the average cost of violence is equal up to 35% of GDP. So Afghanistan ranks second after Syria when it comes to such kind of estimation. Now, President Ghani also stated 1 month ago that Taliban has caused $1 billion damage to Afghanistan's infrastructure. So when you aggregate all these different dimensions of cost of war, that shows to what extent Afghanistan has suffered, both financially as well as in terms of human capital and human cost of the war. Now, let me move on to the third issue, which I wanted to flag here, is about the relationship between West and Afghanistan, both in terms of financial cooperation and aid, as well as in terms of military cooperation. When it comes to aid, what we know is that since 2009, there's a decrease in the scale of aid sent to Afghanistan, while in 2009, almost 100% of Afghanistan GDP was covered by aid. That has reduced to 42% after 2020. Now, what we understand is that aid's flow will probably decrease so far compared to that of earlier or previous pledging period, which was between 2016 to 20, because there are a number of conditionalities, and the last year conference in Geneva, most of the international donors did not pledge for a full cycle, and instead they remained committed for 1 year. And if government of Afghanistan is not able to fulfill some of the commitments, and that probably the humanitarian and also developmental aid will decrease. And that somehow is an alarming sign for most of us here in Afghanistan, because there would be a humanitarian crisis if the percentage of aid decreases. When it comes to security ownership, Afghanistan has progressively been taking over security responsibilities since 2011. And in 2014, Afghanistan took full control over its most of the operations. But what happened, in NATO and international troops, they remained restricted to CT operations, counterterrorism, and NATO was also engaged in training, advising, and assisting security forces, national security force in Afghanistan. Now, when it comes to funding, of course, the funding will continue, because till 2024, there will be 2 grants. One is called LUTFA, which is Law and Order Trust Fund for the National Police. And the other fund is ANA, Afghanistan National Army Trust Fund, which is at least it will cover salaries of the military officers till 2020. Now, yesterday only, Stoltenberg, NATO Secretary General, announced that they are revising NATO's mission in Afghanistan, and that includes at least 3 points. First of all, NATO will continue to advise for Afghanistan institutions and funding the security forces. Second, they will also engage in training special forces, which are quite critical in fighting Taliban. And lastly, they will fund for certain form of services, for example, Kabul International Airport, which is very critical for connecting Afghanistan to international community in terms of infrastructure. Now, we know that US policy has changed after Biden administration, and earlier it was conditional based withdrawal, but what we have now is a kind of counter-based withdrawal. United States is trying to reshape its logics and its in terms of presence in Afghanistan. So it's estimated over 30,000 troops will withdraw from Afghanistan. That includes 2,500 US troops and 7,500 NATO troops. But along with troops, there is also over 18,000 civilian contractors working at different levels with international troops here. So probably most of them will be evacuated from Afghanistan. I mean, the civilian contractors who are most of them are nationals, Afghanistan nationals. Now the Biden policy is now built on at least four logics. First, use, I think it assumes that they have accomplished whatever goals they wanted to achieve, and that is to dismantle Al-Qaeda and kill Osama bin Laden. Second, they also assume that the world has changed since 9/11. And at the moment, threat of Al-Qaeda is geographically dispersed. It's not concentrated in one country in a region. So it's dispersed across Africa and Asia. So if you track, for example, how US probably engage in target killing or drone attack in Somalia or Yemen, the statistics shows you to what extent, for example, US will want to do the same thing in Afghanistan. Third is that US must fight for the next 20 years. That's one of the US objectives presented by President Biden, not for the past 20 years. So there would be a fundamental change, and that's the third logic. And lastly, the reverse course would have reopened a war with the Taliban. I mean, if the US would have stopped the current peace talks and scale back on the level of conflict. So that's why the US is committed to pursue a kind of political settlement in Afghanistan. So what are their alternatives if they do not engage in war? The alternative is that they want to maintain substantial resource in the region. So probably the US would transfer most of its military resources in one of the Central Asian republics. That negotiation is still going on. Secondly, they want to hold Taliban accountable. Now, that's not clear to what extent, if they don't have military leverage in Afghanistan against the Taliban, to what extent the US would be capable to hold Taliban accountable. Now, that leverage, according to some of the sources in the United States, they say that they can hold Taliban accountable through financial aid or military financial leverage that they may have, and also diplomatic pressure that US will try to exercise. Now, on the other hand, they will also try to support government of Afghanistan in terms of their partnership that they have. And that includes a substantial security and military assistance to the national security forces, maintenance of the embassy in Kabul, their diplomatic presence, and finally, economic and civilian assistance. That somehow that is also is going to be continued. What are the upcoming scenarios that I will stop here with? We know that there's no risk of imminent collapse. However, we understand that the level and scope of conflict will increase. There's a high chance that if Taliban do not agree for a political settlement, Afghanistan will have a longer 3 to 5 years intense conflict. But if Taliban show willingness and stay committed to a political settlement, there would be at the shorter phase, there would be a kind of peace when it comes to Taliban. However, that does not mean a sustainable peace because we understand that elements which are required for a sustainable peace is not fulfilled yet. And apart from Taliban, Afghanistan is fighting a network of international terrorist organizations which are coming from the other side of the border, from the southern border, from Pakistan, ISKP, and most of the Central Asian terrorists are also fighting in Afghanistan. Apart from the terrorist organization, there's also a robust network of international criminals, smugglers, which have been utilizing in Afghanistan. So I think Afghanistan has longer time to reach a sustainable peace. However, I'm not much optimistic at the moment because Taliban does not show any kind of indications and signs to adhere to their commitment. Istanbul conference was scheduled earlier in 24th April, almost 1 month ago, but so far there's no hope for the conference to be held even in near future. So I will stop here. I would be happy if there's any question. Thank you.
Okay, we can maybe close your presentation, your sharing. Dear Professor, you can close your sharing, your screen. Okay. I see. Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good. Dear Professor, thank you very much for your briefing. This is very comprehensive, but usable for us, for the audience. Actually, I have a question to ask you, but you can answer that question now or in the question and answer period after the presentation. When I listened to your presentation, I recognize that the reintegration of the Taliban into the Afghan military structure or the civilian structure are not easy. If the peace is achieved and then a peace agreement is signed and agreed, because at least in the last too many years, Afghan security forces and the bureaucracy, the civil servants in Afghanistan are trained by the Western institution, Western culture, and the Western system. Now that the training and the education is at the high level. I saw that part from your presentation, but the Taliban is maybe the self-train, just the self-train, not the Western the training or the education Western system, So that will, I think, create a difficulty in the reintegration process. And that reintegration process is very important for the stability of the peace and stability of the Afghanistan, of course. So that is my concern that now I recognize. You can answer that one or later.
Well, I can answer it now if you may. Taliban is not fighting for economic incentives or even political incentives in order to integrate them into the system. Earlier, since 2004, different schemes of policy were developed to reintegrate in the hope that we are able to integrate ranks and files of Taliban. For example, in 2004, there was a commission called Commission Tahkim al-Sulh, a strengthening of peace commission. That was funded by international community. The model was somehow shaped based on the earlier 1986 President Najibullah's national reconciliation policy. And it was estimated that by 2008, they reintegrated over 6,000 Taliban based on that scheme. Later on, when this was failed, that commission was failed, that they were not able to integrate substantial number of Taliban, and that did not change the scale of conflict on the grounds. Another policy was developed in the High Peace Council. And that policy was called Afghanistan Peace and Reintegration Program, APRP. That also invested lots of money. Lots of money was and resources were committed in that program also. However, finally, the analysis was that we should stop funding such kind of programs. The reason is very clear. Taliban are fighting for an ideological purpose. Any kind of economic or political incentive will not convince them to join the government. So the solution is a political settlement, of course, but that requires a political commitment from Taliban side and their leadership, as well as their backers, because we understand that they are proxy. To what extent we are able to convince their supporters, the ones who host, train, finance Taliban in the region. And there are ample of evidences. Yes, today and yesterday, I listened to some of the presentations, and unfortunately, so far, some of the presentations even did not have correct facts with them. For example, the term Northern Alliance. There's no Northern Alliance at the moment. There didn't exist earlier also. This was a term fabricated in Pakistan in order to label the groups who are fighting against Taliban, but there are no more. There's no more Northern Alliance. Or on the other hand, for example, considering Pashtuns as majority and the fight of Taliban was justified because the majority of Pashtuns were alienated. That's not the case. At the moment, you have a majoritarian populist government in Kabul, which is mainly controlled. The bureaucracy and also the political power in Kabul is mainly in the hand of Pashtuns. So what we need to do is, first of all, to see to what extent Taliban has the willingness for a political settlement, number one. Second, to what extent the ones who host them, the ones who finance the war on the Taliban side, they have the willingness to put an end to this conflict. And thirdly, the government in Kabul should be inclusive enough to end such kind of majoritarianism and majoritarian policies. That requires building a consensus internally to bring all the political forces together Of course, at the midst of war, you need a leadership. Political leadership is quite important. Political leadership which should unify the country, not to build, not to play politics, and instead of unifying the social stratification of society, but to divide them. Anyway, so my understanding is that reintegration so far since 2004, it didn't work. At least 2 policies were implemented. They both failed, and it will not work at the moment as well. We need to work regionally, nationally with the Taliban in order to convince them to end this war. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. I will not ask any question anymore to do any presentation or something, because I got a warning from the higher moderator that no question, okay, no question. And I will ask all the questions after the presentation, just the presentation now. That is the moderator role, you know. Okay, we will continue. Thank you very much, Professor Sadr. So we will continue with the presentation. Dear Professor Sertif Demir, my dear friend from the Ankara. I cannot see the Professor Demir. Sertif, you are here? Oh, good. Nice to see you. Nice to hear you. Okay. And Professor Demir also spent a lot of time in Afghanistan, and he is one of the experts in the Turkey for the old Afghanistan issue. You know, he will give us a very good idea and comments on how can peace be achieved in Afghanistan, challenges and prospects. So I need a favor, Sertif, as my friend, to you. Just 10 minutes, you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I also thank you for the organization of the conference, Professor Dr. Mehmet Sebet Erol. And also, I am starting to share my slide, please, in order to share. Okay. How can be peace achieved in Afghanistan? This is, I think, the topic for discussion. This is the presentation order. For sake of the time, I'm not going to discuss all of them. As you know, that the key question here, how peace can be achieved in Afghanistan. This is I think the analysis. As you can see that in February 2020, that there was a peace agreement between the Taliban and American side, not the Afghan government. This is important. As you know that it is a new stage, and America was exploring to bring the Taliban to the peace table starting since 2010. And key question is here, America understood that they cannot defeat the Taliban via military force or via through the wars, and search the way to integrate or reintegrate Taliban in Afghanistan administration. This is the issue here. According to another reason, as expressed by either the other authors, the economic burden of war is $1 billion, but some scholars claim that is sorry, not $1 trillion. It's wrong. I think I mistakenly wrote that $2 trillion, which justified making peace with the Taliban. And also, if you look at the second line, Taliban has achieved its strategic objectives through long very war strategy. Means that the war of attrition. They defeated the Americans' willingness to fight with Taliban. So another, I think, the factor is that the fact that Afghanistan cannot be occupied or governed by the power or foreign power for a long term has been proven once again. And I'm not going to discuss the issues, but the key issue for Taliban to come to what agreement point, as expressed by the other scholars, that the Daesh declared in 2015 to expand its sphere of influence in the Khorasan region, namely Pakistan and Afghanistan. So Taliban feared the expansion of another radical group in its sphere of influence. And Taliban also think that they can reach a freedom of action when foreign troops leave Afghanistan. This is I think, the human cost of Afghanistan, as Afghan civilians kills and almost 2,300 American soldiers killed, more than 2 million refugees. You can see that's the cost of war. So there are many concerns for peace deal, as peace might result in collapse of the central government and Taliban might regain full control of the country as occurred in 1996. This is the last map of the Taliban control as of the April 2021. And Taliban controls most of the part of the country. Take the Taliban control and combine the contested control area, you can see that the Taliban is controlling the most of the area. Also, Taliban controls the currently major highways. This is the issue now in the Afghanistan. Now I'm speaking that my key issue is here, the challenge of establishing peace in Afghanistan. There are a lot of, I think, the reason, but as summarized, failure of achieving a sustainable state structure and corrupted governments and state bureaucracy in this country. And also the lack of will to achieve the lasting peace among the warring parties. And also there is an immature of political stability for democratic culture. And again, that the lack of the respect and tolerance for diversities. I am not going to detail because of the time problem. So another challenge is the disagreement between Taliban and the President Ghani, how to share power, as and Taliban's unwillingness of accepting to establish a new government through general election. And another reason, intervention of neighboring countries in Afghanistan's domestic issue. And there is this slide expressed that the fragment structure of the Afghanistan. You can see that the social, religious, and the political structure in Afghanistan. And finally, the existence of warlords and their attitude to strong central government. This is the challenge again for the peace in Afghanistan. And another reason is the competition over the controlling illegal opium production and income. As you know that currently Afghanistan produces almost 90% of the current opium production. Finally, the threat of the Taliban to the rise of women and ethnic groups. As you can see that they are the major threat to the currently, I think some political and education right for women in Afghanistan, they are going to be a huge threat. As you can see that the Taliban strongly viewed all President Ghani and his government as a puppet of America, and the Taliban also was against to make peace deal with the Afghan government. And therefore, they are not obeying the ceasefire. I think that at the last ceasefire issued through the Afghan government and Taliban, and also Taliban exploiting the withdrawal of American forces to expand its power in other areas of country. I'm speaking now about the prospect of establishing peace in Afghanistan. From the big power perspective, I think that in first time in history, the great powers came to a point a sustainable peace is good for everybody. This results from the mostly economic and social reasons. And China and Russia are also opposed to extremism that might Taliban expand to their soils or to other neighboring countries. And we should not forget that the prevention of extremism is one of the three objectives of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And also China looks for stability in Afghanistan for One Belt, One Road initiative. And finally, Russia and China do not desire American forces at their backyards because America can pose a threat to their, I think, the national security. That's why they look for the peace in Afghanistan. So coming to the another issue, Pakistan has changed its attitude toward Afghanistan comparing to previous, I think, the behaviors. And it tends to be less interventions and desires stable Afghanistan. You can see Pakistan built a wall at the Durand lines to obstruct the border penetration. And also do not forget Pakistan pioneered and coordinated peace initiatives between the Afghan government and Taliban before the Doha Agreement. So we also heard that the transformation of Taliban and softening its radical thoughts, namely regarding women's right for education and working. Another issue that the Taliban wants to or gain to international legitimacy due to a peace agreement with the America. So still we have I think, although there is some lack of the democratic culture, there is still some progress at the democratic life in Afghanistan, as you can see, elections, school, etc. So this is my last slide. How can peace be achieved in Afghanistan? As I can say, the Afghanistan peace can be achieved only the Afghanistan's will. The peace depends on the Afghanistan, their own, I think, intention. And the Taliban must agree to share the administration power with all other ethnic sectarian elements and adopt a management philosophy that is free from the old religious radical elements. Otherwise, the country may again be in the hands of a regime like before 2001. It is clear that nobody would want this, and it is difficult to establish a peace, but it is more difficult to sustain it. Therefore, it is vital to establish a new peace by taking lessons from the past mistakes. I think it is my last slide. Thank you very much for listening to me. I think I finished at 10 minutes. I'm now stop the sharing.
Okay, dear professor, my dear friend, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, we will continue with the ambassador, dear ambassador, Ömer Samad from Afghanistan, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Dear ambassador.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Dear ambassador. Okay, your time now.
Good morning from Washington. Very early morning. I thank you and ANKASAM and colleagues for this timely initiative to organize this conference. Let me go straight into the issues. First, briefly address the larger context and current global trends. We are, in my humble opinion, on the threshold of another great game version 2, maybe. It's centered in and around Asia with Eurasian, Mid-Eastern, South Asian, East Asian, and African connectors. Of course, Europe, part of Eurasia. It pits East against West, but also involves North-South axes. It is no longer just geopolitical, military-centric, or security-centric. It is increasingly geoeconomic and uses overland and maritime, transcontinental trade and transit routes, financial assets and stock exchanges and foreign exchanges, and even the volatile world of cryptocurrencies to compete and outmaneuver rivals. So smaller and mid-sized markets and economies are no longer looking at basing rights and traditional foreign aid, but also at investment, direct investment, comparative advantage, and return on investment. The virtual world is a double-edged sword where cybersecurity connects to infrastructure, security, and data collection. And technological edging is the norm, but look, pandemics like Corona can rapidly reach global scales. It is in this broader context that a traditional counterterrorism or geopolitical case like the ongoing Afghan conflict, can act as a disruptor or a proxy battlefield or a facilitator. If resolved, if the Afghan case is resolved, it can also, in my opinion, enhance connectivity, as others have talked about, boost trade and investment, and exploit untapped resources in so many minerals that lay underground in Afghanistan, which means that it also has a geo-economic value. Several such conflicts still are ongoing in the Middle East, as we know, North and East Africa, in South Asia, and they fuel traditional geopolitical rivalries and great power influencing, but they also promote geo-economic footprinting. Now that the US is withdrawing and has decided to withdraw from its longest war in Afghanistan, there are three scenarios that are plausible. Number one, status quo of a stalemated conflict minus the US presence, but still dependent on funding and over-the-horizon assistance that has yet to be defined. Two, a vacuum that can give rise to a fragmented mix of civil and proxy warfare impacting the neighborhood, including Central Asia, but also Pakistan, Iran, Turkey, and even other countries where if a mass exodus of Afghans takes place, it will also impact them. And let's not also forget the unfortunate drug trade and the drug business that will go with it. And number three, a political settlement that aims for stability and enhances the chances for connectivity and investment across the region. So as the US disengages from a traditional direct role, different forces are stepping up efforts to push their favorite agendas. The least disruptive and best case scenario is to take advantage of a unique opportunity that aims for talks leading to a political settlement in a permanent ceasefire, inshallah. Let me address now the Afghan context, which is more complex because it has a lot of players and it has 43 years of history. When we talk about the Afghan crisis, we're actually talking about this festering wound that is 43 years old, has gone through various phases of pain and attempts at curing it. The Afghan wound has local, regional, and international dimensions. Different players and stakeholders have been involved at different stages with competing and conflicting agendas at play. Today, there's a unique, albeit challenging opportunity to heal this wound, end all external interventions, bring all belligerent Afghan sides to the table, and engage in an inclusive political dialogue, leading to a political settlement acceptable to the majority of Afghans. Before we address the prospects for such an outcome, and also the Central Asian flag, let me briefly frame the historical context that has brought us to this juncture, because I think that without a deeper understanding of that, we will not understand today, and we cannot shape tomorrow. A non-colonized country, Afghanistan, with a geography that has at different stages played a key and pivotal role in great power rivalries throughout most of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, and again, during the last chapter of the Cold War. Afghanistan has been the victim of geopolitical rivalries, but also its own geography. It also has been a victim of bad governance, weak leadership, proxy war tendencies, and unresolved historical and social political tensions that can at times become ethnicized. In the late 70s and throughout the 80s until 1992, the initial injury ended a period of more than 50 years of relative stability, modernization intervals, calibrated socioeconomic growth and development, and even a decade of democratic experimentation in the 1960s. Afghanistan must be one of the very few countries that has experienced extreme political upheaval in just 2 generations. It went from an absolute monarchy to a constitutional monarchy to an authoritarian republic to a Marxist-Leninist imposed order, from an Islamic regime to an ultra-Orthodox Taliban-style Islamist regime, and then back to what we think is a moderate constitutional Republican system, all within a short 50-year span. No country or society can easily absorb such shocks and remain normal or conventional. So today's Afghanistan, still at war, is a highly unconventional nation state that is still trying to figure out how to deal with its troubled history and define a state structure and political order that is embraced by the majority of its inhabitants. Another unique characteristic is the fact that 3 superpowers got directly entangled in Afghanistan in the past 2 centuries, and all 3 were unable to exert enough control or pressure to either subjugate, dominate, or partner with the country, despite exorbitant military and financial expenditures. The US example in the past 20 years of over $2 trillion of expenditure is a prime example. No need to go into the details because we all know that Great Britain, from the early 1800s to the early 1900s, the Soviet Union between 1978 to 1989, and in some cases 92, and the US from 2001 till today, all have had the unique set of experiences driven by a mix of well-meaning or self-serving, defensive or offensive, short-sighted or misled strategies, and conflicting interests. And as a result, Afghan ownership and sovereignty weakened over time as Afghans are caught in a web of domestic discord and proxy influencing. So this state of affairs has impacted all neighbors as well, including our Central Asian friends, who not only fear the rise of ideological and militant groups, but also the threats posed by terrorism in different shapes and forms, and the narco business, and the fear of an Afghan popular exodus. As such, both Russia and China, as well as Pakistan, Iran, Turkey, feel the pressures and fear the consequences of a prolonged conflict. And at this stage, I believe that many external stakeholders have reached a consensus now that Afghan stability and an end to conflict is the best alternative given their own security and economic priorities. The same can be said of the Afghan people living on both sides of the divide between the government and the Taliban. Overwhelmingly, Afghans are in favor of cessation of hostilities in a negotiated political end state. The cooperation and coordination that exists with the so-called Troika, the US, Russia, and China grouping on Afghanistan, is a strong indicator that it is better to avoid the Afghan quagmire. And with few exceptions, the majority view is to heal the wound and pursue a political end to war through negotiations, as hard as they may look and as hard as they will be. It is, of course, easier said than done, as we face 3 challenges immediately: vested war and war economy interests, 2, regional and internal spoilers, and 3, dissatisfied and hardened terror groups and cells who strive and continue armed engagement. So the recent US-NATO decision to disengage from direct military presence by September of 2021, in last year's US-Taliban agreement, and the growing consensus for a settlement, I think have paved the way for intra-Afghan talks in Qatar, several gatherings in Moscow that have taken place, and a possible conference under UN auspices hosted in Turkey in the near future. That is still being worked on. The obstacles and technicalities having to do more right now with issues such as prisoner releases, the UN delisting of Taliban leaders from a blacklist, and a pledge, especially from the Taliban, to reduce violence, leading to a ceasefire at some point, are all being addressed right now by diplomats and others and politicians as we speak, in order to move the process towards a transition phase that can restart talks and also a possible power sharing arrangement that works within the Afghan political environment. At the end, my friends, I will add that we are at a defining moment. We need confidence building measures to make sure that the Afghan sovereignty that has weakened is strengthened again. Self-determination by Afghans through any mechanism, democratic mechanisms in the future, hopefully, is assured, and that the fundamental rights of all Afghans, men and women, are guaranteed and respected by all sides as we move toward an inclusive and representative order in a country that can partner in the fight against terrorism and promote connectivity, economic growth, and regional integration at the same time. And so to reach this level of cooperation and process, all stakeholders, Afghan and external, need to continue to engage positively and focus on playing a constructive role down the road as we move forward. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the questions.
Dear Ambassador, thank you very much for your presentation. You will get the question, I think, at the end, the question and answer period. So thank you very, very much again. Now, the dear Professor Huma Bakai from the Pakistan to talk about the Asian geopolitics, new call or paradox. Dear Professor.
Thank you so much. This has been a very, very interesting session. All along, I've listened to all the speakers. And what has made my life very easy is the speech by Ambassador Excellency Mr. Oman Samad, because he talks about the great game and how Afghanistan is in the midst of it. And because my presentation was to fall yesterday, it may be a little out of sync of the presentations made today, but it does incorporate the larger great game that is perhaps unfolding in this part of the world. So I talk about the Asian geopolitics and the new Cold War paradox. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia is home to 8 of the world's 10 largest militaries. It contains 4 dangerous flashpoints. It's the Taiwan Strait, the Korean Peninsula, Kashmir, and of course, Pakistan and Afghanistan. And Pakistan is at the center of the Kashmir issue and also the Afghanistan issue. Asia's geopolitical security agenda includes a volatile mixture of extremism, transnational threats, and weaker and smaller states that are increasingly asked to play much larger roles. What has changed in recent years is the rise of China and the growing multipolarity of Asia as a whole and its challenge to US supremacy. Asia is also increasingly a laboratory for cross-cutting themes. The old security agenda of modern realist geopolitics, interstate rivalry, and the new security agenda of postmodern globalized security, or the so-called new Cold War. A lot of commentators are of the view that COVID-19 has given it the requisite tailwind. The not so new world order is the new world disorder, because we have not even been able to name it. It's been post-Cold War, it's been post Soviet disintegration, it has been post-Afghan jihad, and so on and so forth. We've not been able to actually title it. United States hegemony, which all of us have come to accept and live with, is also perhaps just 75 years old and stands seriously challenged by China today. The rising competition between US and China will be the most obvious and notable episode of the post-COVID-19 period. And it is also impacting the situation in Pakistan and in Afghanistan. In all the conferences that I've attended this year, a recurring theme or a recurring narrative that comes out of the United States is that both Pakistan and Afghanistan do not figure as prominently on the American radar as they used to. They think the whole concept of war on terror or terrorism being a threat is over. And they now need to concentrate on what they think is the new emerging order, new emerging world order, or the challenge that is being posed to them by perhaps China and even Russia. So from the form of political order already existed in the Western world for several centuries. Woodrow Wilson, with his 14 points, may be referred as the blueprint for the new world order, hoping that it would finally become possible to create a system for maintaining international peace and security. Fast forward 1991, President Bush once again talked about new world order post the Persian Gulf War. There are three powerful shifts that we can see in the modern political system. From state to human security, from greed-driven capitalism to conscience capitalism, and from a US Euro-centric global politics to Asia-centric order. And to this, add the mix of what we call the 21st century regionalism, which is very different from the regionalism that we've experienced so far. The 21st century regionalism is experiencing a paradigm shift from strategic alliances to regional integration and economic cooperation among states around the world. The Chinese initiative, the BRI, may be called the precursor to it. Contemporary times have witnessed a rediscovery of regions as an important source of competitive advantage in a globalizing political economy. Two elements that stand out are spatial clustering and, of course, specialization. The 21st century regionalism is driven by multiple sets of political economic forces where the spatial cluster and specialization thrust initiated by China is far-reaching. It is being adopted by Eurasia and Africa and has both intra and intra-regional dimensions. The conceptual model is replicated in initiatives like the International North-South Transport Corridor, which connects India, Iran, Afghanistan, Russia, Central Asia, and Europe. Alternatives are almost always a positive development. However, for now, it seems coalitions are emerging based on the old concept that enemy's enemy is my friend. The paradigm shifts that we talk about are on the screen, and I'm not going to repeat them. So I'm going to just go on to the changing geopolitical environment, which will perhaps also impact the outcome of how Pakistan behaves in the region, what is the outcome of the peace process in Afghanistan, so on and so forth, and have the stakeholders for the peace in Afghanistan have also changed. Perhaps the disinterest of America would be replaced by the keen interest of China and Russia. China's rise as the second largest economy in the world, Russia's return to South Asia, and the Chinese-Russian nexus are themes that we will be discussing in the future. United States' desire to rebalance Asia, specifically CEMECA, US views China, and I'm quoting this, as an encroacher of the Western security architecture and Russia as a meddler. Pakistan remains a pivot state and is emerging as a zipper state between Asia and Europe. There are a lot of developments inside Pakistan that are also propelling this change. The new Cold War, and why I think it may emerge, is because of the phenomenal rise of China. In 1990s, China was just 6% of what the American economy was. By 2000, the percentage rose to 12%, by 2008 to 30%, and by 2011 to a surprising 50%. All predictions say that despite COVID, it may surpass US economy in 2030. The trend will continue growing in favor of Asia, and by 2020, it was projected to overtake the combined economic power of Europe and North America. By 2025, 2/3 of the world's population will live in Asia, whereas the US and the European Union would account only for 5% and 7% respectively. The US desire to rebalance Asia is not about a foothold in Afghanistan or South Asia. It is more about countering China and Russia. The Obama administration first announced that they would expand and intensify the US role in Asia-Pacific region because the center of gravity for US foreign policy, national security, and economic interest is shifting towards Asia. A continuity of Obama's US pivot or Trump's free and open Indo-Pacific. The US-India Defense Partnership enables India to acquire US-made long-range patrol aircrafts and drones, maritime helicopters, so on and so forth. The new Cold War, China sees economic and military opportunities in areas of strategic neglect by Washington and has actively sought to explore those opportunities over the past 2 decades. China's geostrategically sees Asia-Pacific and the Indian Ocean as a part of its maritime Silk Road and trade infrastructure corridor linking coastal China to other Asian states. I think all of these developments are going to have a huge impact on how the larger game or the new great game is played out. Smaller Southeast Asian states live under the shadow of Sino-US competition and do not want to make indecisive decisions to overtly pick sides. Middle powers like Australia and Japan also do not want the Indo-Pacific to be defined by US-China rivalry. And of course, then we come to the more important debate of America receding. The heavy cost of war, focus on short-term interest rather than cooperation with other countries, imposing protectionist trade barriers against other countries, requiring other countries to pay more for their collective defense, the whole debate on who's going to pay for the forces in Afghanistan, and the calendar-based rather than condition-based withdrawal from Afghanistan, if I may say so. Failure of the US in addressing health issues in 2020 on its own land, and Biden administration will be occupied despite the tall claims with damage control, course correction, and image building. This consistent rising of China, zero involvement in active prolonged conflicts, but has built up its military potential, has a global focus, geoeconomic comes first, China coming forward with financial assistance. So the debt diplomacy changing to mass diplomacy and vaccine diplomacy and the foreign direct investment that Ambassador just spoke about. China's pragmatic debt diplomacy also, and China emerging from being a survivor as a savior of the world. The whole debate of the Quad as a counterforce and the Himalayan Quad emerging as a factor, and the states that will be there in the Himalayan Quad. So what are they looking at? The Sino-Russian strategic cooperation rapidly expanded before the Quad summit. Moscow and Beijing have responded to this renewed momentum among the Indo-Pacific maritime democracies with joint military exercises, diplomacy, ties with Iran, and towards North Korea and the Myanmar Junta. We in Pakistan like to think that we still have what we call the golden chair. And that is why we continue to be cultivated. Pakistan plays a pivotal role in Asia Pacific and the rising Indian Ocean rim, as CPEC is one of the most important elements of the Belt and Road. It provides a direct land bridge from China to the Arabian Sea and allows trade access to support economic development in China's restive West. Being one of the major trade corridors, Pakistan is in the unique position of playing a positive role in the complex geostrategic and economic conflict matrix of the region, linking the maritime and continental components of the Belt and Road Initiative, thus becoming a bridge perhaps between US and China, and more importantly now also between perhaps Riyadh and Tehran. Of course, post-COVID-19 politics has also had an impact, and a lot of people thought that China has won this global leadership round, but many also think now that US is back in the game. It's yet to be seen who emerges as the winner. However, China has mapped itself as a state that can bail out smaller and bigger states. China would outcompete the US in Asia Pacific, Indian Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean in the next 2 decades due to its strong military and economic presence. Beijing and Washington at best should be cooperating and at worst competing. Because of the unfolding paradigms, acute confrontation is perhaps not an option. Factors that cannot be ignored and will continue to impact the situation, not just in South Asia and not just what is the outcome of Afghanistan, but the overall geo-economic paradigm and geopolitical paradigms of the world, is the rising affection between Russia, China, and Iran. The Himalayan Quad and the Quad, the Himalayan Quad, of course, includes China, Nepal, Pakistan, Afghanistan, as a counterweight to the Quad. Yet to be seen how it plays out. And of course, what we call the US-Swiss movement or not, the rationale of post-pandemic politics. Has it given China the tailwind to emerge as a global leader, or will US, with this resilience, clout, control, come back into the game? 21st century regionalism will remain a reality of how we view, visit, interact, correlate, respond to interactions between regions. And of course, I think a defining theme of the Great Game would be a crisscross of geopolitics and geoeconomics. And also how the new Cold War is not about an ideological confrontation or an ideological divide between the countries. It is going to play out around themes of efficiency, governance, delivery, and bailouts. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for your comprehensive and good briefing, informative briefing. Now, thank you very much again. We will continue with our dear colleague, General Mohammad Sabri Salim from the Pakistan.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Dear General, in my country, in Turkey, I mean, the general will never retire, you know, as our president said. You know, the general is the general, not the retired general. You know? Okay, so that is the reason you are the general, you know, not the retired general.
I am happy to know that me and you will share this title.
Okay, okay, that's it. Time is yours. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Assalamu alaikum and good evening from Pakistan. Right at the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to General Otte Bengol, to Professor Bahmat, Dr. Wani, and the organization of ANKASAM for this wonderful initiative. I may look a bit out of place as far as my subject that I'm going to speak about is concerned, because I was supposed to speak yesterday, but it was due to my slumber that I missed the day. And thanks to Professor Mahmood that he retrieved me out of my slumber and given me an opportunity to speak today. I would like to say one thing, that I have been ex-Director General of Institute of Strategic Studies, Research and Analysis of National Defense University. Currently, I'm not the Director General. I left that job in 2019. I'm pursuing a PhD in Strategic Security Management of CPAC. And from that account, I'm going to speak about prospects of CPAC towards peace and stability in South Asia. Thanks to Professor Ambassador, I would say Ambassador Omar Samad and Dr. Bakai for wonderful talk on the subjects, and they have also touched upon certain areas that I'm going to talk about. Right at the outset, I would say that South Asia, the region that we come from, has been an unfortunate region. And I say that on two accounts. Firstly, for over 3,000 years, South Asia has served as a conduit in terms of mercantilist significance for the developed neighboring oceans, that is Pacific and Atlantic. But South Asia has not grown through this process, and it has lagged behind. Secondly, why I call it unfortunate that there has been repeated play of geopolitics. And coupled with that, due to intra-region conflicts, the South Asia has turned out to be the least integrated, most impoverished, and conflict-prone region. We all know what has happened with South Asia in 20th century, 19th century. And as far as impoverished dimension is concerned, over 500 million people are under poverty line in South Asia. The number is greater than sub-Saharan Africa. Now, in this environment, the region has lagged behind. The people of South Asia have not been benefited. And I will like to talk about certain factors which have led to this situation. Because in my view, unless I discuss the state of integration and conflict in South Asia, I will not be able to highlight the possible prospects of CPEC, that is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, towards bringing stability and peace in South Asia. First, I would like to talk about the structure of this region. The region is so structured that there's a giant in the middle with box seat position, that is India, and it is surrounded by very, very small states. The giant, which is in the middle, has been very overbearing, condescending, and boorish towards its neighbors. And these are not my words. These are words of ex-ambassador of India, that is Rajeev Shikri. So for that reason, the region has suffered from what we call as Cotilian dictum. The smaller states neighboring a huge and disproportionately large state looking for alliances with other countries and outside powers. We know that the SAARC, which was a regional organization, has become a lame duck. It hasn't been able to produce the desired results as far as integration in South Asia was concerned. Now, those of you who are familiar with the geography of South Asia would understand that in the north, there is a strategic barrier in form of Himalayan mountain ranges and other ranges, which inhibit movement from north to south. Besides that, there are certain man-made barriers. India forms a barrier for Pakistan's access to Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal. Pakistan forms a barrier for India's access to Afghanistan and Iran. And unfortunately, due to prolonged conflict and instability in Afghanistan, Afghanistan forms a barrier for Pakistan's access to Central Asian republics, although these things are now improving. Now, this layout of the region, as well as the structure of the region, clearly identifies how badly this region is disintegrated and it is compartmentalized. Now, if you talk of an old historian, an Admiral Alfred Mahan, he talked of the strategic significance of the Indian Ocean, as well as a new or modern historian, that is Admiral Stavridis. He has also spoken of the importance of Indian Ocean region. And I would like to quote Robert D. Kaplan, who has termed Indian Ocean to be the central stage of rivalry for 21st century. And Dr. Bakai has also mentioned about it. Ambassador Omar Samad has also mentioned about it. The new great game, which is likely to be played in this region, between China and the US and how the people of this region should be concerned about it. As far as rivalry in South Asia is concerned, one, that there is a new great game going on between the US and China, which has the chances of taking an ugly turn. And we talk of the internal or regional dynamics. We might have heard about string of pearls and necklace of diamonds, two opposing strategies being played out in this ocean by India and China. Because of these two opposing strategies, there are something like 13 ports of various countries which are being developed by China, and there are almost 9 ports which are being developed by India. Now, that kind of tussle and rivalry is already going on in this region, and it should be genuinely a concern for the people of this region as well as the world, that once again, this region does not fall prey to the 21st century geopolitics. Now, having talked of that, the past, I will now like to briefly cover how CPEC can contribute towards peace and stability in this region. CPEC is being termed, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is being termed as Marshall Plan for South Asia. We all know what kind of role was played by the Marshall Plan in Europe, and which helped to redevelop, and reintegrate the war-ravaged region of Europe. South Asia, which I've already covered, that due to repeated play of geopolitics, also stands conflict-ravaged. And I was reading one author who said that if you take up any conflict in the region, that is South Asia, there may be one antagonist which may be different, but you will find the second antagonist in all the conflicts has been India. So that is because of the problem that the bigger brother has had with the smaller states in the region. Now, South Asia serves as a prospective China-Pakistan Economic Corridor serves as the prospective Marshall Plan for South Asia, which I've already said that it is war-ravaged, it is disintegrated, it is impoverished, and it is conflict-prone. South Asia has been India-centric for quite some time, and now it is transiting towards China-centricity. Although China does not lie in South Asia, but because of China's future ambitions, global ambitions that we talk of BRI as well as CPEC, this region has a tremendous importance for China's ambitions. So China is coming a big way, and South Asia is transiting from Indian centricity to Chinese centricity. We have already seen the play out of Indian centricity, and we have seen that it has brought us nothing but conflict in the region. We are very hopeful that the prospects which are being brought in by Chinese centricity, that is of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and other kind of integration that we are foreseeing, we hope that this region has been presented with an opportunity of growth and development, which I would say that the people of the region are badly craving for that. There is also talk of Greater South Asia, which includes much greater regions, including, I would say, Central Asian republics as well as Turkey, which is now being put clubbed together in the terms of Greater South Asia. Pakistan formed the pivot state for the 21st century, and it was our founding father, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who had then predicted that the Pakistan will be the pivot state of the globe. And it is now that it is turning out to be the pivot state. So I would say once again that the conflict-prone and war-ravaged region of South Asia is being presented with an opportunity of development and growth. We all know that Iran, Afghanistan, Central Asian republics, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka are already forming part of the greater initiative of Belt and Road, and some countries like Iran and Afghanistan will also play some role as far as the China-Pakistan economic corridor is concerned. So in this whole matrix, only country which I would say that it is standing on the other side of the fence and is not aligned towards the future prospects of growth and development is India. And I would say that India, being a very important country of the region, should play a positive role for the greater benefit of the people of this region, and should, to the max, join hands in China-Pakistan economic corridor, and towards the minimum, I would say that should not contest this initiative, which is for the betterment of the people of this region. I hope so that the sense prevails in this region, and the leaders, they do realize that the region has been left behind because of prolonged conflict, because of external and internal factors, and we focus on peace, growth, development, and integration, which is need of the hour and which is required by the people of this region. So in the end, I would like to thank you, and I'm there available for any kind of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear colleague, dear General, for your presentation. Thank you very much for this. So we will continue, I think, with the question and the answer period, because we complete actually one panelist is planned to attend from the Uzbekistan, but I think he is not here. So we will continue with the question and the answer period. Do we have enough time for this? I need an answer from
Mr.
higher authority.
We do have time. We could extend the session for another 10, even 15 minutes.
Oh, good.
We have time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thanks. Good. So, okay.
May I answer your question for the chair regarding the Taliban's worldview and
yes, dear professor. Yes, that was the question.
Yes, thank
and also, yes, you can continue, but we will get more questions, I think, from the audience and also from maybe from the panelists' additional comment. Please keep your answer, the short, if possible. Dear Professor, your time.
Okay, so quite rightly mentioned by His Excellency the Ambassador that there are three dimensions to this Afghan embargo. That is the global, the regional, and Afghan local. The Afghan local divisions on ethnic and political basis, that is the real problem. And when we talk that the inclusion of Taliban in the political setup would resolve the issue to a greater extent, because if you would have observed that Taliban have visited the regional capitals, Tehran, Beijing, Moscow, Islamabad, so certainly they would have given assurances that their agenda is national, not transnational. And similarly, Taliban will have to transform their military movement into a political force and political movement with a manifesto attractive to, including all the genders. So definitely with such a manifesto, they will be able to have success in future elections because according to one more, Taliban are not averse, for example, to an interim setup, which will be followed by elections. So to participate in elections, one have the Afghan nationals. That is the only way forward for the Taliban. And further stated that and have support any setup comes into being in Afghanistan through the development of the transportation and communication in Afghanistan. That is only way mean the regional state, particularly the neighbor, have to counter the agenda of the spoilers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment, for your answer. So we will continue, we can continue with the question and comment from the audience. Is there any additional question, any comment, anything? I think I cannot see any question so far. I think we will see more, but I can ask a question maybe and make a comment. Or I mean that the cost of the Afghanistan campaign to the United States, we hear sometimes that cost is $1 trillion or more, $2 trillion or the $3. I heard in the presentation that that is almost $1 trillion, the cost to the United States. I am not the expert on calculating the cost, but that cost is too much, because the United States, I mean, they included the salaries of its soldiers and the officer and the all other O&M costs, if those people would be in the United States, I mean, they would get the salary again. So that is not the direct cost to the Afghanistan. So I think that cost should be refined, not the $1 trillion. I don't believe that that is the $1 trillion cost. Sometimes in Turkey, for example, it is discussed that the cost of the PKK on terrorism and the campaign, the Turkish Armed Forces campaign, is $400 billion or something, but it is not right, because some costs are already costs with the campaign and without the campaign. But of course, some costs are the additional. Do you have any comment on?
I would just like to, please, Ambassador, please go ahead. I'll go after you.
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
No. Go ahead, Dr. Bokai. I will follow you after you.
Thank you. Well, I am not an expert on this either, but because I work extensively for the media, I see this a part of building the narrative and cultivating public opinion to justify the exit. And that is what US had been trying to do for a while. It was since the Obama times that they were talking about exit without a victory. And to justify that, numbers and money just sounds very good on American ears. And I think that's one of the reasons they are trying to build this narrative, and also how to pitch it to NATO forces not to continue to support military expeditions, and saying that this is how much our US has spent. And very few people go into these details, the ones that you just pointed out. So that's just my very candid intake on it. Thank you, Mr. Akre.
Yes, I like your answer, your comment. Yeah, that is just a justification. I mean, part of the justification process, for the withdrawal or something. Yes, I can agree on that one, But when I saw you now, another question came to my mind, In your presentation, you used several times balancing of the China. I mean, yes, you are right. Obama, for example, stated that the United States balance or rebalance the Asia or the China, and then the Trump, and then the Biden. I read the Biden, the interim, the guidelines for the doctrine. So that is the same, the rebalance or rebalancing the Asia, So far, what the United States did for balancing in the Asia, I didn't see anything for the rebalancing or rebalancing,
I would like Professor Shabir or the ambassador respond to this, but I have just one quick response to that. I think that the whole paradigm of rebalance is again a part of the narrative warfare, for one. And two, the rebalance is the obvious cultivation of New Delhi by Washington as a counterweight to China. At least that is the perception here in Pakistan. And now we see obvious manifestations of it in Balochistan, in Afghanistan, and also when we talk about maritime security. So I may be responding with the security paradigm that exists here in Pakistan, but that is the thinking.
If I may add to the previous question on the cost, one very good source for cost analysis is SIGAR, the American congressionally mandated Inspector General, who has looked into how much money the United States has spent in the war since 9/11. So there are different ways of looking at expenditure. There are figures that go up to even beyond $2 trillion that have to do with the post 9/11 war on terror. If you look at it in the context of the war on terror, it even goes beyond that. If you look at it in the context of the war, the overall expenditures of the United States in the war in and around Afghanistan, and that includes expenditures towards Pakistan, Central Asia, and others, the figures are closer to $2 trillion, and most of that is associated to military expenditure and the exorbitant cost that the United States has endured in terms of its own military operations and everything that has to do with the military. The Pentagon alone has spent close to $900 billion in the Afghan war. The cost of the United States towards Afghan reconstruction, development, state building, institution building, capacity building, all of that amounts to around $160 billion, more or less, over the last 20 years. So you can see the scale. It is a scale beyond imagination, beyond anything that we saw in the Marshall Plan post-World War II. And look at the results. So the big question for people like me, who were there on the ground in December 2001, trying to rebuild a shattered country and trying to give hope again to the Afghan people and trying to stabilize the country and trying to make sure that there is no more threat from terrorism, is that after all this cost, and we are not talking about the human cost that our friend Mr. Sadr discussed earlier, the human cost, both on the Afghan side as well as the others, but just the financial cost has been astronomical. And so there has to be, somebody has to answer the question, what did we get for this at the end of the day? What did Afghanistan get from this? What did the region get from this? And what did the United States get from this? And so my question to Afghan leaders has been, these Afghan leaders that have been imposed on the Afghan people through a quasi-democratic system that hasn't worked very well, and we need to fix that at some point, really didn't do much in terms, and this is an Afghan speaking, to do what they were supposed to do for Afghanistan and for the donors and the contributors. They failed all of us. But it's not just them. Obviously, the terrorists failed all of us. The spoilers failed all of us. Those who exacerbated the situation instead of calming the situation failed all of us. So it became a battlefield again of some sorts. Eventually, the Americans realized that the war cannot be won. And if it were to be won, it would be at much higher cost. And so the only option left is the political track. And I think this is what one of the biggest lessons of the last 20 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I think time is okay now. So we completed the time. So thank you very much, dear panelists, for your attendance from the different countries, from the Pakistan, from the United States, from the Afghanistan, from the somewhere else, all the audience. I wish you the happy and the healthy day, especially in this pandemic condition. I hope that we can meet somewhere else in the future to discuss similar or more topic. So thank you very much again. So
thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Nice
okay. I am closing that session,
Thank you, General Oktay Bingöl, for moderating this session. And we once again thank all the panelists who once again gave valuable insights and shared their knowledge with us. We are grateful for them. And without further ado, we now move to the third session of the day, which will be moderated by Dr. Bahtiyar Kalembekova. Doctor, you have the floor. This session is yours. Doctor, your microphone is closed. Could you open it? It's muted. If you're here, could you unplug and plug the microphone again, since we are not getting your sound, your voice? I think the microphone in your PC has an issue. Could you mute that and open it from the phone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can, yes.
Thank you so much indeed. Let me open our section with words of gratitude to the organizing committee of this conference, headed by the president of ANKASAM, Professor Mehmet Zefet Narwal. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in the discussion of various aspects of geopolitics of Asia, which was destined to redeclare itself to the whole world, albeit in such difficult times for all humanity. Yesterday and today, our distinguished speakers shared their opinions, assessments, and results of special studies. This allowed many of us, including myself, to be closer to realizing and understanding the potential, the structure, and external manifestations of Asia's rising geopolitics. Special thanks to all the panelists and the ANKASAM team for creating such a platform that made it possible for Asia to truly speak. Please accept my sincerest congratulations on being the first in such an important and irresponsible cause. The role and the significance of Central Asia in the towering geopolitics of Asia was discussed in detail in the previous sections. As participants from this region, we really appreciate you all for your interest and valuable views. In our section, in the next couple of hours, presentations of 7 colleagues from Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Georgia, Turkey, and even Argentina will be heard. They are dedicated to the number of topical aspects of security and the search for ways of cooperation in Central Asia. According to the regulations, each panelist has 15 minutes to present his or her report. There is also no question and answers part of session. Now allow me to go to the first speaker of our section, Associated Professor Ariel Gonzalez Levage. Please, do you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Kalamekova.
The floor is yours.
Okay.
And may I do a couple of words about our first speaker? He's an associate professor at the International Relations and Political Science Department of the Social Sciences faculty at the Pontifical Catholic University of Argentina, executive secretary of the Center for International Affairs, senior researcher at the Center for Research in Strategic Studies of the Argentine Navy. He held a PhD in International Relations and Political Science from Koç University, which is in Turkey. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Doctor, for the introduction. I am very pleased to talk in this relevant conference on the rise of Asian geopolitics and terrorism at the threshold. For me, something not usual to talk about an issue that is located in my region, but can be a certain model or certain kind of inspiration for other regions. So I'm very glad that the organizer was interested about my topic, and I hope you find it interesting. So my topic especially is about the three-border area regional security cooperation and what are the best practices that we can drag out of that for Central Asia. So basically, if we need to talk about the three-border or what we call the triple frontier, we need to understand that these are very narrow geographical location that is located in the South Brazil, the north of Argentina, and the east of Paraguay, in which there are three cities, a couple of major cities. In Paraguay, Ciudad del Este; in Brazil, Foz do Iguaçu; and in Argentina, a smaller one called Puerto Iguaçu, that are very interconnected from a regional, from a geographical point of view. But at the same time, there are a lot of commercial and economic movements. In some statistics from the 90s, this region was among the 5 clusters that move more money in the world. Now it's decreasing its relevance, but this is a place that have a lot of relevance, economic relevance, especially for regional economy. So if you watch in some moment a film from Netflix called Triple Frontier, well, this is strong. This is not our triple frontier. This is Peru, Brazil, and Colombia triple frontier. But when we are talking about the triple frontier in the southern corner, this is relevant because this is a place where there are a lot of concerns about security related to terrorism and to organized crime. So if we read some of the WikiLeaks from the US State Department, in one of them, they said, the triple border area remains a concern for US and Brazilian officials, primarily for the potential that terrorism may exploit the favorable conditions there. Lax border control, smuggling, drug trafficking, easy access to false documents and weapons, etc., to raise funds or arrange logistics for operations. While there are some individuals suspected to have links to Hezbollah and Hamas, there is little evidence this group have an operational terrorist presence in the region. So, if the State Department in a private documentation say that, why still people are very interested to tackle terrorism and related issues in that area? Well, basically because there was a couple of terrorist attacks in Argentina in the 90s, 1992, 1994, that push regional actors to engage in regional cooperation, to try to figure out what is going on in that region, because after some judicial investigation, there was certain clues that a couple of movements were financial and operational, were based in the three border areas, especially in the Paraguayan and Brazilian areas. So after these bombs, regional actors, and additionally the pressure of the United States that have a particular interest in that region, start move a process of regional institutionalization regarding how to assess or how to respond to terrorism like challenges there. So in that regard, and from like almost 25 years of experience, we have three major like frameworks of cooperation. The first one is a formal agreement within the Mercosur. Mercosur is the regional cooperation, like regional integration initiative. Is like the European Union, but in the Southern Cone. And within this regional integration framework, the countries sign an agreement on regional security, in which they develop a common information interchange framework called SISME. It's very similar, what's similar to an European one. After that, in mid-1990s, they built something that nowadays is quite relevant, that is the tripartite command, in which officials, especially policial and immigration, like offices from each country, Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, meet every year, and like more than once in a year, to interchange information, to develop trust building, to coordinate some operations, or to inform about operations on one side. So this command, this is the core nowadays of operational cooperation within the regional frame. Additionally, and after the September 11 and the pressures of United States officials, of course, Washington wants to have some like ace on the ground, and the way how the countries of the region find not to have a permanent presence of the US, but at the same time not to raise some suspicions about the unwillingness to cooperate in that regard, was the development of the group 3+1 in 2003. That is basically an annual meeting where officials of these 3 countries plus US like meet about and discuss about these terrorism matters related issues, in addition to interchange some information. So after that, there was the creation of a regional center of intelligence based in Brazil, but this is basically managed by the regional actors, so they have no direct involvement of the US. So there is good cooperation with US, but the US is a kind of external actor. So in that regard, the cooperation has been very, very positive. In these years, there wasn't like terrorism incidents, or at least of the terrorism that is suspected in the triple border. And this is something very interesting. In the last years, there has been a lot of advancement towards like trying to clean illicit financial networks related to like terrorism, or like some groups that are considered terrorism, especially in Europe and the United States, especially I'm talking about Hezbollah. So in that regard, every year there has been like some like detentions, some like operations against money laundering, against like illegal financial movements, like and also regarding like weapons, like fight against weapons smuggling. So this is for this cooperation in the triple border is a force of stability in the regions, because if the regional countries decide not to engage in this cooperation, they will suffer more and more pressure from the United States. So this is something different that had been resolved within the region. And when the pressures came stronger, they invite the United States, but with some limits. Especially have been a very good role regarding the position of the Brazil and Argentina have more words to say, more weight in terms of regional decision. So if I have to point out or highlight what are the main tenets of the triple border cooperation among regional countries, and how can be kind of exported or learned from abroad, from Central Asia, I have mainly three elements. The first one, that this kind of anti or counter-terrorism cooperation foster regional institutionalization. So thus strengthen the domestic and international autonomy of the regional actors. So in that regard, if the countries decide not to cooperate on this issue, not only is it a security threat, because if you don't cooperate with your neighbor, there will be some blind spots in your analysis. So if you cooperate, not only you have more access to information, but in addition, you like avoid additional pressures from regional actors. In our region, of course, the United States have the upper hand, but in other regions, for example, in Central Asia, of course, Russia have a lot of influence, and China too. So the second element is that allows to tackle concrete problems. So this kind of initiative in which officials have like permanent meetings, like bilateral or trilateral, has a preventive role on fighting on terrorism. but also have an active role on terrorism-related activities. So because, of course, terrorism as an activity is something that is very, very like difficult to assess, especially when it's the process of the operation organization. But we can like have like step forwards if we tackle the financial and the weapons like access of these organizations. This is something that's, of course, the international government have very, very clear. Third, it allows to channelize pressures from regional great powers. So in that regard, this kind of regional cooperations help us to decide on security issues on our own agenda. So in that regard, this is very relevant for regional sovereignty. This is something very relevant for South American countries that really we don't want excessive engagement in our affairs. And this is something that, of course, countries don't want. So regional cooperation can be a way to avoid this kind of pressures. So the triple border in South America is a gray zone, very sensible one. This is a priority for the agenda of U.S. State Department and the Pentagon and Homeland Security. But at the end, the regions, the countries of the region, they tackle and they decide a cooperation framework that is very successful. Despite some, of course, like elements that are beyond our my talk, but at the end, it helps to strengthen regional cooperation. So, Dr. Kalambekova, this is I'm very thanks for the time, and I give the word to you. Thank you.
Dr. Kalembeko, we can't hear you. I think the same issue. You are having the same issue. And no, we can't hear you at the moment. We can't hear you still. I think there is an issue with the microphone jack. Could you try to join with your phone? Well, let's wait a couple of minutes till we can find a solution. No, we can't hear you. Your mic is muted, by the way. Can you turn on your mic? No, we can't hear you. There seems to be a problem with your microphone because by getting... Dr. Kalembekova, could you try to log out from your computer and join with your telephone because we are losing precious time. Seems that your computer is not working.
I'm so sorry about technicalities.
Now your phone is okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it will be better that if you switch on just the microphone from your phone and the camera from the computer. That way it could work.
Okay. I'm very sorry to apologize me. Mr. Professor, I would like to thank you for your informative and comprehensive presentation and your thoughts and your suggestion. For our region will be very helpful and useful. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. But we have intra-regional some contradictions, which makes it very difficult, but we are looking for any good practice from all the parts, another part of the world. That's why very thank you for your presentation and being here with us. Let me go to our next speaker, Mr. Boral Iad, from his lecture at Amasya University. The title of his speech is Religious Radical Organization and of Terror in Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Islamic movement. Mr. Bora, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Please take your floor.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Before starting my speech, I greet all participants with my sincere wishes. And absolutely, I thank to ANKASAM for this important opportunity. I don't want to beat about the bush because I want to listen to other valuable presentations. When we evaluate the history of humanity on the political level in terms of the global system, that is progressing in an anarchic structure, and it is interconnected international relations. We see that there are several important breaking points, and each break alters or regulates the system. One of these important turning points in the undoubtedly the Cold War period This period not only created a new international order divided and confronted between two blocks, but also laid the foundations of the problems that have survived until today. Especially with the new elements it added to the Central Asia regional geopolitics. In the hottest days of the Cold War, the Soviets will invade Afghanistan on 1979, and the United States of America against this move in face of the spread of communism in the region and the possibility of becoming an important base in Afghanistan's Eastern Bloc. So the mentioned project is the doctrinal result of the United States effort to control the region with a new Islamic interpretations. Name of the project is Green Belt, and it's the United States policy regarding Islam was to support a moderate, controllable Islam, to use this Islam as an antidote to Soviet Russia and absolutely communism. You know, Brzezinski, the famous United States strategist and national security advisor to Jimmy Carter, was among those who argued that Islam would be a shield against communism in the United States, who was thinking communism and Islam were opposite concepts. In this context, the United States, Islam's radical jihadists by supporting the discourse of jihad by the Muslim for years neglected. He emphasized that they have a duty. The incident of the invasion of Afghanistan is very good for Muslims to fulfill their neglected duties. It was brought to the agenda that there was an opportunity. Because according to the USA, the Soviet Union does not know God, atheist, godless, and absolutely empire of evil. The United States promoted political Islam and supported Islamist groups against both the Soviet Union and the pro-Soviet and anti-Western nationalists. As can be seen from this situation, the United States chose to use religion as a tool of its hegemonic politics. So, however, this threat will gradually become radicalized and turn into terror. The impact of the project in question is undeniable in the background of the radical Islamic terror that has become a global threat today. These groups created by the aforementioned progress will not to be limited only to the lands of the Afghanistan, and these dangerous ideas and terrorism so-called Islamic belief will be exported to the Central Asia and its close periphery. The good Muslims of the Cold War suddenly become bad Muslims in the post-Cold War era. So, in this sense, similar structures have begun to form in countries with the soft belly of the region and Uzbekistan. One of those countries has been exposed to the threat of the Uzbekistan Islamic movement, which we can consider as one of these structures, its independence after the Cold War. Now, this is question. Who is the Uzbekistan Islamic movement? So far, we have put forward a historical project. Now it's necessary to look at the geopolitical situations of the region before getting to know this organization. Throughout history, the Central Asian region has been an extremely important geography, both in terms of geography and in terms of trade and therefore economic relations. It's possible to see this in the policies of global actors at that time. This importance continued after the Cold War. The Central Asian states, and especially Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, which are natural resources and energy resources, especially strategic areas and strategic zones, have rapidly transformed into a worldwide center of attractions. These situations has caused the region to become a risk and challenge area. So the gap created by the policies of the Soviet Union, especially in the field of region, made Central Asia the new stage of religious radicalism with the effect of the Greenfield project. So I just mentioned it. Some of these originate from the Middle East, while others have suffered from Afghanistan. Here, Uzbekistan Islamic movement is radical organization supported by Afghanistan and absolutely Taliban. The social infrastructure of the country and the wide religion handled by the state have also laid the groundwork for the emergence of such an organization in Uzbekistan. While the state practice an official understanding of religion, it looks at groups that might become radicalized from the perspective or security. In addition, the nationalization progress that Uzbekistan entered after independence has deeply affected the domestic and foreign policy of the country. A nationalist and statist policy was followed on the basis of the Uzbek national identity within the country. So, here the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan emerged in the form of opposition to the Kerimov government. Its main purpose is to build an Islamic regime by changing the political order. So like Hizb ut-Tahrir, he has the ideal of the establishing an Islamic state. In fact, the organization is a partnership of the same grassroots groups active in the region. The organization, like its counterparts in the region, actually emerged as a groups at the beginning. The members of the organization who come together under the group called Islam Leşkers at the beginning. Were gathered under the groups of reputants. So in time, these groups accelerated their propaganda and organizational activities in line with the aim in establishing an Islamic state, especially in the Namangan region. They have established places of the worship such as mosques and madrasas in the various regions of Uzbekistan. Initially, they tried to gain the trust of public in the form of legitimate organization rather than acts of violence, and they were successful. Since its establishment, the Uzbekistan Islamic movement has used terrorist methods such as armed guerrilla actions, sabotage, hostage actions, and the most recent action was the bomb attack attempt against Kerimov. This attack has deeply shaken Uzbekistan and caused the state to perceive radical Islamic politicization as a greater threat. The organization continued after this action and targeted foreigners in particular. The Uzbekistan state demanded especially from the United States and Russia to take a attitude towards the organization. As a result of these efforts, the United States was included in the list of the terrorist organization. So United States President Bush also stated that the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan was linking to Al-Qaeda and its leader Osama bin Laden. In addition to the aid from the radical organization, the organization gained income by collecting money and they controlling the drug trafficking in particular. After the terrorist attack on September 11, the United States of America declared war against the radical Islamist organization in the region. And the Uzbekistan Islamic movement took heavy blows and lost its leader. The organization, which entered a period of decline after that, is reoperated in the near past. So during the Arab Spring, it's reemerged, especially in Syria, where the civil war was taking place. The organization, which declared the embrace in the Idlib with Al-Qaeda in Syria, continues to be effective here. However, it has now become the Turkestan Islamic Party. When a correct study is carried out of the movement style of the organization that has an effect in the Middle East and the threat it creates, it's obvious that its effectiveness in the region may again be a threat to Central Asia in the face of the conjunctural change that will occur at the end of the Syrian civil war. Okay, so far I have found appropriate to briefly talk about the historical process of the formation of the organization, the geopolitics situation and the structure of the organization. You will find more detailed information in my written work in my paper. Thank you very much for listening to me and express my respect from Amasya University and the Osmanlı city, Ottoman city of Amasya. Thank you. Have a nice Congress.
Thank you so much. Actually, you have 4 minutes, and I thank you especially for your presentation, and it helps us to understand more profound, more deeply of this movement, which has been ignored at some extent in previous years, but well known as one of the major threats to the stability, not only in Fergana Valley, but in Central Asia. So we are going to next speaker, Mr. Kadir Malikov from Kyrgyzstan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, Kurmanbekovich, Kadir Kurmanbekovich, where is you? But let me tell about you a couple of words. He's my good friend from my country, and he's famous theological specialist. He graduated from Islamic University of Pakistan and Jordan University, and he obtained his doctoral degree from the University of Spain. Please, your floor.
Thank you very much. So my report it's very long, more than 10 pages, but I try to be short and brief. Okay. So if we speak about perspective of ideological transformation, terrorist and extremist organization, I want to tell that future of Central Asia should be connected with processes in the Middle East through the prism of complex relations between the United States, European Union, and the Russian Federation, Iran, and China, and also in the issue of Afghanistan. Therefore, in addition to merely international social and economic problems in each of the Central Asia countries, the external influence through the prism of regional disagreements, both between the countries of the region and due to the growing geopolitical struggle for influence and external control over energy resources, will play an increasingly important role in the situation. So destabilization in one of the countries for political, social, economic, ethnic, or religion reason can start with accidental events, any domestic conflict, with almost impossible to predict. In the near term, the Fergana Valley will remain a high risk of visible conflict. So a section of the Kyrgyzstan-Tajikistan border can be considered a vulnerable point for the Fergana Valley in the near future. Any possible conflict between countries of the region, for example, on the border, and in the inter-ethnic or religious areas in the Fergana Valley, could be used for organizing hotbeds of instability by groups transported both from Afghanistan and hidden internally. So if we are speaking now about perspective of ideological transformation, let we speak about, for example, about Hizb ut-Tahrir. So according to our analytical research for the last 5 years, the extremist organization Hizb ut-Tahrir has spread its influence from the south, Kyrgyzstan, I mean from the Osh and Jalalabad regions, to the north of the country, in Bishkek, Sekul, Naryn, and Chuy regions, having experienced a certain crisis. It quickly began to merge with the terrorist organization ISIS. According to the latest research, Hizb ut-Tahrir itself is split into 3 parts according to region, nationality, and ideology. The main part consists of the more moderate ones, who report to the Regional Control Center for Central Asia, as well as a more militarized wing that support the methods and ideology of ISIS. According to information, the latter group actively recruits and provides logistical support for volunteers to travel through Turkey and Ukraine to participate in combat operation in Syria, Iraq, and Ukraine. The effects of dissemination among members of Hizb ut-Tahrir of fatwas of amirs and sheikhs of this organization condemning the practices of ISIS. So some key members of Hizb ut-Tahrir are currently reviewing their methods of operation. Officially, we know Hizb ut-Tahrir does not support ISIS, but some pro-ISIS sympathizers can be seen in the way the organization covers events in Syria and Iraq and its websites. For this organization, like Al-Qaeda, condemns not the goals, but rather the methods of ISIS. So if we speak about, for example, about Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, they also has strengths mainly in Fergana Valley, in southern Kyrgyzstan, in Osh and Jalalabad regions, in process of Salafization. They are becoming more Salafi now, and that its ideas and activities supported by members of various ethnic groups. Perhaps the main reason for this, the ideological unification of all jihadist organizations on the basis of common jihad. So I have many here points, but I want to speak about some words about democratization. Because of democratization in complete freedom of religion after the collapse of the Soviet Union led to an increase in the missionary activity of Islamic organization from another countries. I mean Saudi Arabia, especially Salafi ideas, and Pakistan and another countries. The ideological vacuum after the collapse of communism ideologically was quickly fulfilled by religion. As a result, Muslim communities are experiencing not only the conflict of generation, but also the growth of religious intolerance and radicalization in relation to other groups as well as to state policy and secular institution of government. Now we have, for example, conflict inside our ummah, inside our community, Muslim community. We are divided for many groups as Salafi, Sufi, Tablighi Jamaat, Nurji, and etc. The rapid spread of takfiri and jihadist ideologies among young people has the most dangerous consequences. So if we speak about civil war in Syria and the formation of ISIS become the basis for the propaganda of jihad and takfir, and the departure of our young citizens to Syria. At the same time, Islam represented by traditional imams who experiences a shortage of personnel and cannot yet do anything to counter the trend of radicalization of believers. So I would be briefly our analysis and the result of numerous interviews with detained militants show that the main cause of radicalization is the deep crisis in the mind of certain risk groups among young people. The most important issue for young people is the question of social and political justice and the absence of social elevators, lack of prospects for self-realization and employment opportunities led to protests against the entire system. There is also a crisis of liberal and democratic reforms in Central Asia and the disappointment of the population in the ongoing reforms. Western liberal values are losing their importance. The ideological vacuum is being fulfilled by religious values, some of which have been imported from outside. Through the internet, extremist literature, and underground education, contacts, etc., and all of this radical nature. Today, young people are looking for spiritual, ideological reference points. Young people are even seeking answers to questions related to international politics in political Islam. Here's the question of values. However, in some Central Asian countries, traditional imams, clerics, cannot now resist the propaganda of terrorist groups because modern technology has allowed terrorist organizations to recruit young citizens into their ranks via the internet. Also, the problem, I think, of human resource in the spiritual sphere does not allow to give answer to modern political questions. The traditional cleric is limited to performance of rituals just rituals. They can answer questions related to political Islam, to politics, jihad. They are incompetent in their areas. Unfortunately, in general, Central Asian countries have dangerous internal conditions for recruitments, with the prospect of constantly replacing new recruits among our young people. The Central Asia countries face threats of the return of their citizens from conflict zones and the infiltration of radical individuals or small terrorist groups to conduct terrorist acts and participate in the destabilization of any point of Central Asia. Also, the security of the region will continue to be affected by developments in Syria and Afghanistan, in the strength of relation between the United States and Russia in the fight against extremism and terrorism. A serious change in the geopolitical and military political situation in the region has led to the formation of a new threats to the security of the region and the change in the nature of threats. And we must also take this change, take these changes into account. Speaking about the current political military situation in the region, including in the north of Afghanistan, it is necessary to pay attention to the following points. First, the change in the geography on instability and terrorist activity. The spread of the zone of instability from the south region of Afghanistan to the north region of the country in the last years. This means the approach of unstable zones and terrorist threats directly to the national borders of the Central Asia countries and China. At the same time, circumstance shows that the change is a planned act in the part of the new number of regional and world powers. There was even a transfer of terrorist forces to the north. The activation of elements of the terrorist group Islamic State, Daesh, ISIS, in the north of Afghanistan, which fundamentally changes the essence, tactics, nature, and scale of the terrorist threat to the whole region, I mean Central Asia. Among other things, this will lead to the consolidation of various extremist and terrorist groups in northern Afghanistan and the strengthening of the international terrorist front in the region. The above mentioned changes are taking place against the background of a sharp change in the geopolitical situation around the region, complication of relation between the leading world's authorities. In this situation, the possible of geopolitical use of terrorist groups by hostile powers is a more serious threat than the direct threat of the terrorists themselves. Thank you very much for listening my short report, but my report is on the 10 or more than 10 pages.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed, Kadir.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank you for comprehensive presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Must be heard and should be taken into account in a decision-making and decision-taking process in our country, not only in our country, but in the whole of region. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now let me go to our next speaker, Victor Kipiani. Mr. Victor Kipiani, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, one minute. I pass Jumabek Sarabekov. Jumabek, вы там, да?
Да.
Jumabek, добрый день.
Mr. Sarabekov, it's not my fault.
No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Kazakhstan Institute of World Economics and Politics. He's famous young, promised young academicians from our neighboring country. And the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalambekova. And first of all, I want to thank organizers for this opportunity to give a speech on this very important issue, Central Asian regional cooperation. And I hope that our discussion will be useful for all of us. So let me start from that the fact that in this year, in 2021, Central Asian states celebrate the 13th anniversary of their independence. Over the past decades, Central Asian countries have gone through a difficult period of statehood formation. Countries strengthened their sovereignty and achieved recognition from the international community. Although each Central Asian state chose its own ideology and development model, throughout this time, the region has been constantly searching for the optimal model of cooperation. The first attempts of Central Asian countries to create a regional integration mechanism didn't lead to success. The degree of readiness to deepen political and economic ties was insufficient. However, since the mid-2010s, we can observe a new dynamic in the region. One of the key factors that changed the status quo was Tashkent's new foreign policy. Also, the emergence of the initiative to hold consultative meetings of the presidents of Central Asian states has also strengthened the momentum for cooperation at the regional level. However, the question, how stable is this trend to regional cooperation? This question still remains. On the other hand, there are a number of circumstances in the Central Asia that contribute to the rapprochement of countries. First of all, regional geopolitical challenges. Geopolitical challenges push us to strengthen our cooperation, and we see that growing conflict between world powers, especially between Russia and the West, between China and the USA, these growing conflicts sharply worsens the external environment for our development. It becomes obvious that only by cooperating, Central Asian countries are able to protect their sovereignty. Common security interests, as well as environmental issues, also creates a basis for the activation of regional cooperation. New prospects for regional cooperation are opening up in the context of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. At the same time, there are many strategic issues that remain on the agenda, and these issues may undermine the regional partnership in the future. The current pandemic reality also has a negative effect on the cooperation process. And this post-pandemic challenges risks to exacerbate the serious imbalance in the levels of economic development between the regional Central Asian countries. So, in the view of the above, I would like to devote my speech to the key challenges and opportunities of regional integration in Central Asia. So, my main thesis is that despite the significant potential of economic cooperation, for today, Central Asian countries, unfortunately, are not yet able to effectively use the opportunities for regional cooperation. In this context, I want to outline the following key challenges. First, it's a lack of trust. The low level of trust between Central Asian countries, Central Asian leaders, is one of the top challenges for us. The unresolved issues left as a legacy from the USSR do not allow us to raise the level of cooperation to a high level. These problems include issues of borders, water issues, and energy. And recent conflict between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, I think it stressed out that regional cooperation is very fragile to such kind of political risks. Second strategic challenge, it's a lack of institutional framework for cooperation. For today, there is no common vision among the Central Asian countries, common vision of what's the optimal partnership model for the region, for our region. There is a significant gap in the level of and the types of economic developments, which limit the integration process in Central Asia. And despite the intensification of the meetings between Central Asian leaders, countries are not yet ready to create a new organization in the region or any integration structure with its own charter or supranational agencies. And the lack of effective coordination mechanism creates a risk that decisions on economic and political cooperation will remain on paper and reduce the interest of stakeholders to real dialogue. Third strategic challenge is concerned to the fact that Central Asian countries, Central Asia remains an economically fragmented space. So there are no common rules of trade between the countries in the region. For today, Central Asia has developed a complex web of trade regimes. On the one hand, for example, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, they are the members of Eurasian Economic Union. Also, Uzbekistan starting to cooperate with the Eurasian Economic Union. But we have Turkmenistan, who do not member in any trade agreements within Eurasian Economic Union or within Commonwealth of Independent States. So as a result, different levels of participation in regional trade agreements, it seriously complicate the implementation of a common trade policy. The fourth strategic challenge, there is a huge problem of protectionism in the context of economic dialogue. For example, Kazakhstan's several neighbors uses numerous tariff and non-tariff barriers in the bilateral trade. As a result, the mutual trade of the Central Asian countries is extremely low. Nowadays, turnover of intra-regional trade, trade between Central Asian countries, amounted to 3% of the total foreign trade of Central Asian countries. It's a very little number. And before the collapse of the USSR, the intra-regional trade, this figure was about 20%. And the exchange of investments between Central Asian countries is also very narrow on a very low level. And there are no particularly any large projects with mutual portfolio investments. Okay, along with the along with the challenges of deepening economic cooperation, there are also new opportunities for Central Asian countries and for Kazakhstan. First of all, it's a great opportunity. There is a possibility of for Kazakhstan, especially there is a possibility of regional expansion of Kazakhstan capital to its neighbors. And positive changes in the foreign economic policy of Central Asian countries for last 4 or 5 years. These changes create opportunities to large companies, to Kazakhstani large companies to expand. And the key interest here is emerging opportunities in the Uzbek market. And for example, firstly, due to the good level of its development, Kazakhstan banks have a good chance to expand their work to Uzbek market. Secondly, there are good prospects for the companies of Kazakhstan from the infrastructure sector. I mean, logistics and transport companies. Also, another important target for Kazakhstani foreign investments is maybe the tourism, especially facilities in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Also, the mining industry of neighboring countries is very attractive for Kazakhstani investors. The second opportunity, it concerns to the transport sector and the growing unity of the transport and communication system of Central Asia will bring industrial cooperation. It makes this the issue of industrial cooperation very actual, and this trend gives new prospects for economic cooperation in the region, and we can activate logistic ties between our countries. Also, I want to closer integration of transport system between our countries allows us first to create international clusters in the border regions, and clusters also can arise not only in the manufacturing sector but in the tourism industry also. And it will be a situation of win-win when each country can get the economic stimulus. And the last strategic opportunity is a cooperation in the field of agriculture, and cooperation in the field of agriculture remains an effective leverage for strengthening economic cooperation in the region. And why? Because agricultural production remains one of the most important structural sectors of all Central Asian economies. And but the indicator of agricultural integration, which includes mutual trade in agricultural products, remains at a relatively stable level. At the same time, agriculture in Central Asia faces many challenges. It's fragmented production, low productivity, underdeveloped markets, and the lack of government resources to support agriculture. And saying that, I want to conclude that actually several Central Asian integration processes, we realize that it will be a very difficult process, but we have to support to provide a political will. And in that case, we can get concrete results. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jumabek. I thank you for your presentation, which touched out the main problems which are faced in our region, and you are very keen to recommend to go in the way of cooperation, inter-regional cooperation in all of basic spheres of our economics. Without it, we can include it, we can isolate it in some extent in our region. And actually we have a good potential, a rich potential to be activated through the economic, humanitarian, industrial cooperation for the sake of our region and whole of Eurasia. Thank you very much. The next speaker, Mr. Victor Kipiani. He is the chair of think tank from Georgia, GeoCase. The title of his speech will be Multilateralism through Regionalism.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Kipiani.
Yes, thank you for your thank you for acknowledging my attendance, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak. I'm not, frankly speaking, 100% sure that my subject falls entirely and completely under the Central Asia topic, but still there are some similarities. There are some semblances, and the biggest semblance and the biggest uniting factor, if you will, is what type of the world order we all are facing, regardless a particular region, regardless specifics of a particular region. And I think that's the biggest question to which neither of us at this point has a precise, complete and accurate response. But what we could say for sure that the world has been entering, as we're saying in a very fancy way, an era of new normals. And that era of new normals could already be distinguished by certain features. And among various assessments which we commonly hear these days, that new order could be even a new order with no rules. Clearly, for me, it's very difficult to concur that there will be no rules at all when we speak about a new international landscape, since by definition, any order in itself is a configuration which is premised on certain principles and certain norms, and let's call them the rules as well. Both sides of an aisle have to accept that in any event, eventually a set of rules, regardless whether those rules are firm, patchy, transactional, or otherwise, would be there. And we all have to figure out our domestic and international code of behavior to fit with the realities of that order to come. But what is also obvious, and probably this point is could be arguable to various scholars and various pundits, but when we speak, my personal observation, which is shared by many distinguished scholars in the world, that or I should say otherwise, I'm sharing their vision and their perceptions. Then when we speak about new premises for a global security and politics, we all have to acknowledge that there is an increased degree of regionalization, and the region-based order probably would be a sort of, qualitatively new sign for that very future world landscape or world order, which we're all facing. I would not be saying that when we speak about the region-based order, we're sort of dismembering completely the post-Cold War order. But what is also obvious that a new modus operandi for states and other major actors when interacting on international matters would heavily be based or hinged on a sort of a geopolitical hub and spoke system, which is not any different than interaction through major regional gravitas. I would even say that a new breed of global multilateralism would still remain in place, definitely. It would remain in place due to the expediency of coping with myriad of challenges by concerted actions and sufficient degree of coordination. But that multilateralism would also be, as I already noted or pointed out, it would be quite heavily hinged on transacting between various regional centers. This is, of course, not to mention that every single region-based set of relations would itself be experiencing a heavy influence by respective regional powers, which are themselves would be sort of, creating a new set of rules. I should also say that it is quite unfortunate that not every single order, not every single regional single order would live up to universally recognized norms of international law and comity. And we have very clear example, occupation of Georgia's provinces by Russia, annexation of Crimea, and continued war in Donbass in Ukraine. So these are those malign regional orders which we are all facing in our realities. But all in all, my sort of general the remark and general observation that the world will continue bearing a strong semblance to multilateralism, provided, however, that different from other known reflections of multilateralism, the very emerging new form of it would be strongly tilted toward regionalization of international politics via resurgence or via emergence, if you will, of a number of sustainable regional orders. Without going any deeper into highlighting the upsides and downsides of that very alarming new order, our particular emphasis and focus is on the Black Sea region, which is continuing to develop a steady traction due to the interplay of various factors and circumstances. Cooperation in our region, and again, with my appreciation that this topic, this session, this panel is specifically on Central Asia, but we could also perceive that the Black Sea is sort of an extension of Central Asia, or Central Asia is an extension of Black Sea. We could also speak about sort of, the greater Black Sea region, which comprises not the Black Sea countries, but the Caspian Sea and the Caspian Sea countries as well. So all in all, the Black Sea itself and the greater Black Sea region are becoming an important the geography and geopolitical sphere to maintain a stable balance of power in the Eurasian space. I would also say that the greater Black Sea, it's sort of, the safety locker for Eastern Europe and for the Middle East. And therefore, when we speak about the greater Black Sea region, it's not just about the security issues, but primarily about the security issues, of course, but also about the rest of the issues. To this end, we in Georgia have on many instances, on various instances, I would say not on many, but on various instances, we have raised the initiative for signing the Black Sea Declaration. And I believe that signing and enacting that type of declaration would qualitatively contribute to the common Western political, economic, and security space in the region. Moreover, I believe that such documents would be an additional proof that the interest of Georgia's main strategic partner in the region has not slowed down at all. That by enacting that declaration, the West expresses its firm readiness not to recognize the exclusive influence of others on the buffer countries around the Black Sea, or I would say of the so-called buffer countries. Not to mention that the declaration would give a very practicable meaning to building a strong democratic and economic order in Black Sea countries. I should also conclude when speaking about the Black Sea Declaration that it would also receive the significance of a soft impact, of a soft power, and would neutralize the possible militarization of the collaborative format discussed in this speech. In particular, it would also involve attracting additional investment resources for the implementation of regional programs, as well as infrastructure, environmental, and energy projects. The declaration would also specifically signify the unrestricted traffic necessary for trade unions and the expediency of trade agreements or blocks in order to intensify regional cooperation and Western participation on it. The countries joining that declaration would discuss current geopolitical, and emphasizing geopolitical, but not ethnic conflicts in the region, because in the first place, those conflicts are pseudo-ethnic, but in truth, they are geopolitical conflicts in the region, as well as cybersecurity, illegal migration, and joint measures to combat international terrorism, which has been discussed so widely on this panel. So the final remark when we speak about the Black Sea region, of course, of a specific study, from my perspective, is the platform of C5+1. And in a view of various transport corridors, such as Caspian Sea and Black Sea International Transport Route, Lapis Lazuli, Southwest Transport Corridor, of course, we could think about a high degree of connectivity between Central Asia and Black Sea region. Because all in all, and my emphasis and the general view that more connectivity, more interdependence means a major step and a strong step to reaching or accomplishing a stable peace and stability in the wider region. So thank you very much indeed. And I'll give you a floor for the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kiviani, for sharing your valuable observations from your perspective. I mean, your thoughts is very enlightening and touched out the new normalcy, what is one of the very important issues which we talked especially and consulted between our regions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Dr. Mehmet Shahin from Ankara University.
Yes.
His title of his speech, From Alsace-Lorraine to Fergana, Functionalist Central Asia. Very interesting. Take your floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kalambekova. And I also like to thank all the speakers of the panel for their insightful speeches. And I also like to thank ANKASAM for this good opportunity and this comprehensive Congress. And yes, thank you for everyone. For starting, I will say that I will not take your time too much, because instead of a deep and comprehensive paper, my speech is based on more like a research note. So I will very briefly highlight some points and make a comment. So therefore, as I said, I will not take your time too much. So why Fergana? I mostly focus on Fergana because in my opinion, Fergana Valley is a significant region for the future of Central Asia, and not only Central Asia, but also all post-Soviet space, because in the end, I think it is the Fergana Valley that will determine the fate of the region, in the sense that security and peacefulness. But on the other hand, as we all know, it's a very challenging issue, especially for Central Asia, not only because of these border problems, but also, as the other speakers mentioned, the rise of some extremist groups that may. I will not claim that that's a safe haven for some extreme groups, but of course we all know it's a temptation for this. And also, I would like to highlight that the last year led us to reconsider our memories in the post-Soviet space. Why? Because the recent development in the post-Soviet space, namely the Karabakh War, the Nagorno-Karabakh War, and the last Tajik-Kyrgyz conflict, proved that unlike the conventional wisdom, none of the conflicts are frozen in the post-Soviet space. Because as we all know, especially for last 2 decades, especially in the academic literature, it is mostly said that while the Russian hegemony provides stability, it's of course it's not because of not only because of Russian power, but also Russian diplomacy, which is based on freezing the conflict. But as I said, the recent developments shows that the Russian hegemony does not necessarily guarantee the stability in the region, both in Caucasus and Central Asia. Instead, especially the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict shows that the hegemonic powers, named Russia, tries to gain political leverage via conflicts instead of providing security. And also the last year, developments also leads us a reconsideration of some other security issues in Central Asia. Especially the Tajik-Kyrgyz war shows that nor the disputes are desecuritized by the governments for the sake of regime stability, because also it was in the literature, it is mostly said that the Central Asian governments, particularly Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, they desecuritize these conflict issues, particularly in Fergana Valley, for the sake of their regime stability. But the last Tajik-Kyrgyz conflicts or war indicates that that's not the whole story, that there's another part of the story. So all these developments show that in Central Asia, also power struggle matters, especially in territorial disputes. Therefore, the unsolved problems tended to escalate into conflict and war in the post-Soviet region, and particularly in Central Asia and Fergana Valley. For this reason, one way or another, these conflicts should be resolved. I mean, this dispute, not conflicts, but the disputes should be resolved one way or another. And from that point of view, I would like to highlight one cooperation possibility. In the end, neither the hegemonic stability nor the balance of threats provided security for the post-Soviet space. For this reason, I think the countries in Central Asia, and particularly those who share common borders in Fergana Valley, should implement alternative methods to settle the dispute. In this sense, a functionalist approach may help them to settle down the region as an alternative way to resolve the disputes. Why a functionalist approach, or more specifically, why I make an analogy between Alsace-Lorraine and Fergana? It's simply because there are many similarities between the two regions. First and foremost, as we all know from the history, Alsace-Lorraine was one of the main sources of disputes in Europe, particularly between Germany and France. The productions of coal and steel were the main source of power in 19th and 20th, early 20th centuries. And in this sense, no party was willing to withdraw from their rights in the region. Thus, the struggle for the region became the main source of conflict between France and Germany, which actually in the end spread the whole continent and even the world. In this sense, Fergana is also one of the main subject matter of disputes in the region, not only because of its importance in cotton production, which is vital for Central Asian economy, but also its location, its strategic location in the historical and maybe the future Silk Road. Thus, the economic importance of the region crucial for three countries, namely Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Second similarity between the two regions is that the ethnic composition of both regions are heterogeneous. Although both France and Germany had already constructed their identities and their nation states in the late 19th century, Alsace-Lorraine, or particularly Lorraine, not maybe Alsace, but particularly Lorraine had two identities. I mean, that region was both German and French in the sense that their identity. Similarly, the ethnic and linguistic composition of Fergana Valley is a mixture of Turkic and Persian-speaking people. Therefore, from a cultural perspective, the region belongs both all of them and neither of them, we can say. This forces us to identify the region in a more comprehensive sense instead of the strict nation states borders. This shifts our attention to functionalist approach. This is the main reason I focus on a functionalist approach, because of the historical record of Alsace-Lorraine. What I mean is that accordingly, the nation states should consider their shared interests rather than self-interest for a safe environment. In this regard, the disputed sides should advance upon the most controversial issues, as it was in the case of Alsace-Lorraine. As we all remember from the history, and as I also mentioned a few minutes ago, the production of coal and steel was the most controversial issue during 19th and 20th centuries, France and Germany. But the Alsace-Lorraine case shows that both France and Germany approach to the region from a multilateral perspective rather than self-interest after the Second World War. In this sense, the establishment of a common institution, namely the European Coal and Steel Community, aimed to overcome the long-lasting disputes between the two sides. So this case not only resolved the dispute from a multilateral perspective without a governed hegemonic leadership, but also opened a way for integration of both countries. Okay, at this point, I have to highlight that a further integration is not a subject matter of Central Asian states. I mean, yes, they mostly look for the consolidation of their nation states, but still, the Alsace-Lorraine and European Coal and Steel Community might be an inspiration for sides, at least to deal with border and security problems, security disputes. A further integration does not necessarily, but I think at least the border problems should be resolved for escalation of further conflicts. I mean, what Alsace-Lorraine teaches us is that the dispute settlement should start with the Achille cell. That is to say, the parties should advance upon the most problematic areas in order to create a safe environment. In this regard, Central Asian states should establish a functioning multilateral institution to deal with the most controversial issues among each other by inspiring from the European coal and steel community experiments. From this point of view, Fergana would be the beginning of further cooperation of Central Asia, if not further integration. Yeah, that's basically, that was basically my comments about the issue. And as I said, I will not take your time too much. Thank you very much for your patience. And yeah. I think we cannot hear you, Dr. Kalambekova.
I guess we have technical issues.
I thank you very much, Mr. Shahin, for your presentation. I found it very interesting in terms of comparing the Fergana Valley situation with Alsace-Lorraine, but the big difference between two regions is, you might be aware, is the background, historical, demographical, administrative, and cooperational background is very different. And Fergana Valley's issue for now sort of serious test and potential for exercising national and state sovereignty for each of Central Asian countries, in particular 2 countries represented in Fergana Valley. I mean Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Thank you very much for your contribution. Can you hear me? The last speaker of our section, in our section, Associate Professor Muminova Nargis Yakupovna, from the Department of International Relations at the University of World Economy and Diplomacy, Uzbekistan. Nargis Yakupovna, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Please
thank you very much, dear moderator, Dr. Kalambekova. I hope that the microphone works properly and there is no supplementary sounds besides my voice. Hello once again. Distinguished participants of the conference, first of all, allow me to express my gratitude to ANKASAM for the opportunity to take part in such a significant conference and share my vision, my view, and some research tenets about the multinationals activity, about transnational corporations and the regional security context and approaches and interregional cooperation in Central and South Asia. I think I'm more optimistic than our previous speaker from Kyrgyzstan, if I'm not mistaken. I'm from Kazakhstan, sorry, about Jumabek Sarabekov. But I'll try to follow the time limit and to fit in, and I apologize in advance for technical shortcomings because of the video streaming. So allow me to begin with my research tenets, some of my research tenets. The first, in the context of the interdependence between political and economic factors of the integrative processes and international development, and unyielding, enduring trends of different...
Mrs. Nargis, I am... Your camera is off. If you could turn it on.
It's not...
If that's possible.
But it's not working properly, and I think that the video is streaming, so that is why. Is it okay then? Only if you'll hear my voice.
It's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, and these enduring trends of differentiation between developed and developing countries, multinationals as transnational corporations as conductors of home countries' national interests and foreign policy acquire an exceptional significance. On the one hand, we study and regard multinationals as a foreign political mechanism or instrument of home country. On the other, they are independent actors capable to influence the domestic and foreign policy of host countries and even international subsystems and the whole entire system of IR. Conventional regionalism reshaped the configuration of new regionalism. The last proved to construct, for instance, North Atlantic, Pacific, Eurasian, or Southern geoeconomic areas as socioeconomic complexes with a great degree of unity between states' strategic goals, interests, and demands, and integration. It is very necessary to refer to certain countries' geopolitical codes that are foreign political and economic options and orientations that are determined by 5 key dimensions: identification of current and potential allies, identification of real and potential enemies or threats, identifying ways and means of supporting or maintaining allies and nurturing potential allies, defining methods and means of confronting enemies and emerging threats, and the confirmation, a kind of confirmation or justification by the public and the international community above mentioned 4 dimensions. Due to geostrategic advantages, Central and South Asia constantly remain the arena of confrontation between the pivotal states, both intra-regional and extra-regional powers, the clash of their geopolitical and geoeconomic interests that are expressed through kind of fluctuations from domain of cooperation to conflict and to long-term confrontation, as for example between India and Pakistan and between these competing powers, requiring all participating parties to develop countermeasures articulated in the form of more efficient security mechanisms, regional cooperation formats, and or vital economic projects and infrastructure projects. Thus, for instance, countries of Central Asia are striving to develop mutual successful partnership formats that would help overcome the fragmentation of the regional political and economic area. The priority formats of cooperation within the regional platform or within the regional framework are consultative meetings of heads of states that are intended to determine a common denominators, if we may say so, on regional development, security, environment, and the international agenda, search for possible solutions to challenges and threats to the development of stable relations. The second, cross-border trade and economic cooperation within the framework of creation cross-border economic zones or other legal forms on the basis of other legal forms. And the third priority format is joint infrastructure projects, cultural and humanitarian projects. The extra-regional powers externalized in the regional relations system of Central Asia and regional powers in South Asian system. They have a complex of political, economic, military strategic, resource-oriented and other geopolitical interests embodied in the practice of distribution and redistribution of spheres of influence in regions. And transnational corporations or multinationals are represented here as the most important participants of this process and instrument of this practice. The strategic context in Central and South Asia remains dependent on political relations between leading powers participating in geo-economic processes and the geopolitical turbulence arising from their interaction. But at the same time, cooperation within joint geo-economic projects acts as an important factor in the efficient political and economic development of the countries of the region. Thus, for the Central Asian countries, these are projects with the participation of multinationals, of transnational corporations, on the creation of a regional transport and logistics systems that would help to overcome those negative facets of the country's geographical trap or territorial trap. Describing the features of the Central Asian region, experts noted that the region would be able to grow rapidly and steadily and be worth a partner for the international community only by maintaining stability and geopolitical balance, both internal and external one, acceptable for the sustainable development of the whole region and prevention of contagious conditions. By understanding that Central Asian region is a bunch of different political, economic, military, transportation, and environmental issues. The preservation of the geopolitical balance and stability in the region would contribute to solve security issues at national, regional, interregional, and global levels. While maintaining the dominant positions of the global economy, large transnational corporations that belong to developed countries and their unambiguous political context, the foreign political strategies of emerging and transition economies should be aimed at creating, supporting, and constantly monitoring national companies that have entered the international arena and markets, whose activities contribute to a fair partnership, convergence of development levels and interaction between developed and developing countries as well, and determining the country's competitive advantages on international arena and strengthening national sovereignty. In global development context, transnational corporations contribute to the comprehensive integration of the home country into the international community, and a great example of India, expand its geopolitical strength, determine its degree of political and economic development. Multinationals are considered as a necessary element of foreign policy and as an essential factor in home countries' competitiveness, occupying leading position in the IR system entirely. The activity of transnational corporations is conditioned by three levels of countries' political life. It's a mega level, the macro and micro level. The mega level is determined by the geopolitical interest of the country itself and the specifics of the IR system. The macro level by the political attitudes of the government and its foreign policy course, and micro by the balance of political forces, political parties, groups' interests within the country, influencing the development of political processes at all levels. According to the center-periphery approach of Manuel Wallerstein, the international activity of transnational corporations in the host country proved to have a negative tendencies for national security, sovereignty, and independence of the country. But the experience of newly industrialized countries proves that rising and emerging powers, that efficient policy towards the creation and operation of national companies carrying out international activities ensures the competitiveness of the economy. The organizational structure of global transnational corporations, we all know, is multivariate. And it depends on varying degrees of involvement of companies' international division in its activities, directing foreign operations. And these foreign operations are divided into certain units formed by different groups, let's say, functional, regional, product-oriented. One of the main features of contemporary IR system is the competition of largest global transnational corporations for division, if we may say so, of world markets, resources, and labor. Competition and strategic actions of global corporations are vividly embodied in the financial and economic transactions. By their activities, contemporary global companies provide their home countries a leadership and dominance in the international system. The activities of contemporary global corporations, multinationals, provide efficient use of labor in developing countries. They create the basis for the interaction of national cultures, for holding joint projects in education, health, for opening and maintaining research centers in the home and host country. And they promote the development of technology, know-how, research and development, contribute to the solution of environmental problems that are represented as the integral part of the social responsibility of international business. But at the same time, we have to take into account that global transnational corporations create a powerful lobby, influencing the legislators and government officials of the country in promoting the interests of big business. Indeed, for the approval of the national interest, the state structures itself can provide certain guarantees to entrepreneurs engaged in expansion of capital into foreign market. This fact is a character for both agents of influence or pressure of developed countries and for their counterparts in developing countries. And influence of lobbying groups is proper for home country and beyond, particularly when it has a wide range of activities in developed countries, for instance, Chinese lobby in the US. In this regard, researchers and experts of both regions should consider and scrutinize dominant in the region, global or powerful multinationals, share experience in creating national companies that had entered international markets. In their international activity, corporations do not exclude intelligence missions, we know. Global agencies do not declare the strategic military purposes on their missions, but the consideration of these developments is a necessary factor of security and defense provided by the host country. And we know there are lots of known facts concerning kind of security issues, the influence to IR, the engagement of transnational corporations in armed coup attacks in several countries, connections with authoritative military regimes, and etc. The study of national experiences forewarns about the necessity of the protection by the host country, its strategic sectors of national economy, the protection of its entrepreneurs and national business structures, the government regulation of countries' external trade. These case studies showed that the activities of the foreign companies may bring about the tendencies of the demolition of strategic sectors of national economy, the transformation of the host country into only primary producing country, the displacement of its entrepreneurs, the influence on political elites, the control over the host country's external trade. All these tendencies cause problems for the host country's security, national sovereignty, and independence. In this context, the so-called protective barriers of the host countries lie in the creation of national business structures and their active operation. The developing countries, the countries in transition economy and sustainable development ones, create state-owned national companies. The experience of new industrialist countries, emerging powers, rising powers, proves that the efficient state policy of creating national companies and their operations abroad provides the competitiveness of the country as well as political and economic security and enhances the national sovereignty. I did repeat it again. Each sovereign state, in compliance with its national interests, develops foreign political and economic strategies that are defining different degrees of interaction with transnational corporations. An intense and dynamic business development the specificity of its various branch orientations, the interest of stakeholders, the differences in the corporate management and organizational structure of the business in different countries make it difficult to design a single kind of code of rules. The most effective form of political and legal regulation of transnational corporation is evident in the corporate social responsibility. In the context of maintaining security approaches and interregional cooperation, it is relevant to provide a research of demands, goals, motivations of different interest groups, stakeholders in the developmental societies of Central and South Asian countries, to study issues of rivalry and cooperation between them, transaction costs, absolute and relative gains, combination of group and societal preferences, to reveal principles that guide actions of small and big interest groups, issues of national, regional, and interregional identity formation, interregional interest articulation, process of institutionalization, and to shape circumstances of cooperative, competitive, and integrative interactions within certain security, community, or environment. Thus, for instance, when we study the specificity of foreign operations of transnational corporations and the compliance of national interests with the foreign political and economic strategies, we try to define different degrees of interaction with corporations. For instance, we know that Chinese politics towards the Central Asia has its main 4 channels in going into Central Asia. First is the development of China's foreign trade with the Central Asian countries. Second is the acquisition by Chinese trade economic entities, the national factors of production, Central Asian countries. Third is huge investments in construction contracts, but not related to the acquisition of the ownership share in the assets of Central Asian countries. They implement projects in areas as agriculture, energy, construction of real estate, infrastructure, utilities. The fourth, the practice of providing the Central Asian countries and their companies with credit resources, and a kind of unspecified, the 5th channel, the go-out strategy, Chinese go-out strategy, can be noted as a relatively new phenomenon, but it is the transfer of Chinese production to Central Asian countries. The globalization and interdependence of trade, I would like to conclude my speech.
Professor, may I interrupt you?
Yes.
Over. Yes. Can you summarize?
Yes, I am. Sorry. The globalization and interdependence of trade-industrial relations, financial transactions, and technological change have shaped new regulatory issues in the international cooperation. These regulatory issues should be resolved by the multilateral interstate actions. In response, private and public companies and international business associations should create such forms of governance and transnational regulations regarding transparency, equality, enforcement, accountability, and the approach to the role of the nation state in the transformational processes. And all these above mentioned tenets should be considered by the researchers and think tanks of Central Asian countries and South Asian countries as well. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time. Thank you
for your quite detailed and comprehensive presentation. You are very right. The security has many main and important dimensions, one of which is economic dimensions of security, regional security related to Central Asia and South Asia. And your presentation has been touched many of aspects of the participation of business structure in ensuring security in our region and neighbor region. Thank you very much indeed. And we have some 9 9-10 minutes. And if you can some questions or additional remarks, the speakers of our section, please, you can take a floor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Mr. Sarabekov, have you anything to add? Mr. Shahin or Kadir Kurmanbekovich?
Thank you. I would like to thank all.
Would you like to add something? Yes.
No, I just want to thank you and all presenters. That's all.
There is some problem with your mic. Can you check it, please?
If there aren't any, additional remarks, we can move on to the next session since the panelists are ready for the next session. Dr. Bahtigul, your microphone is muted. Could you open it?
So allow me, please. Thank you all very much indeed for your participation, for your patience and contributions, valuable contributions. We succeed to complete our part of work in this conference, despite of some technical failures. And security and cooperation for Central Asia in the situation, in the light of previous events in our region, is very important. And in the framework of this section, we have tried to touch on some of main aspects. There are some problems to be discussed in the region, in intra-regional levels, and supporting from the side of experts and scientists and public activists is very needed in our situation. That's why I am thankful for all of our speakers and listeners. Once again, thank you very much. And I wish all the best for all of us. So I'm closing also.
Your microphone is not working properly. We're not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, now.
Okay. We thank Dr. Bahtigul and all the panelists for their valuable insights. And now we move on to the fourth session of the day, which will be moderated by our esteemed ambassador, Aydın Nurhan. Sir, you have the floor.
So, hello, all friends. Once again, we are nearing evening in Turkey. We have wonderful speakers. One of them is my dear friend, His Excellency Abrar Hussein. We were ambassadors in Kabul together. Because we are friends, I will take his place and give it to Mr. Farhat Asif. He has an excuse. So we start with Mr. Farhat. Asif, and then go with the normal schedule. So please, Mr. Asif, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me very well, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, Mrs. Asif, sorry. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Please, most welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful for this honor and giving me the opportunity to be part of this important panel. And of course, I was just sharing with the colleagues that I'm traveling right now from one place of the one of the province of Pakistan to another capital of Pakistan. So it will be taking me almost 6 hours to reach to the destination. However, since I committed, I wanted to be part of this panel. I would like to share my comments. I would like to share my research that whatever has been doing for the past several years. And of course, this panel has been really close to my heart. And since my own experience and working in the region, let me share a few glimpses of who I am and what has been the work that I've been doing for the past 15 years. I've been a public diplomat. I have established a think tank, Institute of Peace and Diplomatic Studies, primarily focusing on diplomacy, leadership, and peace building skills amongst diplomats, of course, and the civilians, of course, students and professionals. Today, this panel, I must congratulate for inviting all the speakers from across the world, of course, from Turkey as well, to share the importance of how important it is for us to discuss about whatever will be happening in the region. I choose the opportunity for sharing my highlights on, research on how the cooperation can be built in the region. So I think that two of the most important initiatives in the region that we need to look at and how can we build on those two important initiatives. One is a multilateral organization that I see has a huge potential by having large number of almost 42% of the world is residing in this region, which is called as Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, my research paper will also completely cover that, but I will be sharing the glimpses of that because of not only the time constraint, but also because of the noise that you can hear around me popping because of the my travel. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, ladies and gentlemen, is completing its 20 years this year now, because in 2001, when it was established, it was just an embryonic stage. It has passed through a Shanghai process. And as a result of this process, over the past 2 decades, I've seen that organization growing into a new way or new dimension of it. Earlier, it was all about security and about the border regions. But now when we look at that, having the Pakistan and India as new members, recently in 2017, when they open up to have new members, I see a huge potential in that Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where there are 18 member countries, not only permanent members, but also the dialogue partners, where we also see the observer partners, the other organizations who are part of this Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the outreach that the entire organization is covering is so significant. And of course, over the years, we have seen that it's not remained as security-centric or highlighting only the security perspective of the countries, but it has also evolved itself into having economic cooperation as well amongst the countries. We have seen that there is an SEO bank has been launched. We have also seen that there is a Shanghai Cooperation Organization, energy cooperation also has been launched. And apart from all these aspects and cooperation, we have seen that recently Shanghai Cooperation Organization has also begun building on public diplomacy aspect. For example, cooperation amongst the countries to people contact through cultural dialogues. So all these evolutionary process that is happening in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I see a huge potential. So not only that, we have also seen that how its RAT structure, regional anti-terrorism structure, has also evolved itself to have include Pakistan and India for not only having their own conflicts, but sitting down together at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is making them also being part of that organization and coming together to cooperate on various sensitive issues, but also at the same time building together on Afghanistan and cooperating together as well. So next, my point of, there are two aspects that I was sharing, that these two important aspects that we need to focus and understand also, and I would like to encourage the young researchers as well to look at these dynamics that are growing. Second most important is that Belt and Road Initiative that has been recently launched in 2013, where we have seen a tremendous amount of interest of the countries coming down together to build their togetherness through economy. And I've seen that recently it has been officially said that 138 countries are part of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is quite huge. Not only, it's Pakistan is part of the Shanghai, CPAC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is one of the most active corridor, but we have seen that this humongous and huge project is going from length to Asia to Africa and going on to Europe, and 138 countries are part of that. So utilizing all these important, multilateral and bilateral firms, we need to build togetherness, of course. And as we are all grappling with the once-in-a-century pathogen like COVID-19, utilizing these two important forums where we have seen countries coming down together and cooperating, why not we utilize these two important forums to tackle the health issues? So there is a proposal we have also forwarded to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to build this SCO health cooperation together. And of course, BRI, through that, we can also build down together from technology transfer, of course, the learning transfer through Belt and Road Initiative. So these two are very sensitive, but also at the same time, very important cooperation elements that we, as researchers, of course, and practicing diplomats, of course, and practicing security analysts, we need to focus on all these two important initiatives in a sense to make humanity to prosper, of course, and of course increase our learning. And these two important initiatives are growing right in front of our eyes, building up, and we can focus on them, and of course build our countries, and of course build our economies, and of course build our togetherness through these forums. So these two important points I will be concentrating in my research and finding out that how can these two important initiatives in the region, of course, in Asian region, can help not only Pakistan, since it's a Pakistani perspective coming over to these important initiatives. So I will be submitting that paper in my after the end of this conference. I will be submitting that. So I hope that it will be a good reading for everybody. So thank you so much, Excellency, for giving me the opportunity for being part of this important conversation. And I look forward to hearing everybody. And I apologize if I missed anything or I take more of the time. Thank you so much.
You are most welcome. And we thank you for being punctual. And we hope that very many institutions like yours would be established to encourage peace among the grassroots, especially, as you said. Grassroots, I think, is very important for peace among nations rather than hardcore diplomacy. That's a very important one. Track 2 diplomacy is what we diplomats like better today. And Belt and Road project, Turkey also supports very strongly because it was the collapse of the Silk Road after the discoveries on the high seas that Beijing and Istanbul were broken and all the countries in between lost. So thank you for emphasizing these points. Thank you very much. Please be with us. So now, long time no see, my good friend, His Excellency Abrar Hussein. My dear colleague, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Of course, seeing you after a very, very long time. Well, I'm grateful to you and to your great think tank, ANKASAM, for providing me with this opportunity to speak at this very important conference about a very important topic, that's cooperation opportunities of the region. The geopolitics of Asia is complex and multidimensional, where not only the global powers are at the center stage, but also the sub-regional systems such as Central Asia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan play an important role. Central Asia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan region, and I can briefly call it CAAP, Central Asia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, which makes it CAAP. This region has been critical in shaping Asian and world geopolitics in ancient times as well as in contemporary era. The world politics for almost half a century now. Primarily, there are four aspects that lend.
No voice. Voice is gone.
Okay, I'm sorry. So primarily, there are four aspects that lend importance to the CAAP region. First of them is geostrategic location. We all know that the region is located at a very important location in the world. The second importance is natural and human resources. The region is very rich in natural resources as well as human resources. The third importance is transit trade routes. We all know that Pakistan and Afghanistan can be hub of transits and can connect all the regions around. The fourth one is, of course, the regional projects in this region. Well, as we see, since the 9/11, the region is primarily a theater of international politics with regard to war on terror, violent extremism, and geostrategic rivalries. While talking about cooperation opportunities, I'll try to touch upon potential of not only economic cooperation, but also cooperation in political and security arena. But before that, let's see the background that leads to the possibilities of this cooperation. The CAAP region shares common history, religion, as well as ethnic and cultural linkages. The region has predominantly Muslim population, and historically it is closely tied to the Silk Road. The region has acted as crossroads for the movement of people, goods, and ideas between Europe, North Asia, West Asia, South Asia, and East Asia. All Muslim rulers in the subcontinent were of Central Asian origin, and a large part of our population traces its origin to those countries. So it's not only the geographical proximity, but also historical, religious, and ethnic bonds that bring the countries of this region closer to each other. Well, talking about economic potential, the region has immense natural resources, but it is lacking in technology, infrastructure, and coordination to tap the natural potential to its limits. The CAAP countries have initiated many projects for regional connectivity. Numerous projects are under consideration for the construction of railways linking Central Asia with ports in Pakistan and beyond. Proposals have also exposed various routes for connecting Pakistani ports and China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is called CPAC, with Central Asia and Afghanistan. Central Asian republics, which are rich in energy and mineral resources, are keen to foster the regional connectivity to new markets, exporting their surplus energy resources. At the same time, the demand for energy is rising rapidly in the neighboring countries. As a result, the need to develop cross-border energy projects have been realized by the Central and South Asian states. Multiple projects have been launched through regional cooperation, which includes Central Asia, South Asia Electricity Transmission System, which is called CASA 1000, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan Electricity Project, which is called TUTAP, and Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India Gas Pipeline, which is called TAPI, T-A-P-I. Well, yet another good news is that Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Uzbekistan have signed a roadmap for a multi-billion-dollar rail project that is expected to boost trade relations between Central and South Asia. This proposed railway project will link Uzbekistan's capital Tashkent through Afghan capital Kabul to Pakistan's northern city of Peshawar. In January this year, the three countries signed a request seeking a loan of $4.8 billion from the world financial institutions for this project. Early this year, Afghanistan and Turkmenistan have also inaugurated 3 energy and connectivity projects. These include a fiber optic line for high-speed internet, a railway track between the two countries, as well as a power transmission project. Thus, we see that the region has huge potential for regional connectivity and development. However, the groundwork on these projects is very slow. What are the reasons behind it? The main reason is apparently ongoing war in Afghanistan. But let's stop here for a moment and see what are the common challenges, what are the common threats faced by the countries of the region that require them to take a common stance and necessitate political and security cooperation as well. There are destabilization attempts to the rise of Asian geopolitics in the region, which should be countered with regional efforts. Besides, the regional countries face the common threats of terrorism, drug trafficking, environmental catastrophes, and pandemics. The countries of the region already agree to the need for a negotiated and sustainable peace in Afghanistan. They don't want the continued presence of foreign troops in Afghanistan, but at the same time, they won't like to have violence in that country after exit of the US and NATO troops. The continued violence or civil war in Afghanistan means huge problems for the region, especially for immediate neighbors. Hence, their keenness to bring peace to Afghanistan. Turkey had the lead role in establishment of Heart of Asia Forum to bring countries of the region together for peace and development in Afghanistan. But to persuade the fighting parties in Afghanistan to come to negotiating table and to agree to some peace agreement is a very difficult task. And my friend Ambassador Noor Khan knows about it very well. He remained involved in some personal efforts also to bring the fighting parties to negotiating table. Well, from security point of view, the regional countries also feel threatened by ISIS or Daesh, which now called itself Islamic State. Most of the regional countries have a feeling that Daesh has been implanted in Afghanistan to destabilize CARP region countries. Hence, there is a need for a common regional strategy to confront such threats. There are some common regional platforms, such as SCO, just mentioned by Mrs. Farhat Asif. But in addition to SCO, there is ECO, there is CAREC, and there are some others as well, where security and economic cooperation can be discussed. But all regional countries need to enhance and expedite this cooperation to realize its full potential and try to overcome problems that are responsible for stalling regional projects. Regional connectivity and cooperation should be at the center of addressing our common problems to bring peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. I thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, my dear friend, my dear brother, my dear colleague. I miss you so much. It is a wonderful opportunity for coming together for us. Inshallah, we will be together. I think the heart of your message, what I got from it, is that the more we are interconnected, historically, culturally, and especially economically, the more we are dependent on each other, the more the region would be peaceful. That is, I think, the heart of the message I got from your speech. And I got so many notes from your speech. The projects connecting Central Asia to South Asia, if we can realize them, and most of them are already on track, I think they will be helping the coming peaceful era of Afghanistan, and it will help a soft transition perhaps. But there are instability factors, as you said. How to overcome? We need a little more homework on that, I think. Thank you very much, my dear friend and colleague. Now, let's see what I have on my list. Yes, Ms. Arhada Prognati, right?
Yes, hello to everybody.
Most welcome, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I firstly want to thank ANKASAM for providing me the opportunity to share my thoughts for an important region such as Asia, that is Horizon Asia. And I will share my thoughts in this presentation, explaining the situation and the issues that the world can face until 2030, and how the Asian geography, which is an important region, can exhibit towards these changes. Of course, there will be a few recommendations in the last part of my presentation. So the mighty forces driving the global transformation that began in the early 90s of the last century are changing the face of the world in an ever more rapid and profound way. The world is becoming more and more complex, a source of greater challenges and even less secure. This global transformation seems to be wanting linear progression towards stronger democracy, greater market opening, and peaceful international cooperation. This is unlikely to the dominant paradigm until 2030. Three revolutions are underway, in my thought, that at the same time are destined to transform the strategic challenges that Asia and other regions of the world will have to face. Firstly, the first revolution that is on the way is an economic and technological revolution. So the convergence of digital, biological, and industrial technologies and the proliferation of digital tools available and accessible to the masses will radically transform the current functioning of the economies and societies. So in terms of productivity, of increasing the average well-being and empowerment of the person, this will be a good situation, but serious social upheaval can also be triggered because we are already seeing an increase in unemployment, in low-skilled repetitive jobs, an increase in inequalities within societies and between countries, and the relative impoverishment of the middle class in the developed countries. Connected with these trends, world migration will be influenced by the rise of the middle class and the increase in inequalities. Beside the migration due to the economic conditions, here we have also to mention the migration linked to the effects of the climate change or the conflict zones with the potential to destabilize the regions they migrate. The second revolution is, in a way, is a social and democratic revolution. As people become more involved and more connected, it is expected to be more creative, more dynamic, and less tied to the same job throughout their lives. This could make it possible to radically modernize social contracts and to invent new forms of governance. At the same time, however, it will become more difficult to develop collective agreements and define common approaches using traditional structures such as political parties or trade unions. The tendency to challenge the established order could further strengthen as well as the use of less traditional and more local initiatives. So there will be an increasing pressure for great accountability and transparency at the various levels of the governance. The third revolution is a geopolitical revolution. So we have here the rise of Asia that seems destined to continue and will soon put an end to the early 2 centuries of the world dominated by European continent and the USA. Simultaneously with the emergence of other powers in Africa and Latin America, the world will become increasingly multipolar. Globalization will no longer be led and dominated by Western powers, promoting stronger democracy, greater market opening, and peaceful international cooperation. So such a paradigm shift could result in a more competitive stance among major players such as the United States and China. The post-war multilateral framework could come under increasing pressure, which would jeopardize the collective capacity to effectively manage the growing interdependence. Other non-state actors, some fomented by religious extremism, could take advantage of the gaps created to play a destructive role. At the same time, the international community is struggling to support and restore more and more the weak and failed states. So because of these 3 revolutions, the next few decades are likely to be characterized by major turbulence and even radical change. The effects of any further acceleration of climate change could make the situation even more complex and accentuate the negative consequences of the trends described. The overall context will be worrying as the challenges will be interlinked and too large for individual states or even individual regions to address. Globally, the resilience of nearly all large states and international organizations is likely to be severely tested. In a context of uncertainty, volatility, and systemic risk, subversive phenomena such as severe financial and monetary crisis, devastating pandemic, a large scale energy crisis, or a conflict in the Asia-Pacific region are highly likely. So in a world characterized by rapid change and a high probability of major upheavals, it is as difficult as necessary to try to look forward to 2030. Nonetheless, it is possible to distinguish 5 main trends here. Firstly, the population is aging and enriching. The middle class is increasing and social disparities are accentuated. Secondly, the economic weight and political power are shifting towards Asia. Sustained global economic growth is becoming increasingly vulnerable to the challenges and weaknesses of the globalization process. Thirdly, the technological revolution, as I mentioned above, with its applications, affects almost all aspects of the society. The digital invasion causes radical and disruptive changes. And fourth, the increase in energy consumption and new production models make it increasingly difficult to manage the scarcity of resources. Fifth is the interdependence between countries, societies and countries. Now this is a fact that in international scene does not go hand in hand with the strengthening of the global governance. The world order becomes more fragile and unpredictable. How Asia will face these global trends? The shift of the center of gravity of the world economy towards Asia will continue until 2030 and beyond. Despite the change in the economic equilibrium, the world economy will be dominated by three continental economies that are the United States, Europe, and China. The progress of China and other Asian nations does not appear so much as a sudden change, but as the reversal of the historical anomaly that has lasted for 2 centuries. Led by China and other regional powers, Asians are regaining the role they played in the world economy until the 18th century. The narrower gap between the industrialized world and emerging countries marks the end of the developed countries' monopoly on high-level advanced production and high-value-added services. In 2030, the work phase of China, India, and also sub-Saharan Africa, taken together, could be 5 times higher than that of the United States and Europe. However, Asia's economic progress will depend on the stability of the economic and social order in the world and the ability of emerging countries to effectively support the rise. In particular, China's ability to rebalance its economy and carry out the institutional and political reforms necessary for stability will be a determining factor. On the other hand, especially South Asia houses the biggest number of poor people in the world and is the second poorest region after sub-Saharan Africa. The South Asian countries have to overcome some of the problems that have been here for quite a long time. All the countries of the region are facing numerous domestic and regional problems, and that is a research that among 198 countries in the world, the 3 major countries of South Asia ranked among the top 10 religiously unrest nations of the world and placed India on 4th, Afghanistan on 8th, and Pakistan on 10th positions. More interestingly, communities from different religions, races, and creed reside in the region. So several countries in South Asia are the scene of long-standing conflicts. According to Sneden, despite common historical, cultural, religious, and ethnic commonalities, people-to-people interaction among regional states is minimal, with a least sense of belongingness of being South Asians. The region is often labeled as one of the most dangerous regions on the earth due to growing intolerance, extremism, terrorism, insurgencies, and rise of various nuclear powers. This region is often called the nuclear flash zone because the major actors of South Asian politics, India and Pakistan, are nuclear powers. The continuing erosion of security and the spread of violent conflicts recur more and more frequently in Asia. The vulnerability to the... Sorry?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, I will conclude. So to conclude, disturbing parallels can often be drawn between the current situation and that on the eve of the First World War. Observers note that historically, power transitions have often preceded or been accompanied by wars. There is currently a troubling combination of multipolar world, potential hotbeds of conflict, and weak international governance. Global economic and geopolitical issues will be increasingly interconnected. Negotiations on climate change, cybersecurity, finance or trade will increasingly be influenced by geopolitics of the new assertive powers. At the same time, geopolitical actions will increasingly be conditioned by global interdependencies. More specifically, international leadership may fail due to the reluctance of emerging actors to sacrifice their immediate national interests in favor of common interests. As for multilateral organizations, they will have to adapt the new conditions of the 21st century, and in particular to the rise of countries emerging and the relative decline of Western powers. Anyway, it is not yet clear that whether in the coming decades, the tension will translate into a broadening of the liberal and market-oriented democratic consensus as the predominant model, or alternatively into a growing globalization according to predominantly non-Western values around the world. As a result, it is necessary to save the Asian region from instability and turn it into a stable region. For these actors of the region and the other international actors, especially Russia, China, and Western countries, need to develop cooperation mechanisms. In this way, a balance will be established between the great powers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now, as many of us read a lot, of course, when I read, if I see something important, I get it into parentheses. I don't underline not to ruin the book, but I put parentheses on important sentences. With your talk, I took everything under parentheses. You shot like machine gun. Now, I will pick some of them.
For the time that is very, it's not a long time to speak, that's why.
I call them bullet sentences. Yeah, it's very good. Now,
thank you.
Now, to comment on them a little bit. Yeah, impoverishment of middle classes in the Western countries, developed countries. That is a threat to democracy, as you know. And threat to democracy means authoritarian regimes would be coming in the Western countries. So rather than looking to China and other countries as autocracies or dictatorships, we should be more worried about Western middle classes melting, further leading to authoritarian laws and regimes. We see signals of it in some Western countries. Police brutality also included. That's, I think, an important point you raised. Migration due to climate change. That's a real threat, as my dear colleague, Abrar Hussein, would agree with me. By 2025, I read an article, Pakistan will be bleeding a lot of refugees to Western countries due to climate problems. Not only Pakistan, many other countries will have serious troubles. Thank you for mentioning that also. Another point is economic and political power shift to Asia. That's the new great philosophical, perhaps, change. We have to adapt our minds into how it will come. Relative decline of West, that is a serious question, especially for the United States. We used to say that every kid knew that he would be better, he or she would be better than its parents. Now, that hope is gone. In many Western countries, the kids are not sure that their future will be better than their parents. So that is fading hope for the future in the Western world, especially. Another important thing. Another unpredictability. Global governance, unpredictable. It's coming. Asian century, we said. And lastly, non-Western values. What are they? We don't know. We cannot predict them. Yes, Western civilization brought us into our day. We are, especially the ones who are speaking here, many of us are, especially at least academically minded, from Western scholars, Western books. We cannot deny that. So we also have a lot, and we owe a lot to West for many of its values and academic thinking, yes. But it also has shortcomings. So what we have to do is, what were the shortcomings? And then the coming new revolution, the global, what can we get from the emerging civilizations or already there, and merge the good parts of them? That's a great philosophical question again, of course. So whatever, we will be trying our best. Okay, so let me check the next speaker. Okay, Mr. Raffaello Pantucci. Yes, please, sir, it's yours.
Hi, I'm going to assume everyone can hear me. So I'll just keep talking. I assume someone will tell me otherwise. So wonderful. Thank you for the invitation to ANKASAM, for the invitation to speak with you today. And thank you, Ambassador, for that kind introduction and I think very sharp summary of the comments we had just a moment ago from our colleague. So I'm going to keep my comments brief, hopefully, so I stay within time, so we can have discussion afterwards. But the question I was asked to touch upon was what the impact of the American drawdown from Afghanistan would be on Central Asia in particular. So I'm going to focus particularly on that.
Question of the day. Question of the day.
There we go. Good. Well, I've obviously come to the right place then, huh? But I think the key thing I want to start by saying is that, you know, my entire presentation is presumed on the basis that the United States is going to actually leave, and what the American departure from Afghanistan will look like, we don't really actually know yet. It's worth remembering that this is not the first time we've heard an American president make this statement. President Obama, of course, said that he would resolve Afghanistan on his tenure and did not. President Trump came in saying he would end and withdraw from Afghanistan on his tenure, and he did not. So I think we have to, of course, wait and see what ultimately happens. But if we look at the history of President Biden and his interests in Afghanistan and his history on the topic, he certainly seems to be a leader who has been saying he would like the United States to withdraw from Afghanistan for some time. So now, theoretically, being in a position of power to enforce this, it would appear as though we're more likely to see it happen. However, having said that, it's perfectly possible that the United States will leave some sort of residual presence. And what that residual presence is will always be an open question. And so the entire question is premised to some degree on something which is uncertain. But even if we assume that the United States is going to withdraw and is going to pare down its fighting force to its most basic, the key message I think we can draw from 3 different administrations saying they want to withdraw from Afghanistan is that the United States is kind of done with its long war fighting and state building efforts in Afghanistan. That's not to say they're no longer interested in Afghanistan, but I think the amount of money, the amount of effort that was being expended in Afghanistan is something the United States recognizes it cannot or does not want to continue to sustain. And Afghanistan will no longer be the strategic priority it might have been seen as in the past. And I think what this broadly means is a shift in US interest and appetite in the region as a strategic priority. And that's, I think, true of Central Asia as much as it is of Afghanistan in many ways. Now, there's been some discussion that, in fact, as the United States withdraws, they will revert to using something like the Northern Distribution Network, which is an old network of connectivity that was helping the United States get supplies to its forces in Afghanistan via Central Asia. And this Northern Distribution Network was an important vehicle for the United States in giving them an alternative entry point into Afghanistan that did not totally rely on Pakistan, a country which the United States has had some problems with in the past. Now, it's not impossible that we will see the United States continue to try to use Central Asia in this way as a base to continue some sort of operations or to resupply operations in Afghanistan. But at the same time, there has been a real change in the US's broader relationships with Russia and China. And this, I think, will influence very heavily onto Central Asia and the ability of the United States to return to that sort of a relationship with the region to support its role or whatever it continues to do in Afghanistan. And I think I'll come back to this kind of bigger geopolitical point a little bit later. But to look instead at the direct issues that might impact Central Asia from Afghanistan, I would argue that really there's the economic questions and then there's the security questions. And if we look at the economic questions, the truth is that, you know, Afghanistan, I would argue, is not, I think, economically crucial to any of the Central Asian countries. It plays a role in their economies, but ultimately it's a very low role, and it's a role ultimately that really impacts border communities on either side, where you're dealing with, you know, tribal communities that have long had links back and forth across the border. And so for them, you know, this border is maybe less obvious as it would be to someone looking at a map. And so those sort of economic links are actually quite weak, to be honest. There's a lot of discussion about big economic projects that will sweep through the region, that will connect Central Asia to Pakistan, for example, or that will connect, you know, pipelines from Turkmenistan that will go Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, which is a project that's been talked about for, I don't know how many years now, but very little progress has been made in all that time. But I think crucially at the moment, the economic damage would probably be fairly limited to Afghanistan. But then if we look sort of beyond that and we think into the future of what sort of connectivity projects could look like, there is a great potential opportunity there. But the question then would be how possible would it be to implement these sorts of projects connecting Central Asia to Afghanistan? These projects would rely on having a partner on the other side who is able to guarantee the security of your own people and your investments. And unfortunately, if Afghanistan degenerates with the American withdrawal into a much more kind of balkanized state with lots of warring factions controlling different parts of the country, or general sort of instability troubling it in a sort of low level conflict across the country, that's a very difficult situation to try to manage in terms of trying to create large investment corridors across the country. You know, I know that the Taliban have said that they will guarantee any infrastructure that goes through territory they control. I know that the Afghan government has said the same things. And I know that lots of other different factions on the ground will also say the same things. But at the same time, they're saying this now in a sort of aspirational direction. When they're actually confronted with the project on the ground, it will be a far more complicated endeavor. And then, of course, if you have a sort of civil war or a low-level conflict where factions are taking and losing territory over time, you know, it may be that where the road or the pipeline is being built that's going from Central Asia to Pakistan, you know, may be in territory that is being disputed. And so one day you pay off one group who will protect it, but they might lose the territory, and then another one will come in and you have to pay them. So it creates a very unstable situation, which would be very difficult to be able to build on these big economic connectivity projects cutting through it. If we look instead at the direct security threats that might emanate from Afghanistan to Central Asia, well, I would argue that these are probably the most immediately menacing and dangerous one is probably narcotics and criminality and criminal networks using Afghanistan as a place from which they will, you know, get drugs or get other arms or other things and smuggle them into Central Asia, ultimately to go onward into Europe and Russian markets. But these have a residual knock-on effect within the region in terms of causing problems around corruption, in terms of problems around criminality, in terms of problems around narcotics use in the region. That will create some sort of problems and that sort of instability. And the more unstable Afghanistan is, the more of potential warring factions there are that are making money from these criminal and illicit flows, the more danger there is to Central Asia. If we look instead at the problem from terrorism, and extremist groups. Well, I think there we have to think about this in a very specific way, which is that if we look back at history, the Taliban as an organization, as far as I know, have never particularly wanted or focused their attention on launching attacks north into Central Asia. What we have instead seen is groups that the Taliban or other groups have let use Afghanistan as a base, have used the region used the country as a base to attack the region. If we go back and think pre 9/11, this was a major concern for the Central Asian countries. In 1999 and 2000, you had major attacks in Kyrgyzstan, southern Kyrgyzstan, coming from groups that were at least in part being, using bases in Afghanistan to launch their attacks. If we go back further to the civil war in Tajikistan in the mid-1990s, the fact that Afghanistan was right next door meant that there were a lot of groups there that were using Afghanistan as a base to then go and fight in Tajikistan in the civil war there. If we look at some of the bombs that went off in 1999 in Tashkent, in Uzbekistan, there was even evidence that these groups had links to networks in Afghanistan. So there has always been a connection, but the connection has been in terms of ethnic Central Asian groups and groups seeking to launch attacks in Central Asia using Afghanistan as a base rather than the Taliban. And here we have to look at the fact that the Taliban have said that they will, guarantee that their territory will not be used as a base for groups to launch attacks elsewhere. But, I think we have to take these statements with a certain grain of salt. The Taliban have not got a wonderful history in terms of observing these in the past, and it's not entirely clear to me that this is something we can take as a guarantee. And I'm sure that the Central Asian countries are very wary of just taking at face value these sorts of promises that we see coming out from the Taliban. So, but the biggest problem, I would argue, for the region to happen in the wake of an American withdrawal is, I think, the geopolitical shift that we're going to see as a result of the American sort of pullout from the region. As the US pulls out from Afghanistan in particular and lowers its investments there and lowers its interest there, we will generally see the US focus less on the region. And we've seen President Biden articulate this quite clearly, where he says that we must end the war in Afghanistan to focus on what the United States sees as the major threats at the moment, which is great power state conflict. And when they're talking about great power state conflict, the United States is really talking about China and increasingly also, well, it's also talking about Russia, but they see it as a sort of different order of magnitude of threat. And so the United States withdrawing from Afghanistan in particular, leaving whatever light footprint stays behind to worry about CT, counterterrorism threats from Al-Qaeda or ISIS, that sort of a threat, that sort of a presence will be much smaller than what they have at the moment. And the interest in sort of what's going on there will go back. And the region will instead start to be seen solely through the lens of the United States as larger geopolitical conflicts. And this is where Central Asia really finds itself in a problematic situation, because Central Asia is a region that is stuck in between three countries that are the top targets of United States sanctions and United States anger at the moment: Iran, Russia, and China. And so the region is sandwiched between these powers that the United States is clearly stuck in, is in the middle of a sort of geopolitical conflict with. And while in the past, it was sort of possible for, because of the great interest that the US had in Afghanistan, the amount of attention and effort that was going in there, it meant that they would sort of find ways of making this whole set of relationships work. Absent that particular interest, the United States will sort of more see the entire region as an area that's a potential concern and not necessarily one that it's going to focus on. This isn't to say it's going to sort of drop its relations with the Central Asian powers. As we saw, Secretary Blinken had his C5+1 meeting last month, and it was, as these meetings always go, very positive. And the United States continues to spend a lot of money in Central Asia in terms of aid, in terms of investment. US companies are amongst some of the biggest players in the region. So there is still an interest there, but the interest won't have the same sort of geopolitical relevance and salience and strategic importance to the United States that it does at the moment. And the other side of this coin is that the relationship that the United States has with Russia and China has gotten so much more tense than it was, I would argue, 10 years ago or anytime in the sort of recent past. And the flip side of this is that we see that Russia and China are no longer necessarily that happy to see the kind of US presence in their region that they used to be willing to tolerate in the past. In the past, there used to be a degree to which, at least in Beijing, there was a sense that, well, we don't love the fact that there's American bases in Afghanistan, but at the same time, they are dealing with a security problem that we're kind of worried about, and at least we don't have to deal with them. But that narrative has increasingly shrunk away. And it's not shrunk away because the Chinese are less concerned about security issues in Afghanistan. It's shrunk away because the Chinese are so much more concerned about what their geostrategic confrontation with the United States looks like. I saw your gesticulation. I will keep myself brief and try to wrap up. So increasingly, what we can see is that Beijing is pulling the region into its narratives of conflict and clash with the United States. And we can also see this happening with Russia. And this suggests that it will be increasing pressure on the Central Asian powers to sort of not let the United States continue to have some sort of a large strategic presence in the region. We already saw back in 2005, after condemnation of what happened in Andijan in Uzbekistan, that the Shanghai Cooperation Organization decided to eject all foreign bases from the region. And I would suspect that we will continue to see that narrative starting to dominate, notwithstanding a sort of desire, I think, by the region to continue to try to play a multi-vector diplomacy. I think the United States, I think Russia and China will increasingly make it very difficult for Central Asia to act as sort of hosts or great supporters of the United States, concerned about what it means to have some sort of substantial American presence there. And so then the ultimate concern here for, I think, Central Asia is who's going to fill that crucial security vacuum that is left in Afghanistan. If we assume that Afghanistan is probably going to unfortunately fall into some sort of a low-level or high-level conflict, it's very difficult to exactly predict what it'll look like, but a generally sort of slightly unstable situation with the sort of Kabul government fighting to try to control territory, a Taliban that's sort of fighting across the country, controlling different parts of territory, possible fragmentation within the Taliban, ISIS is a presence in the background, various warlord factions taking over different parts of the country where they can sort of assert control. If we assume that this is the general picture that we're going to see, that needs some sort of heavy security, that leaves a kind of security vacuum and a security problem. And the question for Central Asia, who will be sitting right next door to this, is who will fill that? And I think I've seen very little evidence that China and Russia want to fill that vacuum, nor I think, is there any particular, do I see it frankly as very credible, any of the many multilateral institutions that touch on Afghanistan, some that have been mentioned in this panel already, really have any credible role to play in filling that security vacuum either. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization that was mentioned before, I mean, this has been talking about Afghanistan since its genesis 20 years ago, and they have done nothing. Frankly, they've created a contact group that's been formed and disbanded a number of times, but hasn't actually delivered anything tangible in terms of Afghanistan security. So the real question for Central Asia is, what will they ultimately have to look at when they look across the border to Afghanistan? Will it be a sort of confusing space with warring factions and potential for instability that will spill across their borders, or factions being hosted there that could cause them trouble? These dreams of connectivity across Afghanistan stuck in this sort of morass? Or will they want to see some sort of a great power come in, or some sort of a larger power for some sort of a stability into the region? And that I don't really know. My suspicion is that the Central Asians will probably look at the region and say, develop strong relationships. We've already seen this, I think, in a number of the visits we've seen in the past few months into Central Asia from either groups of the Taliban delegations or Afghan government delegations, where I think we can see that everyone is sort of developing their cross-border relationships so that they think that they've got enough protection to ensure that trouble doesn't come across over in the other direction. But I think fundamentally we will see a sort of unstable situation, which will frankly be a major cause of concern for Central Asia going forwards. I will stop there. Thank you, Ambassador, for being patient with me. I hope I stayed within my time, and I look forward to hearing my other colleagues' presentations and any questions and discussion afterwards. Thank you.
When I hear machine gun bullet sentences, exactly what we did, I love them. So another one. So let me have some of the highlights I got from your presentation. 3 presidents all wanted to pull out. I think the military wanted to stay. Strategically, it's an important point, and the military normally would like to stay there, but the politicians saw that they had to pull out. I think that's one of the notes. And then Afghanistan turning into a balkanized country. That's the greatest threat, horror for all of us. And it is a possibility. And the whole world should make sure that it does not disintegrate. For that, from my experience in Afghanistan, and my dear colleague, His Excellency Abrar Hussein may agree with me, I think Loya Jirga, the historical Loya Jirga, might be a very important instrument in keeping all the fractions together for the future of Afghanistan. Again, it's a nearly psychological confederation of groups. So we may say that the central government, most probably Taliban-based, should be very flexible and decentralized in its administration and policies, a soft way of ruling the country. Otherwise, as you said, balkanization may be a possibility, which we fear. Afghans, the northern warlords attacking Central Asia, I don't think that would be a serious issue for Central Asia unless the powers, US, China, and Russia would mingle into that instrument. Great power conflicts, the new US approach is that we are finished with the Middle East. We are tired of running after terrorists, four-star American generals, chasing a bunch of terrorists for half a century in everywhere. I think they now are waking up that they should be prepared for real rivalries. So US interest in Central Asia. Now I wonder about this strategic interest of the US. It should be there normally according to the military. I mean, it's logical, but now it's fading away. That's a very, very interesting issue. I don't know what the US will do. I cannot predict that. The US understands that the Paul Kennedy's verdict that overstretch, perhaps it was military overstretch, gradually coming to senses now, but then pulling back, I don't know the result of that. So USA security vacuum, lastly, security vacuum of the leftover from the US, who is going to fill it? That is China, Russia. Iran may, of course, come in. I don't know. Iran is not as great, of course, but it always has the influence, regional influence in it. So the security vacuum, China, everybody perhaps sick and tired of American injustices. Everybody is welcoming China, but we don't know China yet. It's a closed box. It can be very dangerous to bind our hopes to China yet. So that's another serious question for the whole world community. So with these words, okay, we are coming to our next Gülşat Yusupova. Yes, are you here? Ms. Yusupova? Okay. Then. Okay. So
next moderator, maybe Timur Rahimov, next one.
Okay, I got a message, so you can go ahead. Please, sir. Please go ahead.
Good evening, dear conference participants. First, I would like to thank the moderator of and authority of ANKASAM for organization such an interesting conference in a time when countries of the region are in the process of solving important geopolitical tasks. Over the past few years, Uzbekistan has been actively implementing a regional foreign policy, which has a positive impact on the political, economic, cultural, and humanitarian climate of the region. the head of the states notes that the main priority of Uzbekistan foreign policy is the region of Central Asia. According to the initiative of Uzbekistan, a number of bilateral summits have been held with the leaders of the Central Asian countries during recent years. And the main result was the opportunity to remove the most sharp issues that existed between our countries until 2016, primarily in the field of delimitation and demarcation of state borders. As you all know, on April 29th, there was a conflict on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border, the main reason of which was both the unresolved border issues and water use. Fortunately, the armed conflict came to an end in a few days. However, two parties need to take a serious set of measures to prevent the escalation of tension and achieve mutually acceptable solutions. Powerful impetus gets interaction between the countries in the field of trade, economy, and investment. Just in the last 4 years, the trade turnover of Uzbekistan with the countries of Central Asia, despite the restrictions due to the pandemic, increased by approximately 2 times, from 2.7 billion to 5 billion. For example, with Kazakhstan at 1.6, Kyrgyzstan at 2.3, Turkmenistan at 3.1, and Tajikistan 2 times. The significant unrealized potential of bilateral trade is evidenced by plans to increase trade with Kazakhstan up to 10 billion, with Kyrgyzstan up to 2 billion, and with Tajikistan and Turkmenistan up to 1 billion. Industrial cooperation is being established between the countries of Central Asia. So from 2016 to January 2021, the number of enterprises operating in the region increased from 312 to 1,451. It is in the interest of the states of the region to create international transport corridors and international transport infrastructure, which helps to reduce transport costs when supplying export products to the world markets. One of such projects could be the construction of the China-Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan railway, which will open up new markets for products, transport goods from China through Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan to the countries of Eastern Europe and the Middle East, as well as to provide access for landlocked states of Central Asia to international seaports. Undoubtedly, a powerful factor for strengthening regional cooperation is the implementation of a new format of the consultative meeting of the heads of state of Central Asia, which was initiated by the President of Uzbekistan at the 72nd session of the UN General Assembly in September 2017. Within the framework of 2 successfully held meetings in March 2018 in Astana and November 2019 in Tashkent, the parties consider the issues of eliminating trade barriers, strengthening industrial cooperation, deepening interaction in ensuring security and regional stability. The holding of the 3rd consultative meeting this year should further deepen regional cooperation and contribute to the development of a new agenda for cooperation. The adoption by the UN General Assembly of the resolution strengthening regional and international cooperation to ensure peace, stability, and sustainable development in the Central Asian region, developed by Tashkent in collaboration with the countries of Central Asia, can be considered as a success of Uzbek diplomacy in the Central Asian region. The adoption of this document is important in the formation of Central Asia as a single consolidated region capable to solve the common problems. Another obvious evidence of a qualitative shift of Uzbek diplomacy in Central Asia is the opening at the initiative of the leadership of Uzbekistan in August 2020 in Tashkent, the International Institute for Central Asia, which is designed to study the positive processes taking place in the region, develops new promising regional projects to strengthen mutually beneficial cooperation. The priority of Central Asia in Uzbek diplomacy can also be presented by an example of holding in a relatively short period of time a number of large international conferences aimed to deepening regional cooperation, such as Central Asia is the main priority of Uzbekistan foreign policy in August 2017. Central Asia, One Past and Common Future, Cooperation for Sustainable Development and Mutual Prosperity in November 2017. In current year, new international events are scheduled in Tashkent and Khiva, such as interconnectivity of the Central Asian region with South Asia, Central Asia at the crossroads of world civilizations. At present, a five-sided interstate document of friendship, good neighborhood, and cooperation for the development of Central Asia in the 21st century is at the stage of elaboration between the countries of the region. This testifies to a radically changing political climate and improvement in the atmosphere of political trust and the general system of regional cooperation. In the context of the global crisis due to pandemic and economic difficulties, it is important to create a solid political basis for improving regional cooperation and increasing the well-being in the regional population for the implementation and of interregional and interregional trade, economic, transport, and transit projects. Thank you for your attention. I am finished.
I thank you very much, Timur Bey. Timur atamızın ismini almışsınız. Ne kadar güzel. Siz pek bilmezsiniz ama biz de Timur atamız deriz. Çocuklarımıza da Timur adı veririz.
Teşekkür.
Let me say it in English.
Yes.
Uzbeks do not know it, but in Turkey we call Timur also our ancestor, grandfather, and we also give the name Timur to our children. So he's also our father. There was a fight between our fathers, yes, but that's a different story. Okay, so some points. The railway, yes, interconnecting all these countries. But I have a question, perhaps the ones who know more about Russia, that I recently read that the Russian warships, Navy ships, went from Caspian Sea to the Black Sea through the rivers, Don, Volga. So I wonder if that line can be improved so that Central Asian countries have an opening to the Mediterranean Sea. Can we use it for big economic needs? That would be an important question. And we also know that Uzbekistan is, together with Kazakhstan, are two major countries of Central Asia and great influence on the region. So we expect much more from our brothers from Uzbekistan for the future of Central Asia. And interconnectivity of Central Asia with South Asia is also important for all of us. The more we have interconnectedness, and you spoke about commercial ties, the more we have commerce among Central Asian countries and their relations with the South Asia. I think that would be helpful for the coming Asian century. So Okay, with these words, we have the next speaker. Let me check. Dr. Harasovic? None? Not here? Not here. So Gülşat Yusupova, I think, right?
Yes. Gülşat.
Okay.
Yusupova will be speaking.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, dear colleagues, Your Excellencies. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
So first of all, let me express my sincere gratitude for organizing these kind of online conferences. It gives us great opportunity to exchange the ideas about the global problems, the different issues in Central Asian countries, and many others. So yesterday, our students also took part. They listened to the interesting lectures of different professors and other people who delivered their speech in different issues. And today, let me, at the conclusion, I would like to say that the world today is changing rapidly, and there are various new political and economic structures, new threats and challenges. Such conditions require carrying out a responsible and deeply throughout foreign policy, which our country builds on the basis of clearly defined principles and basic provision of neutrality based on historical experience of the people that has absorbed values, traditions, customs, and the ethical norms accumulated over centuries. So what about Turkmenistan? That neutrality, its foundation have enabled us to consistently follow our firm beliefs that these include love of peace and respect for other peoples, their culture and customs, philosophy, and also religion. All this helps us to build fruitful and equal relations with all partners, creates the conditions for substantive negotiations on any issues, finding mutually acceptable solutions that actively involve new forms of international cooperation. For these reasons, Turkmenistan is increasingly consolidating its position as one of the recognized centers for broad and multilateral exchange of views on major issues of common development. Their successful solutions requires our diplomats to continuously improve the levels of skills and education to have a clear understanding of the strategic objectives and key activities of Turkmenistan in international arena. So we have to clearly and consistently fulfill the provisions of resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly on reliable and sustainable transit of energy resources. So we must continue to actively cooperate in this direction with many other countries, and especially with the United Nations member states. And I want to say that we need to create favorable conditions for the work of the group of international experts for preparation of the multilateral international legal United Nations documents to ensure energy security and to create a sustainable energy system. As it known that our country is the energy, that our country also, how to say that, the main thing is that transport system should be one of the key areas of cooperation with other countries in Central Asia. So in this connection, it's necessary to actively implement our country's initiative to create the transport corridors that previous speakers also mentioned about the transit corridors and some other issues. So we need to carry out the work directed on transformation of Central Asia into a major transport and transit hub on a continental scale. Net trade between Turkmenistan and Turkey that I would like to emphasize that continually increases, that Turkey is the second largest trade partner for Turkmenistan. So many companies from Turkey implement projects and increasing the economic cooperation between two countries have made Turkmenistan and Turkey's first partner in Central Asia by the number of projects implemented. A scientific conference, for example, dedicated to the popularization among the young scientists and scientific research on the cultural heritage on the Turkmen people was held at our Institute of International Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan. The conference was organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan and also the Turkish Agency for Cooperation and Development, TİKA. It was attended by representatives of higher education establishment, research institutes of Academy of Sciences of Turkmenistan, as well as legal institutions of the country. So, and special attention was paid on the several issues, and it was published as and still it's used in the scientific research of different students. So, and today I'm very delighted that we take part. Thank you for invitation, and we are looking forward to attend a different kind of conferences. We'll be very glad to see you not only online but also in Ashgabat. So because this year, soon we are going to celebrate the 140 years anniversary of the foundation of our capital city. So many different kind of activities were planned to organize. So, and different kind of online meetings also said by the Institute of International Relations of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan. And thank you very much for all participants for your interesting ideas, about your interesting remarks about different issues. And now I would like to express my sincere gratitude to ANKASAM and wish you the sound health, long life, and great success in all your undertakings. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Gülşat Hanım, for using your time in a very good manner. So what I would say for Turkmenistan is that it got a niche place in Central Asia, that of neutrality, active neutrality. That's a term I like very much, and it is active. And Turkmenistan is working to get a place in international community that it can fulfill this ideal, Turkmen foreign policy. It's going very well. Another thing is, of course, Turkmenistan has an opening to the Caspian Sea. And all the way from the Caspian, it can jump into Azerbaijan and then into Turkey and open to Europe. So I think we have a bright future for us. I visited your white city some time ago. I loved it. Oh, it was impeccable. It was so nice. And,
it's very pleasant to hear. It's very pleasant to hear. Yes, thank you very much. And especially I would like to express my thanks to the embassy of Turkmenistan in Turkey. They gave the idea that it will be that interesting, and we do believe that we'll work in the future with the ANKASAM and many other research centers.
Yes, we are also eager, looking forward to that. With these words, we are the last session of our conference. We are closing, and then we will have several keynote speakers to close our conference, including our president, Mr. Mehmet Seyfettin Erol. I thank him once again and his team for realizing this really successful event, if you ask me. And I will be the last speaker in closing the conference. After all the speakers speak, I will be the last. I may have the floor for about 10 minutes, and then hope to see you again in the closing session. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, dear Ambassador, for chairing the session, and we thank all the panelists for their detailed insights. That brings us to the last of the sessions, and now we'll move on to the closing session, which will be moderated by Ambassador William Courtney. Ambassador Courtney, you have the floor. The microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Kreis. Appreciate it. We have 6 speakers. We will try to go as quickly as possible and then have some time for discussion at the end. The first speaker is Professor Sencer Ymer. You are on mute. You are muted.
Mr. Ymer, your microphone is muted. Could you turn it on?
Now it is open. Okay, it is now open. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The title of this conference, The Rise of Asian Geopolitics and Terrorism at the Threshold, shows 2 important terms. One is the rise over Asia. That is the reality. The reality is the development of this area in the world. Terrorism is the just contradictory factor which is hindering this development, because that is hindering the peace. In that case, we have to say these 2 different elements, contradictory elements, are the matter of this conference. Terrorism is unfortunately used by countries as a weapon, as a cheap weapon. So long this is the case, to reach the peace, stability, and development will be difficult for countries which are faced with terrorism. We see in the case of Turkey even, for example, that terrorism in form of PKK and PYD in Syria, Iraq, and Turkey, sorry to say, it is organized by US against Turkey and other terrorist organizations like ISIS, like Mr. Trump has formulated. It was created by Obama and Hillary Clinton before he was elected. And Al-Qaeda, other religious extremist terrorist organizations, also the FETÖ organization, which was active in Turkey in 2016. These are examples, for example, are how some countries are using terrorism as a weapon to reach their goals. Reality is, China is becoming first economic power in the world. Latest 2028, we can calculate it. It is in production already the world power number 1. If we've calculated after the famous formula of Wilhelm Fuchs, national power is equal third root of population times energy consumption times steel production. That means if you look at it from that perspective, you will see that China is already the number 1 country in the world in the production. US is not allowing China to be the first power in the world stage and doing everything to hinder that. Henry Kissinger said once, we cannot stop China, but we can slow down its development. And how they make this slowdown is clear. This is the case in the world scenery. What is happening now? Terror is also used as a means to do that. The Chinese government is planning to realize One Belt, One Road project, so-called OBOR project. This project enables China, of course, the development in its economy and social development, and to export to other countries. But at the same time, it allows the development of countries along this route to OBOR countries. These countries need the development. Otherwise, there is a big danger of mass migration towards West, Iran, Turkey, and Europe. In the case of Afghanistan, we can see it easily. The population of Afghanistan was 1960 only 9 million, today 32 million. You can easily calculate when is doubling. The doubling you can calculate easily, 70 divided by the growth rate. Growth rate is 3%. That means 23 years, the Afghan population will be 64 million. What will happen with the 30 million additional population there? There is terror, there is destruction, and there is no peace. I mean, with the withdrawing of the US Army from there and the NATO, it is not reached. 20 years have been used to destroy this country or to bring it to that form, and we overgive it now to the same people who were fought before. I think it is a contradiction. This vital interest of development and peace for Afghanistan, for Afghan people, is not only needed for Afghan people, it is needed also for the rest of the world. That means Iran, Turkey, Central Asia, Russia, Europe, and China. Chancellor Madame Merkel, as she visited Xi Jinping in China, she begged Xi Jinping to stop the Asian mass migration and to stop African mass migration. She didn't want it to be realized by the US. The reason is clear, because that is the common interest. And all these mass migrated people cannot swim over the ocean to the US. That is not possible. So we can propagate these examples. The solution is the powers have to stop to use terrorism as a cheap weapon. The powerful the country is, the more responsible for peace is that country. That is very important. Responsibility for peace is growing with the power and influence which any country has. We need a new world order to have the peace in the world. Atatürk's saying, peace at home and peace in the world, is valid like all the times. And
can you bring your comments to an end, please? We have time constraint.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm making speedily because the 6 speakers are there, and to stop, to shorten the speech, what I'm trying to make. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your understanding. And the condition to do is to use and not to support terrorism against any other country as a cheap weapon. I think that is very, very important. I want to remember in that case, Immanuel Kant's famous work, Perpetual Peace. That is the basis, how we can reach the peace forever, if you want. That is theoretical, of course. From 1795, 150 years ago.
Can you bring your comments to a halt now, please? Because we really do have to accommodate
yeah,
five other speakers.
I will do that. And this perpetual peace of Kant says, very important, there are 6 preliminary conditions and 3 definitive conditions. And the preliminary 6th condition is very important one. And the countries are doing policies against that. For that reason, I am stressing these. I have to stress that. No state shall during war permit such acts of hostility which would make mutual confidence in the subsequent peace impossible. Such are employment of assassins, poisoners, breach of capitulation, incitement of treason in the opposite state, and etc. Terrorism included. That means
okay,
we
Professor,
have to keep...
I think we need to stop. Thank you very much. Dr. Kalambekova, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency. As known, principles of security are well-established institutions of international politics. They are of great importance, in particular to the peaceful settlement after large international conflicts as Cold War. Like the two world wars, it came to an end with significant changes in the political configuration of Eurasia, and has been followed by a new political interest in principles of security. The first years of the new century clearly showed the high conflict potential of the world political space. The lines of the modern structure run rather along the model nodes of local ethnic conflicts and terrorist confrontation rather than economic zones and political associations. Demonstrative extremism, national and religious clashes come out on decisive roles in international politics. The situation raises reasonable questions about missed opportunities and fundamental mistakes made in the construction of the modern world order. In the process of building the new international system in the post-Cold War era, Asia is once again involved in world politics as a rising power center. In this multiple context, we are witnessing the formation of new international and regional power centers and influence struggles. In the rising Asian reality, the South Asian line, with Central Asia and Afghanistan, Pakistan are at the core, appears to be the heartland of the region. In this heartland, especially in the Central Asian region, is a very critical geopolitical area. Considering the number of problems and crises experienced in the recent period, this subject clearly shows itself. The contradictory developments in the Fergana region, concurrently with the Afghanistan complication in the region, give important clues about upcoming period. From this point of view, the early warning and prevention of the risks and threats regarding the future of the region is of great significance. Another important aspect that should not go unnoticed in this new geopolitical environment and power struggle is the discourse of the great game, which had left its mark on the 19th century, has once again come to fore. At this point, another important thing that should not be overlooked, especially within the Central Asian dimension, is the region's approach that focuses on cooperation in the face of this new big game. In this respect, especially the will of Central Asian states to solve the issues among themselves in recent years is decisive. In this context, steps taken by the Central Asian states to resolve their border disputes peacefully, and the intra-regional diplomacy mechanism operates at this point are obviously an imperative and prevailing motivation for the common future. This strong start will undoubtedly be a central step for the joint solution of other complications in the region. In this respect, it may appear at the address of regional cooperation centering the Central Asia region. The historical role and geography of Fergana makes it an important experience and model, especially for the future of trade, culture, and security of the region. As a matter of fact, in today's sessions, especially in the speeches made in the third and fourth session, valuable experts drew attention to this issue in detail. The future of the Afghanistan issue undoubtedly concerns the emerging Asia, and in this context, the Central Asia region deeply. Also, the Afghanistan issue has an international character. Its effects are definitely regional, and it is closely related to a course that includes Central Asia, Central and South Asian regions. Therefore, the tendency to deepen and expand this dilemma in the upcoming period has a potential to become a prime matter of contention for the Central Asian region. In such an environment, the regional diplomacy of the Central Asian region, along with taking Afghanistan into account, cooperation mechanisms and the projects brought to the agenda are of great importance for the construction of a peaceful geography. Therefore, cooperation between the Central Asian states will play a major role in establishing peace, stability, security, and prosperity in the region, notably in Afghanistan. As a result, the crisis process in rising Asia that includes mainstream threats and risks are also the basis of a strong cooperation in the region. The geopolitical importance of Central Asia and Afghanistan has been amplified by the rising Asian reality, and this region does not wish to become a conflict rivalry area of the new big game. The will for cooperation in the region is the most important indicator of this. The Central Asia, South Asia borderline can take its place resolutely in the building process of the new world order. Its key phrase and formula are contained in one word, cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kalambekova. Appreciate it. General Bingo.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I see that you are very time sensitive, so I will wrap up my points quickly. I would like to once again express my sincere appreciation and congratulations to the chairperson of the ANKASAM and his staff for hosting this conference. After 2 days of intense presentation and discussion, I see that there are no shortages of the risk and challenge, as well as opportunities ahead in this continent, Asia. I believe this is not surprising, since Asia is a huge continent. It covers an area about 30% of the population of Asia, and the number of the countries there, and also the linguistically, ethnically, and the culturally diverse region. There are, I think, the regions and the sub-regions in the Asia continent. So each region, that the individual region and the sub-region has maybe the similar challenge to some extent, but they also show the great difference regarding the threats and opportunities the countries in the respective regions perceive. So theoretically here, I can say that the conceptualization that the Asia as a heartland is misleading. There are many critical land pieces crossing barrier, either connecting or separating the region. So I argue that the Asia has in fact several hearts. At this point, I assess that taking a huge continent like Asia as a framework of the analysis is conceptually not correct. It will lead us to the incorrect or incomplete results of finding in our analysis, whatever we are analyzing. For this reason, I think here, I recall the Copenhagen School framework of analysis, the regional complexes or the sub-regional complexes. So I think in the Asia, we have to think about that methodology or that the framework of the analysis. That is maybe the first point. That is the conceptual point in my mind. Also, another issue is that the rise of the Asia or the rapid geopolitical shift. I have something for these also. Of course, all of us agree that there are big political shifts occurring in the region. Some of them are maybe happening faster or lead, but none has emerged as a surprise overnight. Everybody has known that they have been happening for a long time. For example, if we think about the Chinese rise, it is not a rapid one. It is a gradual one. China rise has begun in 1980s with the reform of the Chinese economy. After the 1917, you can remember that one. And continues so far. Russia also has claimed it is near abroad, and also maybe the far abroad in the 2000s, not the new one. It is not the new geopolitical shift or the development. And also transnational threats that emerged currently, present. And they are emerged, especially after the Cold War. And the foreign fighters in the Central Asia, or in Afghanistan, or somewhere else in Asia, is not a new phenomenon. They were inserted in Afghanistan against the Soviet occupation in 1980, and they never left. They just moved around or transported to the new conflict zone. What is new when that foreign fighters? I cannot understand that point. We discussed the foreign fighters, that is a new threat or new geopolitical one. It is not the new one. And also the North Korea acquisition of the nuclear weapon capacity. It is not new. It is almost a half-century process. United States and the CIA and the other intelligence organizations follow all the developments, follow everything. You know everything. And the U.S. comparative decline is not a new one. It is the casual consequence of the rises of the others and all the developments. It is normal. So what really changed? What really changed? Something changed. Is the type of the international system, in my understanding. During the Cold War, all of us agree that it was the bipolar, either the lose or the tide, but it was the bipolar. After the Cold War, we discussed the unipolar moment, if there is. But later, together with the 2000, beginning of the new millennia, and we know that it is not the unipolar. It is multipolar and becoming non-polar. And currently, I can define it as a non-polar, not multipolar. There is no polar. Nobody follows the other countries. You know, there is no type of any balancing action like bandwagoning. All actors, including the middle power and the small power, have some kind of capacity to balance the other. You know. All powers can use now the proxies, not just the United States, not the Soviet Union in the Cold War. Now Turkey can use that one. And Pakistan can use it in Afghanistan or somewhere else. You know. So that is the new dynamics, I think, that we encounter now. So I think the politicians also are aware of the new dynamic. So they are adapting their country to the new development. So that is also not surprising. And the U.S. withdrawal, another issue, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. You know. I don't think that, yes, of course, physically can withdraw from that country, but the United States will continue balancing action in the Asia, in the sub-regions of the Asia or somewhere. What changed? What's the change? What has been changing is the type of the balancing. Instead of the onshore balancing, maybe the United States is preferring the offshore balancing, because that is cheaper, because that produces a less human cost to the United States, you know, but the much human cost to the partners there, or the so-called the France there, or the allies there. So these are I think, the dynamics that change. So we should be aware of all these changes. So I recommend that we have to use the Copenhagen School framework for the analysis or the development Asia. So these are my points, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Moderator. So thank you very much for this. I wish all of you a happy and healthy day.
General, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Dr. Jafarova.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'll also keep my remarks to the point and brief, and I'll focus on the region of South Caucasus, which was also one of the areas that some of your speakers focused on. Some of the speakers before me spoke about the issues of indivisibility of security. And I believe that is something that is very much applicable to the South Caucasus. We actually never had this since our independence. Indivisibility of security was elusive. Inviolability of borders was never the thing for the South Caucasus. And you know that all three republics in the South Caucasus, especially Georgia and Azerbaijan, I mean, two of the republics, they suffered from the territorial losses and territorial occupations. But what happened in the aftermath of the Second Karabakh War, we are seeing now there are new realities emerging in the South Caucasus, new prospects for cooperation, new prospects for peace. The South Caucasus that we knew before, that was very much disintegrated, that was very much something that never saw an all-inclusive cooperation among the three republics of the South Caucasus. We are moving away from that period, hopefully. And after the signature of the November 10th agreement between Azerbaijan, Armenia, and the Russian Federation, there are the prospects of opening all communications and economic cooperation opportunities between these two countries, also involving other regional powers like Turkey, like Russia, like Iran, like Georgia as well. So the South Caucasus now we are talking about, which have been plagued by the security challenges for many decades, is kind of seeing its own rebirth. And we're seeing this transformation in the region, which is for the first time in history since their independence. So we are talking about the Pax Caucasia in the South Caucasus. We are talking about the opening of all communications, creation of Zangezur corridor in the South Caucasus. We're talking about cooperation between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I mean, this was it was impossible to think even a couple of years before. But now things are slowly moving from the deadlock, and we are hoping that these prospects will be explored to their full extent, and we'll see more cooperation, as I said, and more security and peace finally coming in the region. Of course, there are also challenges, and I don't want to take much of the time because I know we're under time constraints, but there are also challenges, and one of the challenges is rebuilding those territories that Azerbaijan has restored, is clearing those territories from landmines, and we are hoping for the support of our international partners. Also, we are hoping that Armenia will cooperate finally and give us the landmine field maps to Azerbaijan, because they have the maps, they're not giving it to Azerbaijan. But if you want to talk about the confidence and security building measures and starting the communications and cooperation in Caucasia, that's the place we have to start with, giving the landmine maps and slowly and surely moving into other areas of cooperation. So there are challenges remaining, but we are fully embarked on post-conflict rehabilitation and again on the prospects of peace and cooperation. And hopefully in a couple of years, we're going to see a new region of the South Caucasus that will be nowhere the same as it was a couple of decades ago. Of course, the lessons will be learned, but we are looking forward to the new horizons. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jafarova, and thank you for being so brief. Dr. Muradio.
Good evening to all of you from Kabul, Afghanistan. I would like to start by thanking a colleague at ANKASAM for providing this opportunity for me and also for some other Afghans to participate in these important conferences. As I have maybe 10, 12 minutes.
Not quite that much, 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, 5 or 6 minutes, okay. I think one of the most used countries in these two conferences was Afghanistan, that many speakers refers to Afghanistan, what would happen to Afghanistan in light of unfolding situation. So therefore I would remove those point of observation that I have about other parts of the world. So I would like to focus on Afghanistan, particularly in the context of the role of Turkey in the mediating between the Afghanistan government and the Taliban, mediation between Afghanistan and Pakistan, say here. I think as with any conflict, there's always a room and need and necessity for mediation. And therefore, any kind of mediations will be welcome by every actors in Afghanistan who has endured a country that has 4 decades of the war and conflicts. So I would like to reiterate as an Afghan, and on behalf of many Afghans, that we welcome any role that Turkey would have in bringing a closer understanding between Afghans and the Taliban, and also between Afghanistan and Pakistan. But what is important is what is the vision of that mediation? What is the end state of the mediation? I see here a challenge for the Turkey because Turkey has an enormous emotional relationship with Afghanistan. At the end of the day, today's Turkey originated from Afghanistan and Central Asia. And Turkey heritage, Turkey identity take roots in this part of the world. So there's an enormous emotional attachment to Afghanistan in Turkey, and likewise for us, for many Afghan, Turkey is our second home. Whereas Turkey has an ideological relationship with the Taliban and Pakistan. Pakistan and Turkey now, they are two masculine Islamist authoritarian parties. Turkey wants to be a hegemon in some part of the world. The same Pakistan wants to be a hegemon in this part of the world. And also there is this ideological affiliation between current Turkish ruling party as Islamist party, Pakistan as an Islamist run polity, and also Taliban as an Islamist movement. The question is that how come Turkey will be able to reconcile its emotional attachment to Afghanistan, to the people of Afghanistan, and its geopolitical and Islamist ideological closeness with Pakistan and the Taliban. We hope our colleagues in Turkey find a way to reconcile these two conflicting impulses of an emotional relationship with the people of Afghanistan and an Islamist affiliation with Pakistan and the Taliban. And we hope that, and we're sure that there are a lot of wisdom, wise people in Turkey to be able to find a common ground between Turkish emotional, ideological, and also geopolitical impulses in Afghanistan in becoming an efficient and trustworthy mediator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was very brief. Appreciate it. Ambassador Nurhan.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. First, just a little answer. Turkey is no more Islamist than evangelists in the USA or Israeli Jewish Sharia state, nor England, where the Queen is the head of the church, nor Greece, where Orthodoxy is the state religion. So this would be an injustice to Turkey. It is a secular country going on Atatürk's way. No doubt about that. Now, we see a steady historical trend of the West leaving Asia in the sense of colonialism, imperialism. Afghanistan being the last castle. In a way, Vienna was the furthest frontier of the Ottomans, after which the empire started shrinking. Remember, colonial imperial policy, taking raw material, manufacture, then sell industrial products back to colonies. Now, China needs resources, manufacture them, and sell to the world. Economical, technological shift to Asia may be followed by Asian military and political clout in the global village. These are bullet sentences which I like. I have short time. USA, moving into services and IT age, is not competing for resources anymore. What it wants is to control the resources and transit lines of the world. Rising powers like China and Turkey opt for open borders, regional and global stability for prosperity. One of the contemporary references of our day is the Thucydides trap. Present powers trying to cripple the rising powers before they would become a menace to the status quo. It means the West shall opt for instability and proxy warfare in target countries, for example, the Uyghurs. Hence, we should not expect the West to be constructive in Asia anymore. Not a game maker anymore, rather game breaker. And the playing ground of the game seems to be the heart of Asia. Another question, is Russia a declining or a rising power? I think we need a new whole conference for such a question. Unmanned war machines, a field in which Turkey surprisingly has emerged as a global power, created a historical upheaval in military strategy. Nuclear, biological, IT warfare are the new weapons of destruction for our civilization. In lieu of the above, proxy warfare seems to be the safest, at least to destabilize, weaken, and to decompose rival states. The reality is the new theater for proxy warfare seems to be Central Asia, a shift from 20th century trouble spot Middle East to 21st century spot Central Asia. Refugees in Pakistan come to Iran, refugees of Afghanistan go to Pakistan, Iran, and now Turkey has declared that if you pay $250,000 to buy a house in Turkey, you can get Turkish citizenship. Afghanistans are using this opportunity. This is the legal way. But a lot of Afghans now are heading to Turkey, especially after American pullout. If bad days are coming, chaos is coming, then there will be a force on Turkish population. Dear friends, history shows us that the Western civilization has no ability to co-survive with the other. It wants either to assimilate or annihilate. In such tradition, the West pushes successors of Ottoman and Russian Empire away to Asian family of nations. As for democratization process of Muslim nations, remember bloody days of Khomeini? In Iran today, ladies are everywhere. If Taliban was left alone, democracy of Afghanistan, with the help of global community, may have evolved. Especially taking rich Arab countries, if they democratize, the West cannot impose its interests on their peoples. As Trump had famously said to a regional ruler, "King, if I pull my support, you cannot stay on that throne for 2 weeks." Such is the democracy rhetoric of the West for Muslim nations. Ending my last paragraph, hailing from Ottoman experience, we know how the West used Ottoman non-Muslim minority rights as a political weapon against us. That historical weapon evolved into a false, Hippocratic weapon of human rights in democracy today. China, knowing the world is not naive to believe such hypocrisy, does not use it. We are thankful to it for that. Hence, we should all force our brains for creative solutions to a peaceful transition era of human history, especially blocking the chaos coming to Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Nurhan. Let me just make 3 brief comments and then we'll open it up to questions. First, the US, of course, is pulling out of Afghanistan. It's not because the US has lost interest in the region. It's because the war in Afghanistan has been unproductive. It has not succeeded. This is the same reason why the US pulled out of Vietnam after a long and unproductive war. Second, in most of the region that we've been discussing today, most of the countries are interested in multi-vector foreign policies. They're surrounded by great powers from China to Russia to Turkey to Iran. The West, Europe and the US seek to play a role. The countries really want to maximize, improve their own sovereignty, independence, and they want to be able to have relations with all of the great powers, if you will, but not to be too dependent on any one of them. So a multi-vector foreign policy, which was Kazakhstan's foreign policy at the very beginning, that seems to be growing in popularity. And finally, globalization. Globalization is continuing. The economic growth rates in India and China are faster than the rest of the world. The average rate of economic growth this year, according to the International Monetary Fund, will be about 3.3%. It's important for all countries in the region to look at how they're doing economically, to open their economies more, privatize more if their economic growth is sluggish. Over the long term, the success of the Asian region will depend on how successful economies are, how successful political societies are, and how successful social opportunities are. Economic growth is fundamental to being able to help provide for all three of those. So let me stop. We, I think, are kind of close to the end, but questions or comments from other folks? No? All right, well, thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for chairing our closing session. And I would like to thank everyone who joined the panels today and yesterday. We had 9+ hours of panel yesterday and 8 hours today. That totals to almost 17 hours of conference on Asia and the importance of Asia in geopolitics and the threats that Asia is and will be facing during its rise in the global arena. We would like to thank again everyone, and if there are comments, we'll take them. If not, we'll end the session. We'll end the conference formally.
Dr. Moradian asked to make a final comment.
Sorry, I don't know if it is the right place to make a provocative observation. Is that I'm very sorry that I could not clarify what I meant. That I didn't mean that Turkey as a nation or as a polity has become an Islamist. No, I mean that the current ruling party in Turkey is a proud Islamist movement, and no one can deny the fact that Turkey is pursuing an Islamist foreign policy. And based that on an Islamist foreign policy, there is a convergence of interests between Taliban and Turkey and Pakistan. Whereas here in Afghanistan, we do not subscribe to an Islamist party because the Islamism has been the cause of Afghan suffering during the last 4 decades. We have chosen a polaristic Republican, a political movement, and that Republican constitutional movement is not compatible with the value that is promoted by Islamist ideology in Pakistan and the Taliban here. Therefore, I see that is the tension that I see in the mediation between Afghanistan and Pakistan and Afghanistan and the Taliban, because Turkish current foreign policy orientation is against constitutional principles. My good friend referred to Iran as example of how wonderful the women of Iran are under the mullah. I'm sorry, if you speak to the Iranian women, the mullah of Iran has made a big prison for women of Iran. The Taliban have made Afghanistan as a prison for a woman of Afghanistan. Therefore, if really anyone wants the Taliban's ideology, I would recommend them to spend some time under the Taliban rules in part of Afghanistan that is a bit occupied by the Taliban. Therefore, I think it is important that we recognize there are different political trends in the Islamic world, and the Taliban and Islamists are only one aspect of them. And again, I do not want to conclude the conference by such a provocative comment, and I hope to have the opportunity to continue this conversation with colleagues in Turkey in other occasions. Thank you, sir, for giving me that time to clarify.
Mr. Nurhan, your microphone is switched off. Mr. Nurhan, we can't hear you. Your microphone is muted.
I turned it on now.
Okay.
Yeah, just I said Iran was a trend. It is going in the correct direction. Not enough, but I wanted to give the trend. Now about Turkey, I will tell you something which is out of the general global view. Let me tell you one thing. The Ottoman Empire, according to Arnold Toynbee, had the devshirme system, the ideal state of Plato. So those devshirme bureaucracy ruled Turkey until very recently. What's happening in Turkey is people taking power over from Ottoman devshirme bureaucracy remnants. Still going on. I'm a member of devshirme bureaucracy. So the people, the neglected Anatolian Turk of 1,000 years in Anatolia, they are grabbing power, snatching power from us alienated bureaucrats. Now, included in their revolution, it's a revolution, millennial revolution. Included in that revolution is the religion of the people. I guess the westernized elite like me. It is a real, genuine people's revolution against Ottoman remnants. And religion is included in it. Tradition is included in it. And that makes westernized rulers of Turkey and the Western communities very, very unhappy. And you people who don't know enough about Turkey, just jump on the boat saying Islamists are coming. It's not Islamists coming. In fact, the Islamists, whatever they are, the rural people coming to the metropoles are changing in one generation. Look at the action of the covered ladies. They're opening up, they're having makeups now, they're buying fancy, colorful dresses attracting your attention. So it's not an Islamic regime, it's not an Islamic party. So study Turkey more, and I'm writing an English book on this issue. When I publish it, I will send it to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. We thank our panelists. And before we close the conference, I would just like to thank our president, Professor Mehmet Seyfettin, for making this conference a reality. And a special thanks to those who were behind the scenes, working from morning to evening, taking down notes, making sure that everyone was ready for their sessions. And we thank everyone. We hope to see you in another conference. For the time being, we wish you a good day, a good afternoon, or a good evening, depending on which part of the world you are. See you again. Have a good day.